Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Jimmy Carter supposedly is now in hospice. He's 98 years old.
I say Friday takes a lick.
98 years old.
Thursday.
Probably,
Okay.
arguably, one of the worst presidents in our lifetime.
Yeah, right behind Biden.
Yeah, you know what? He's
They're more like side by side.
right there. I think it's almost too close to call.
He's one-upped him on everything.
Are they front to back or are they docking?
It's a photo finish.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge
Broadcast
show.
rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of your listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or any other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is strictly prohibited.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show. We're at the hoedown. All right, hold on. Let me get my bearings here. Hold on here. By the way, hello everybody. Tuesday, February 21st, and we were informed yesterday. By the way, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge show, formerly on Twitch, formerly the number one radio show in the world on Twitch, which means nothing. And we were informed yesterday, late in the afternoon. I'd already been in bed. I was already in bed. I went to bed last night about 6.
I was talking to Lummy and Anna. Other people are like, "What's Bubba think?" And I'm like, "Bubba has no idea. He's actually sleeping." So.
Yeah. Tony Stewart tried to text me at 6:51.
Oh, wow.
Gone. Out of here. I don't know if he's coming in or not. I know they had him on a really tight schedule, and like he was going to be here for like 30 minutes, and like from here, like from Fox 13 to here to Channel 28 to Beatty's 9, and so I just text him. He'll get it this morning when he wakes up. I'm like, listen. He texted me and said, "Hey, I need your input on something." So I'm assuming it was probably I'm going to have a tough time to schedule you in. Maybe we can do something different. So I just said, don't even worry about it. Here's my response to him. He hasn't gotten it yet. Just got this, was in bed. By the way, I woke up at 1:05 in the morning.
Oh, my God.
I have such weird hours.
I was up
Yes,
then.
you do.
You were up at 1:05, Muff?
Yeah,
Having
I
a
was eating.
snack?
Yeah, I was
gonna say.
snacking.
Oh, but you weren't up, like, you went back to bed, didn't you?
No, I got up at I went to bed like at 10:15, 10:30, and then
Right.
I was wide awake at 1 o'clock and wide awake around 2:30.
Really? And have you been up since?
No, I went back to sleep.
Okay, well, I've been up since 1:05.
Oh, Jesus.
So I wrote to Tony, hey, I just got this already in bed, as you may also. If this is about your appearance on the show, don't worry about it. I saw they had a super tight window that they had you on, and we can do a phone call or a Zoom any other day that works best for you. No worries about this at all.
Is he doing a media junket for the Gator Nationals?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes sense.
Gator Nationals, of course, March 9 through March 12th. I got to finalize. I know we have our bus, our brand new 2024 Sleeps Like 6 bus, all secure, courtesy of Giant Recreation World. I just got to get, I think Tom, who works in the rental department, I just got to get with Joshua from NHRA and find out where we're parking it, because they're going to bring it to us, have it all parked up and ready to go.
That's awesome.
So we will be there. I don't know if Tony's going to be in studio or not, or we'll have Tony at a different date. We'll start probably slating in various guests. Like we'll have Ron Capps on the phone. We'll probably have Hagen on the phone. We'll probably have Brittany Force on the phone, and a bunch of others.
Nice.
We'll probably start that process here soon. The big news is that we said something. We don't know. We don't know what we said yesterday. But we are now officially, this is a pretty harsh, this pisses me off. We're banned from Twitch for 14 days.
Oh.
That's a big blitz by.
Technically, we're suspended, not banned.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But yes.
We're locked out of.
Correct.
Can't broadcast. In timeout. Shackled, if you will. They threw us in the hole.
For sure.
We're in the hole.
We're the brig.
We're in the hole, brig.
It's frustrating when only one narrative is allowed.
And here's the thing about Twitch. Twitch is ran from San Francisco. Twitch's headquarters is in San Francisco. And I'll be careful what I say. So is YouTube's. And so is everything else, for the most part, based out of San Francisco.
Silicon Valley.
Let me tell you something, San Francisco. The rest of the world doesn't think like you.
They don't care.
San Francisco is in a little bubble of San Francisco-ness. And I know you don't care. And we have to adjust to you. Now, how fair is that? I know it's your world. I know it's your sandbox. I know all of this. But trust me, that's the problem in itself. You know what's particularly disturbing is the fact that I can say things that are governed by the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, which are far more they're far more stringent. I mean, like I can't say the F word on Florida Man Radio. I can't say, "Hey Anna, how's your little raisins?" But I call them teas. I can't say that.
Yeah.
I can't say, "Hey Anna, how's your teas?"
They're doing great.
I know they are, but I can't even say that.
Right.
But on all these other places you can. But I cannot. On regular radio, I can talk about the ins and outs of people that are transitioning, and that's and I can speculate and have my opinion on it, no problem. But I can't have that opinion or even talk about that topic on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and other Silicon Valley-based social media places. It's amazing, and if that is what got us in trouble, was our people that were transitioning talk. Don't you think at the end of the day, however you slice what we were saying, at the end of the day, I think that the message was, we feel people shouldn't be able to alter their bodies until they're an adult. We didn't say anything.
That was the conclusion, I believe.
Yeah, the conclusion was kids shouldn't be able to make those type of huge decisions when it comes to transitioning until you're an adult.
Which, by the way, Bubba, is the state of Florida's official position.
I know, but it's not Twitch's official position.
I understand that, but that state's taking that position.
I understand
you know
that, but Florida doesn't own Twitch.
I understand. But it's not that outlandish of a position. It's not like you're saying, people should be, have their fingers cut off at 4.
No, it's not. It's not outlandish at all. In fact, it's the actual, real. In all honesty, it's probably the way 99% of Americans feel. I mean, even the most, liberal of Americans would probably say, if people are going to start making alterations to their body with regards to what they identify as gender-wise, I would think that they should be an adult. Period. I mean,
very, very left, no, but people who are, more rational say yes.
But I mean, I think you had a statistic yesterday that said that, I don't know what it was, but people that have done this after the age of 25, there's like a 92% 80% regression, or I'm sorry, like regret deal.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, can't talk about
Change their
that.
mind. Okay.
So like you can't bring up stats.
Nope.
And here's the deal.
And unfortunately, I will say, can't really hear either.
Yeah, but I want to say that I do want to say this. What is wrong with having this position? If you want to identify as anything, identify it. Wear makeup, wear prosthetics, do whatever you want to do, at whatever age you want to do it. Do it. You have the right to be. If you're a boy and you're 9 and you want to be identified as a girl, great, do it. I have no problem with that. None. But make a caveat to that with, if we're going to start surgeries, then that needs to only be when you're an adult. You can identify, from whenever you want, outwardly or appearance-wise or things that aren't permanent. I mean, that only makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, it only makes sense. Hey, little Johnny, you're 9 and you want to be a girl.
You can't pierce your ears.
Oh, okay, sure you can.
Not without permission.
Well, okay. So get permission from your mom and dad and pierce your ears. That's not a big deal. Like, I'll take that all day. Little Johnny, you want to wear makeup? No problem. You want to be Jennifer? No problem. You want to wear lipstick? No problem. You want to wear a dress? No problem. None of that's a problem. You want to start taking hormone therapy and you want to start making alterations to your body? Let's wait till you're an adult. I think that's a pretty good compromise.
The only problem with that is, objectively, is that some people argue that you lose your window of opportunity if you wait too long.
Okay.
That's the other argument.
Do, but
okay.
I think that not doing that to a child trumps the other side. You know.
I'm so it's just like, and we're having this discussion because we feel that's the discussion we had yesterday that got us banned from Twitch for 14 days. Because the people that run that place over there really, really are pro this. Hey, we're pro that. We're pro be what you want to be. We just have a little common sense with regards to if you're going to start cutting, hacking, and adding things and doing things to your body, that you might want to be an adult. That's it. That's just strictly our opinion. It's not law. We're not hard stance on it. We're not going to make fun of those that do. That's just our opinion. That's the only thing. That or our COVID talk yesterday. One of the two. And so we're still fighting the COVID monster,
which we're not going to talk about, right?
No,
we definitely can't say. I mean, we cannot talk about that here. Period.
No, we're not. I'm not talking about anything. I can say the word COVID. Can I?
Careful though. Well, I'd be careful.
Okay. See, this blows my absolute mind.
You have to tiptoe through the tulips so you don't step in a landmine.
But it's just like it blows my mind. I should be more so insulated when speaking about when I have a doctor that has treated.
Remember, we watched that hearing yesterday.
Yeah,
people that aren't doctors will say what's going on, and they're the ones that control what.
So now, Blitz, inevitably that congressional hearing that we played on which was a congressional hearing, was it not?
I believe it was on YouTube.
It was on, but it was nonetheless it was a sanctioned congressional oversight committee, was
Correct.
it not? Was it, some people in their backyard getting together talking about this? It was It was sanctioned by the U.S. government as a subcommittee, correct?
Correct.
An oversight committee.
Mm-hmm.
And so that potentially could get you thrown off of Twitch too?
YouTube.
Hey, though.
Yeah.
Steal the show, $1.99.
Yeah, we're
you.
not counting. We're not going to shout that out though.
Oh, sorry.
God, she's dumb.
Well, I'm just trying to lift people's spirits.
That's Lummy's the chatter.
I know. I just
Lummy
got
would know.
excited.
Yeah, Lummy knew better.
Lummy knew better.
Yeah.
Hey, Lummy, did your wife? I know. I think you started freaking when I brought my beard trimmer out. I think now, if you would be honest,
It looks good though.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
No, hold on.
I did, yes.
You did.
I thought you were going to shave the whole thing off.
No. You just thought I was going to go. I only went a half a click down just to kind of thin out the gray.
Yes.
I didn't Rosie O'Donnell you up. I didn't gob you
Nope.
out.
It actually looked really, really good.
So, if you did that, like if I just every couple weeks came and gave you, I know the number now, it's a 7.5.
Perfect.
That's the magic number.
A 7.5, Lummy, is what you have right now. That's a 7.5. So when you start getting a little bushy, I just bring the 7.5 out. Would that take us 4 minutes?
If that, yeah.
Blam, blam, and a blam, and a blam.
I think it was even less, actually. I think we had 3 minutes left in the break.
Yeah,
You started at like 6.
and you, honest to God, were freaking because you thought I was going to go too low. But this new beard hedger from Manscaped is it's the beard hedger 4.0 or something like that.
Yeah, and you did it quick. It didn't hurt.
No, you literally. It's like your number, Lumbee, your magic number. Remember this is 7.5.
7.5.
Hello.
Good morning, Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing horrible.
Is this John?
It's big.
Yep,
it's big.
hands, John.
By the way,
Hey, big hands.
By the way, guys, Hootie Hoo, which Blitz, I know you want to be a dick, but has made whole with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the middle of the night.
I got the train horn ready. I'm ready
for a hootie hoo. That's a hootie hoo. Hootie hoo went crazy last night on Venmo and stepped up with $1,600 towards Barp.
I thought you were gonna say he got crazy on pills.
Oh my God.
Well, he might have done that and still give $1,600. So thanks, Hootie.
Yeah, I don't know what he was on, Blitz, nor do I care. I know he put 16 in the coffers.
Right.
Big John Hands, what do you got?
Well, I'm going to bring a couple hundred over to you personally. I don't like putting it on Venmo and stuff. It's just a personal
fine.
thing for me.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment on what you were saying, man. The world's gone nuts, man. There's no common sense anymore, Bubba. People our age are just, we're looked at as relics and dinosaurs, and that we have.
Well,
no
I'm not ready to
sense
give
at
up,
all.
my friend. I still got a couple little distribution methods. I got 7 radio stations. I got YouTube and I got Facebook and
diversified.
And I'm going to. I talked to Blitz about doing things. There's a couple little things programmally that I have to do differently on YouTube than I do on Twitch. So I'm going to. It's going to make me a better radio host. And I'm going to try to start, doing, I'm going to try to maybe take the daily show over to Facebook and YouTube and only use Twitch for $1.99s. That's kind of where I'm headed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you got my support. Any way I can help you, I'm there for you.
Thank you, Big Hands, John. We love
Thank
you, buddy.
John.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. And it's going to make you subscribe to our Facebook and our YouTube. It's going to make those numbers go crazy.
71.3.
Yeah, and a bitch ain't one. Mm-hmm. So I'm not freaked out about it. I'm pissed because just how effing woke we really are. Here's the thing, Blitz. Everything that I said yesterday, had I not been streamed on Twitch, and I had just been on regular radio, my 7 affiliates, Donkey Teeth, $20.
Hey, that's Lummy's job.
Yeah, let me hear it.
Donkey G, 1999, Super Chat.
I'm taking up your job. So historically, if you look at radio, terrestrial radio, 98 Rock, Florida Man Radio, 97.1 The Rattler in Phoenix, 103.1 in Fort Walton Beach, Melbourne, the Big 820. In Tampa.
Funny Face 0235, $10 Super Chat, and Hall of Fame Group Lips, $20 Super Chat.
Yeah, there's money over here too. You guys can figure it out. Thank you. So, but Blitz, had I not been streaming yesterday on Twitch, and I just said what I said on my 7 terrestrial radio stations, we wouldn't be having any issues right now.
Correct.
There's no problem. So consider regular radio broadcast TV, and consider streaming. Consider Twitch streaming like on Netflix, right? It's a streaming service. Well, you can do far more outrageous things on Twitch and Hulu and Amazon Prime and HBO Max and Paramount Plus and all that than you can on standard ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox.
Absolutely.
You can cuss. You can show sex. I mean... Dan, you and I were going crazy on Banshee, all the sex scenes for the Amish chicks.
They were awesome.
Could have never shown that on ABC prime time. So it's like reverse. It's like streaming has like 3 or 4 of these little hot spots that they go absolutely insane over based on geographically where they're based out of. But I can say more. I can say those things on regular radio, which is a stricter form governed by the government.
So you can pretty much put pornography and vulgar language on that format.
Yes.
But you have to be careful of the hurtfilioma.
You have to be You have to be careful on speaking about COVID. Mm-hmm. That's all I said. Just mentioned it. Mm-hmm. They got you so freaked out that you're even saying the word COVID. If you just say COVID. Hey, guess what? I had COVID. Oh, you got canceled. Why? Because you said you had it. I didn't say how I treated it. I got vaxxed, buddy. Put the shot in my arm. But, I mean, you got to be careful on how you talk about COVID. And you got to be careful about how you talk about people that want to transition. That's it. That's about all there is, really. Those 2 little things. And those 2 little things aren't even that big of a deal. But they think it's huge. And they want to quell you right on down. and they want to cancel you for 14 days. $99, Lummy, and you missed it like a mug.
Ken Kendall, $99.99 super chat.
Is that new money? Ken Kendall?
No, it's Ken Kendall. Good guy.
So it's like it just blows my mind. It blows my mind. And Twitch has. I'm just going to be dead honest with you. You've become less important now that we've Cash Apped and Venmo'd and PayPal'd. I bet you my Cash App, Venmo, PayPal is going crazy right now. It is. Nick Loma, 20. Curtis Enright, 10. Not to mention the 1,600 that Hootie Who laid down. Gerald Melton, Solo Ford. You know Solo Ford?
Yeah.
100.
Solo Ford 2018.
Grady C, 50. Mark Berger, 25. What?
Hello?
Blitz,
Hello?
if you're going to clear,
What?
if you're going to get our attention.
Did I not have the mic off?
No, you didn't.
No, it sounded
I was
like
waiting
you were
for-
gonna make
I
an
thought-
announcement.
No, you did. You
Oh,
were,
I'm so sorry. I turned the switch off.
for real. What, did not everybody in the room
We all
take it
I
as
heard
Blitz?
it like it was
Yeah,
trying
it
to
was-
stop you
he
from
was gonna
talking.
I
make
thought he
an
was going to announce a
announcement.
big
Oh, no.
PayPal.
Yeah,
I
you-
literally turned this. Hold on, let me see. I literally turned it off.
Yeah, you gave me two
Oh, I'm sorry.
two throat clears as if I had missed something
No,
glaring.
I'm sorry.
Like,
I
Lummi,
turned the
you
mic
missed
off and cleared my
something.
throat. I
So
don't know.
we all just shut up waiting for the big Blitz high
High
spot.
spot.
I'm
And then
sorry.
you're over there, Johnny, thumb up my ass.
No.
Gerald Melton, Solo Ford 100, and Grady C 50, Whistling Diesel. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Who needs Twitch? In fact, more of it goes to us. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. That goes directly to us. And you save the knick-knack 10, 15, 20 points that Twitch charges you. So, maybe we'll get so good at doing it over here on Facebook and YouTube that we don't need that, and we'll only use that for Bubba 199s, of which this week's has been canceled.
No.
Because we got a 2-week hiatus,
Yeah.
which just gives DJ Lum Sauce a chance.
Lum Sauce?
Or whatever her name is.
Hold on.
DJ
TT.
DJ Lum Sauce.
DJ
I was
Anna.
practicing for like 2 hours yesterday, too.
Okay, well, that's going to make you that much better.
I know.
Hall of
Exactly.
Famer RC Hellman, $19.99 super chat, and Chris Pacini, $20 super chat.
How well is DJ Hum Sauce at mixing royalty-free music?
Not very good.
I got a lot of it for you if you need it.
Apparently, the bitches don't want to shake their ass to royalty free.
I know.
T-shirt Will 20. Thank you, T-shirt. Hello. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Yeah, buddy.
Turn down the
man,
radio. Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah, the violin version
guy
of
spun
Thunderstruck's
himself
not
out.
as cool.
Hello.
Yeah.
Everybody be quiet. Let this guy who spun himself out speak. Hello, sir. Go ahead. Okay, there you go. He hung up,
Perfect.
which is perfect.
Best caller.
Charles, I think this is new money. Charles Bryn. I've never heard of a Charles Breen. Charles Breen. $20 new money on the full trucker effect at Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. And so anyway, we've been banned from Twitch for 2 weeks. Blitz has put an appeal in. Hopefully within that appellate process, they will tell us what we did. I'm thinking, Blitz, that they have to kind of tell you what you did. Right?
Do they?
Dawn
our
Hamdorf,
girl-
$99.99 super chat.
I think that's the blue belt.
Jiu-jitsu?
I think that's the blue belt
She's
girl.
South
Like a
Carolina.
brown belt, you told me. or something.
Brown belt. Yeah, she's like one from whatever the best is. Yeah, 99.99 and a 99.81, Lummy.
Woo!
So we've been banned from Twitch for 2 weeks. We'll hopefully get a clarification as to what it was. There's nothing that I can think of on our program that would. Well, obviously there wasn't a problem with us terrestrially, and so it's just like almost reverse engineering with regards to what's accepted and what's not accepted. And the two particular topics that we spoke about obviously are probably what got us in trouble. And I'm scratching my head how you can't have a doctor speak about COVID. And as a matter of fact, wasn't that kind of the premise of those judicial oversight committee hearings that we were watching?
Yes.
Didn't the congresswoman, asked the woman from from Twitter, what medical school did you go to?
And
She said none.
None.
But yet you're You're quelling, you're quelling, blacklisting, and locking up Harvard-educated, Yale, Ivy League-educated doctors that have an opinion about this particular pandemic. As directed by the FBI. That's the problem, right? The problem. Twitter is a private company.
Mm-hmm.
They can do what they want. I have a problem when the private company is now being controlled by our government.
Can I throw something out that you've probably already discussed behind the scenes that I didn't know about?
Sounds communist-ish.
What about Rumble?
Jerry
I've heard
Brown,
like 10 people in chat tell us to go to Rumble.
Jerry Brown, 10, and Kenneth Kendall, 100.
Nice.
We have a
both
Rumble
on the
account,
both on the Cash App.
There's no one there.
I mean, there are people there, not like YouTube, but I mean.
Well, I think we have.
Why not? If we could just stream there, also, I think that would be a good place where we could be.
You're
safe
sleeping
and
with the guy that determines where we stream. Why don't you get in?
Okay, well, I just thought of it now.
Why don't you just get him in a compromising position, and before you finish him off, you go, "How about giving me some Rumble on Monday?" And he'd be like, "No,
Well,
at
I'm
that point,
asking if it's a good idea. I'm not saying we should necessarily do it.
Well, ask him. He's the one that makes the decisions around here. I'm for it all.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba. I just want to let you know. It's because of Dan your show was canceled.
Okay.
Oh, let's not blame Dr. Dan.
Well,
Dr. Dan.
And what did Dr. Dan do?
Who is this? Just so I know to hate you.
Dan.
You already hate me. You're a
Is it Gary?
douchebag, Dan, and you said something on 2 different occasions. It makes it very easy to cancel you.
Well, tell us what they were then.
Well, no, it's not.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Blitz?
The rules here are pretty much the same, so let's not bring it up.
Well, I want to know the topic matter that.
I mean, it's stuff that we already went over.
Yeah.
It's not Dan's fault. We were talking about it as a show.
Rick sent me $50. That's all it says is Rick, $50 in the Cash App. Thank you so much. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal at the Bubba Army. Dan did not bring up any topic on his own and got us in trouble. Dan participated in topics that we were already speaking about as a program.
Thank you.
And
so you're not mad at me?
No,
Donkey?
not at all. Not at all.
Maybe we should be.
No.
Not at all.
Do I need to put my neck on the chopping block?
No, not at all, buddy. No, not at all.
Okay.
Hello. And Blitz, has there been one syllable out of my mouth that was directed meanly towards Dan?
No.
Yes, but not about this. No, I'm just kidding. No, you have not.
Hello.
Yeah, but Bubba, this is Joe from Charleston. I just thought it was a coincidence that yesterday Jay said Twitch has never messed with you, but then all of a sudden you've been kicked today.
Well, listen, a lot of people do watch the show and sit back and try to find something that we potentially could have done wrong. It's called hate watching, and we have a lot of people who do not want to see us do well, and the better that we do, the more it makes them mad. Whether it's former employees or current competition or whatever, that, don't want us to do well. So they'll turn us in on any little thing they can. When we did have Dale Roop, Lummy, $1.50 and a bitch ain't one. Thank you, Dale Roop. Everybody's getting their BART money in today.
Oh, and Rick was SOS Rick for the
it's
50.
SOS Rick?
Yep.
Cash App, Venmo, PayPal at the Bubba Army. So, Sarah, there's a percentage of people that are watching the show that are just laying in the woods they're
the previous caller.
They're like a moray eel with their mouth open up in a cave, and they just want us to stick our hand in there so they can chomp down on it.
Oh yeah, I just thought it was crazy. He had said that yesterday, and then all of a sudden,
good. We can blame it on Jay then. That's what Dan wants to do. Dan wants to blame it on Jay so bad.
Fault.
Good job, Jay. You got us canceled, son of a bitch. Trying to be Mr. Johnny, politically correct, Johnny private guy, Johnny Yippee-Yo, and you got us canceled there, Jay. Jay Diaco. I'm not worried about it, buddy. You know what, dude? For these next 14 days, I'm going to figure out how to make my podcast better, how to make Facebook better, how to make YouTube better, how to make BubbaArmyRadio.com better, how to make my app better. And I find this a challenge so that I can segue away from Twitch and only use Twitch for Bubba 199s. That's my long-term goal.
Oh, yeah, man. You're good to go. You definitely don't need Twitch, man.
Thank you, buddy. I hope you have another couple beers before you go hit the bed. Thanks. So, one of the things that I'm going to have to do is I can't really play the stories that I used to, like video-wise. I'm going to have to. I can read the story, but I can't necessarily play. That's what gets copyright struck usually on YouTube. So it's going to make me have to work a little harder. But Blitz is also looking into that, and this if there are parameters as to what you can play, how much you can play it under fair use. And all kinds of things. So there's a lot of things we have to wade through. And when we're allowed back on Twitch, I don't know that I'm going to go right on back with my like my little tongue wagging, like I'm a little bitch, like I'm a little kibbles and bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Here, puppy dog. Here, puppy dog. Come on, boy.
I'm so Blitz, especially when they tell us what it was. And hey, you know what? They could very well tell us what it is, and I could be like, okay, I get it. I
mean, we kind of already have an inkling.
But there could also be, they say what it is, and I'll be like, really? That's bull crap. So, I'm not gonna come back and be a little tongue wagger. I'm gonna try to figure out, like Anna said, potentially with Rumble.
I'm on there right now, and some of these numbers, I mean, again, they're bigger channels, but they're not bad.
Well, if people want us to stream live on Rumble, go to our Rumble and subscribe to it.
Yeah, subscribe and hit the like buttons on all our videos.
We've had one for months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, so Blitz, you're saying if we get enough people over there, we'll go over there.
Sure.
Scout and Big Gulp 50.
It was something I was working on last night.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, Anna. Well, you don't even know. While you were home DJ humming,
I was trying to prepare.
Blitz was rumbling.
Okay.
My friend. Blitz has had our Rumble account set up for quite a while.
There was a couple other platforms I've been talking to as well, but I want to get things in place before we just go
Anna,
live
you don't
on
know
there.
Everything. Only Blitz knows everything. Blitz
she was just throwing it out there.
Blitz trying to help.
Blitz knows things I don't even know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, Bubba didn't know we've had a Rumble for months.
I did it. Rumble, schmumble. I don't know
We've made money there.
Blitz said Rumble, and I said, you ready to Rumble, bitch? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Michael Buffer? Yeah. Don't say that. We'll get copyright strict. Hello. Oh, nobody there. Let me go to words. So I'm kind of very much on time today. And no, we're not on Twitch, but we are on Facebook and YouTube. There's ways to give there, but more importantly, man, the best and most efficient way is Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, all at the Bubba Army. Very simple. More of your money gets. I mean, like I think they take 10 or 15% on Twitch?
Way more than that.
Something like that. I think if you give me $100 on Venmo, I get like 93 of it. Like it's so much better of a deal.
Now don't say this out loud, Bubba. I just sent you our earnings from Rumble.
Did you?
I just now texted it to you.
I haven't gotten it yet.
Okay.
Because you got an Android 4000.
Well,
you're still on the Android deal. I'll
yeah, you'll see it.
I'll talk about that next. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Yeah, everyone go subscribe on there.
U.S. headquarters Longbow.
We've been there for a while now.
I mean, there's 78 million users as of August of last year, as opposed to Twitch, there's 31 million.
How about some of their stock?
What's up, Grouper Lips? Good morning.
Their stock came out at like $12.
Hey, Demelli. What's it now?
I think it's down. What?
What's it now?
it's down. I think it's at 9.
Did Trump start it? Or?
No, he started.
What was it?
Truth.
Yeah, it came out pretty hot, but Dan Bongino.
I mean, it's kind of our demo: 71% male, 28% female.
What's up, Gary Cantrell? Hey, Jesse Adams. What's up, Jay Gator? TK. So, are we supposed to be doing this from watching it on Facebook or watching it on YouTube?
Either one.
Either one. I need somebody.
I'm watching the YouTube one. And I'm trying to deal with that chat.
Delayed, so
I need
like
somebody on Facebook.
it's delayed by like a minute or so. You could see that like the way your belt's positioned. You know, you're like, I'm not sitting like that anymore. Oh, here we go, live.
You on Facebook Live?
No, I'm on YouTube Live. I just refreshed it.
Someone needs to do the Facebook one. You on Facebook, Lummy?
I'll do it.
YouTube, and I'm doing the audio right now.
I'll do Facebook.
Yeah, just the
Bubba
one.
Twitcher. What's up, Cody?
Hey, Lisa Sacco. Dancy.
Where's the chat?
Jesse Adams, Jay Gator, TK. Got you guys.
What's up, Facebook? Good morning, Todd. It's weird using people's real names.
Tough. It's tough being a coach. Tree Ponder.
What's your last name, Todd? Bodek.
What's up, Stop and Go? Spencer. Nets fan. Ace Yoko Clem. Well, I don't know, man. Ace Yoko, I'm not going to say what you're on, but you're going to feel better for a few days and you'll probably get sick again. Taste and smell could come back in 2 days to 2 months. What's up, Tessie Newland? Hey, Lummy's Gob.
Good morning, Rudy.
In Northeast Arkansas,
Maria the Guatemalan. What up?
when you was on Saturday radio, Dustin, what's up?
Tree Ponder. South Carolina fishing.
Lisa, I think that's kind of the direction we're trying to go.
Captain Grumpus.
Rudolfo Rivero.
I mean, Twitch is a cool like interface, but it's like, what's the point of having a show there if you're just afraid to do the show that we do?
Hey, morning,
Derek
Ducky T.
Weiss, good morning. What's up, Kevin Jordan?
Dr. Lawyer Hero Coach.
Good morning.
I don't understand bigger than the Beatles.
Big Red.
Please call my office.
Big Red. Good morning, Bruce.
888 SOS Farm. James Florian.
Bruce says, thanks for helping people, Dr. Dan.
Oh, you're welcome. My pleasure.
Good morning, Jay.
Hey, Road Toe.
Road Toe Rudy.
Troy Lincoln. That could probably take you about 3 months to 6 months, Troy Lincoln.
Bring it over to class. What's up, Aaron? Yeah, maybe not do that story.
Thanks, Juan Ramirez.
Daniel Rooch says, Dr. Dan is the man. Good morning.
Yeah, it's 9:26 right now, so it's down. So not bad if it goes somewhere.
Yeah.
For $9. Straight go regular. Good morning.
Zachary Fatua.
World Samoans.
Samoan. Fat Cobra.
Samoan. That's how
good.
they say it. They go Samoan. I'm from Samoan.
Well, I had a Samoan video I wanted to play, but it's not going to work, Mommy said.
Samoan video?
He's a Samoan.
Huh.
He's not Samoan. He's Hawaiian.
Close enough. A lot of them are Samoan in Hawaii.
Well, they're similar in physical stature.
They'll like even Teo, Manti Teo was like, I'm Samoan, but I live in Hawaii.
Right.
Ethnically.
It was a video from American Idol, but it'll make any man cry if they watch it.
Wait, didn't we play it?
Yesterday?
Oh, not yesterday.
No, it was just...
You did play another American Idol deal.
Yeah, I know. I got stuck on it again.
What was that?
I don't remember that one, but this one was...
I remember you getting dogged for it, though.
I know.
What happened?
We're going to come back to it.
America's Got Talent one.
He wanted...
It was America's Got Talent.
Yeah. What happened? Was someone singing?
It was a really happy thing.
Oh, coming back with the guitar. And
the guitar.
Playing,
I want more Parmesan cheese.
Yeah.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show. Lummy, good news and bad news. Lum.
Sounds good and bad.
What'd you say?
Sounds good and bad. I'm waiting.
Well,
bated breath.
They sold out in a matter of minutes. I told the merch crick to order another 50. So they'll be up. They might be actually available for you to buy right now. Take about a week. They take about a week to manufacture. The bad news is, Lummy, your designed hat, your Flex Fit.
Oh yeah,
thin blue line hat turned out.
Is it a Flex Fit?
Yeah,
I thought it was a snapback.
Nope.
Oh, it's just a mesh back.
It's a mesh back.
It's a mesh
okay.
flex.
It's a mesh flex.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. Yes.
Even when you showed it to me this morning, I thought it was a snapback because of the mesh.
Nope.
I like the Flex Fit ones.
Cool. Yeah.
And so, with a thin blue line.
That's cool.
Let me tell you something. You get pulled over with this hat.
Yeah.
This is going to probably get you out of a ticket.
Just always keep it on your dashboard.
So it sold out in 3 minutes?
It sold out in a matter of minutes.
Sweet.
So I did order another 50.
Oh, nice.
And Blitz, your hat's next when the
blanks are available. I know. I can't wait.
So before that, I'm gonna have to maybe think of another hat.
Oh, they're still out?
Yeah, they're still out. Now, the woman did say that they did expect your hat, your blanks, to be available by later this month. So I'm assuming it might be a week.
Oh, okay.
So if that's the case, then your hat will just be the March hat.
Yeah, sweet.
So, Lummy, I can't even give you one because you can't wear it.
Yeah.
Because your head's too big?
So this is your hat, and it's beautiful. It's available at. Let me go to Bubba Army Shop or Bubba Army Store or wherever the hell we. What's our website for?
Bubba Army Shop, Bubba Army Store, BubbaArmyMerch.com.
Yeah, go to one of those and see if you can if they're sold out or did she put another 50 up. I know that she called the girl late yesterday after they were selling.
Yeah, it looks like you can buy them.
You can buy them.
Yep.
And they're pretty cool. Look at that.
It's an interesting hat. I liked it. I like it.
Blitz said he wanted one, so we'll get him one.
Awesome, thank you.
It looks really good.
Here is the Bubba Army thin blue line hat, right there. Oh, it looks like the merch crick has
hair did.
Her hair did wearing one.
No cleavage though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I should tell her if you're gonna go ahead and do that, you might as well throw some cleave in there.
Absolutely.
She's like an inch away too. I mean, yeah, so close.
Yeah, and she might have been driving, which might not be the most responsible thing either.
I think she's parked.
Yeah, I hope. So anyway, go to Bubba Army Store, Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Shop, and get these. They're really pretty damn reasonably priced. At $25.99. I mean, you're going to pay that all day for a hat, especially a Flex Fit hat.
So is charcoal like a touch darker than Kelly Gray?
Troy Lincoln, $100.
Yeah.
Cash, super chat.
Who? How much?
Troy Lincoln, $100. Super chat.
Thank you.
Dr. Dan's a man.
Dr. Dan's an in?
Is the man.
Oh.
That's what they said.
That too.
Say.
Thank you, Troy.
Cash App, Fish on the J. And then I mentioned, of course, Dale Roop, $1.50. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal at the Bubba Army. We've been officially banned from
suspended
from Twitch for 2 weeks, right?
Yes.
And we don't know quite It was something that we said yesterday, and it was probably
Not necessarily.
Oh, it could have been.
May not have been said yesterday. It may have been from a couple days ago.
It's had to have been within the last 40 days.
Oh God.
Well, there's lots of stuff.
That really narrows it down.
Yeah.
Thanks. Because you know what?
Because you got these trolls that subscribe and go through every show. And,
that is correct.
And when I had a rep, he said we get between 15 and 20 complaints a day per show.
Nice.
So you have people that are just pulling against us, trying to get. So you know what, you little troll mother effers? We'll just keep, we'll just go to other places. But you'll go there too. So, whatever. What are you going to say, Danny?
Telling you that it's, something you said in the last 40 days is like trying to get feedback on a business that's 40 days old. You can't make adjustments. You can't react. You can't be proactive. And to have an ambiguous, yellow flag for something over the last 40 days makes it very difficult for you to be compliant.
Neil Mount Pleasure, 15. Go, Pat, go.
Especially with rotating rules, revolving rules.
Yeah, we don't have any idea.
Go, Pat, go.
I didn't play it all, Blitz, because I'm going to get a copyright Willie on the deal.
Probably.
I'll sing it.
Dan, did you see this where I guess Bill Gates and Jeff and Bezos are testing these mind-controlled things that they put inside your head, and you can control everything with your mind? It's called Synchron.
Yes.
Or Synchron as part of an emerging crop of companies testing technology in the brain-computer interface industry. The system is implemented through the blood vessels and allows patients to operate technology using only their minds. It helps them engage in ways we take for granted. So does that mean like you can look at a computer and like move them out, like do stuff?
Arguably, yes.
Well, and where does this stop? Where does?
I think it was initially developed for people that have ALS or something like that.
I want a USB port in my brain so bad. I'm serious. I've been saying that for a long time.
For what?
Just to be able to stick a memory stick in there and learn a bunch of stuff quickly.
Yeah, but wouldn't the brain have to be wired in order? Like just sticking a USB in there is one thing, but having it could be internally wired.
I mean, obviously, and how do you convert? Being somewhat sarcastic, but
no, I know that. But then, how would you convert the data on that stick into?
They're working on it.
How the brain learns. Dan, how does the brain learn?
They'll implant a little computing device into your head. Then you just have a little.
Well, then
port.
at that point, we're just goddamn computers,
right?
That's okay.
But we kind of are. We're kind of organic computers. And, our bodies know literally off or on. And
I'm always on until I'm off at
I'm always on
until
I'm off.
Right.
But the binary concept of the computer, which is just, ones and zeros, your body has that. It has a little bit more of a complexity to it because it can make different proteins. And so instead of just ones and zeros, it has a little bit more of a complex system. But essentially that's all it is. The scary thing is if they are able to if they're able to create a scenario where you can think something and something else reacts to it, then the argument is they can go backwards. And so they can make you think something when they want to. And that is the scary part of it. So, you mind controlling the cursors is lovely because you're so lazy you can't do it with your hand. But when they control your mind with the similar technology, then we're going to be like, uh-oh, what now? And so the rate limiting step is the interface. How does the computer interact with the brain? And is it going to be wired, wireless? Is it going to be because of things that have been injected into us for the last 20 years or 2 years?
Aren't they going to have to be able to put something in our brain in order to be able to feed data to us? They're going to have to be able to put something in a receiver, so to speak, that can convert that data
They're working on the technology.
to talk to our brain.
Yes, that's the interface I'm talking about, some sort of interface. But the interface doesn't have to be like a 4-inch by 2-inch, electronic chip. It could be a virtual collection of elements that receive and transmit information. That just circulate throughout your body.
People are already implanting chips like in their arm that are like say connected to a bank account. So
Yeah,
instead of having to pay for anything, you just like wave your hand over something and it just immediately deducts from your bank account.
Yeah, that is legal.
Now I know that's not the brain, so it's a little bit different. I understand
that's
that,
like
but
chipping
that's
a dog.
Yeah, that doesn't interact with you.
I understand, but it's connected to you and your personal information.
Well, hold on. Now, here'd be a better example. I have a friend of mine whose daughter is diabetic, and she has one of these little things on her arms.
Right, the monitors. They're great.
Yeah,
are you talking about birth control? Or?
No.
Chuck and Leslie, $25 PayPal.
It's like
Chuck and Leslie from Cape Coral, $25 PayPal.
Yeah. They were at the baseball game.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right.
Anna, it's like this little button like button they put on your arm.
Is it called the Dexcom?
Something like that, I think.
Yeah.
And it monitors your blood, your insulin and your blood sugar, everything, and it goes right to your phone and will give you an alert as to when your blood sugar is too high or spiking or when it's too low, and it'll also you program your loved ones or your friends or your family or your mom or your dad,
so they're aware of it too.
So like my friend was visiting here, and his daughter, he got an update that she was getting low on blood sugar. So he just called her. She's like, "Yeah, I got the alert, Dad." But he was just, that's kind of.
And that's, you have a wire, essentially. You have a sensor, and something is going into your bloodstream or into your interstitial tissues.
Right.
But the rest of it's wireless.
And
so this
isn't like the old school, all kind of deal.
Yeah, this isn't like the old school VCR remote that has this big, thick black wire. I mean, we're able to do things wirelessly, and we can control things wirelessly very easily. And with, essentially with electromagnetic fields, we can read and transmit a lot of information.
And also charge.
My main concern with this like Neuralink or the interface between AI and human bodies is really like them hacking the system and them being able to know what you're thinking. Obviously, like what Dan was saying, control your thoughts, but then imagine we talk about the thought police, like, oh, you're getting mad at me for my thoughts, but what if they actually could do that? And then they start saying, well, listen, we want to prevent crime, make it seem like they're doing something just.
Like the
we want
Tom
to prevent
Cruise
crime.
movie?
Yeah, like, oh, you thought about killing someone, you thought about touching a kid, you didn't do it, but you're more susceptible because you're having these thoughts. We're going to arrest you because of your thoughts. Like, that's where I start to...
I'm glad they can't arrest based on thoughts. I've been in prison years ago.
Right.
It sounds like you're getting more in trouble, picking on a protected class or talking about certain medical things.
My mouth gets me in trouble.
Talking about kids.
But hold on now. Can you see where this potentially, maybe not in our lifetime, but can you see as they perfect this type of technology that at birth they chip you or they port you or they do whatever, just like now, except for Anna's child. Most boys get circumcised as soon as, within a day or two. That's just kind of the way it is.
Boys.
American boys, for the most part, you get popped out of your mom. They let you, hang out for a couple days, and then they go and take ring arousal, take the foreskin off your penis. It's the most. Dan has said that out of all the medical procedures he's ever done, it's the most blood curdling cry. Like it's just like it's a cry that you've never heard any human being make because they don't use any type of anesthesia, nothing, no numbing cream or nothing.
Sometimes they put a little numbing cream at the very top of the base of the penis.
Sometimes. A lot of times they just take that little, that little piece of, it's just a little sterile cap. And,
a little ring.
And they just go they're cutting off an onion ring.
They said with Walker they were going to put a tiny bit of numbing cream on it when they took him away.
Now, is he circumcised?
Yes, he is.
And did he?
Were you there?
Were you there?
No, they took him away.
You would have started crying.
Probably would have.
Well,
you would have said, re-circumcise me before you do him, please.
Yes, yeah.
You would have, if you had heard it, Lummy. You'd have been, because you got disturbed by the goats when they had the horn deal, and so if you had heard that sound, and it's a very, very memorable sound.
Is it like
you'd be?
Is it like that?
It's every breath is nothing but scream.
Oh, yeah.
It's like,
because the kid's in agony.
Okay, so
it's brutal. It's the hardest sound to hear.
So Dan,
yes,
do you recommend people do it to their kid?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But we're not for altering genitals or anything.
The long-term effects and the long-term benefits of it far outweigh the 5 seconds of the kid going through hell.
When they brought Walker back, he brought him back in after 20 minutes. He wasn't crying. He didn't even know what was going on.
Right, didn't even know that they cut the pork rind off of his wiener.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
No big deal. Anna, if you had a boy, that's one thing that you and Blitz, I think,
we actually talked about this
strongly disagree on.
Talked about this a month ago.
If you two had a boy.
Yeah. We literally had this conversation.
We have to circumcise half of them.
That's a great idea, Dan.
So no, hold on.
I would just clearly take the kid in a few days later and say, "Don't tell anyone, but here, hurry up and do it."
Right.
Notch foreskin.
Me and little Chris are going out for go down to amateur work to go look for some bitches, and Mom, make sure.
All right, have fun, boys.
Okay, make sure this house is clean by the time I get back
Will
here
do,
and the laundry's
honey.
done. Hey, little guy, we're gonna come.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Foreskins R Us.
We're gonna go to Foreskins R Us. I got a Groupon on this deal.
Foreskins
I got a Groupon.
I know a guy.
And I know a guy. And take it right down to Dan's. Dan, I mean, if you had the little tool, you could do it, right?
Oh, I could do it.
Yeah, no
I could do
problem.
it without the tool.
Well,
I don't need a tool. I got other tools. You don't need tools. You just use a clamp. You don't need a tool. You can do it the fancy way. You can do it the old school way.
Dan's old school. He'll be a true craftsman about it. Like he'll do it with a 17 blade.
Freehanded.
Yeah. Be like, hey, you know what? Most kids get their penis foreskin taken off by this little
machine,
this little plastic, disposable razor blade. Mine was handcrafted by Dr. Dan Diaco, almost like a Ferrari compared to a GM that gets built at an assembly plant.
Right,
my foreskin got taken off by hand, buddy.
Yep.
That's what Anna. So when you and Blitz talked about it, what was the outcome?
Well, I kind of asked him because I said, over my dead body, I would never allow that to happen. And there's no really there's no compromise with circumcision. It's either you have it or you don't have it. It's not like, oh, we can meet halfway. I think the conclusion was that Blitz would prefer it, but he would understand.
He laid down on that deal?
I mean, there's a lot of things he doesn't budge on, but I think with that, he kind of understands where I'm coming from.
But where are you coming from?
So when he's 15 and he's in high school and he's like, Mom, I'm getting teased every day.
Yeah.
And I have this.
Well, I would just say, tell them that your parents
stuff.
loved you and didn't want to inflict agony on you, and your friends' parents don't care about them.
Do you know how well that works at 15?
Every kid gets bullied. We talk about this all the time, that we need to have thick skin, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're bullied for something. Oh, we should just lay down and say, okay, well,
So he's 25.
I was teased for tough stuff.
Anna, here's the thing. Here's the one thing. You get over the fact that you don't have any standing in this topic.
Oh, because I'm not a male? Should you have an opinion on abortion? Yes, you should, because you're a human being with a brain.
No, because if I was to be part of abortion, I have 50%. I helped make that child.
I'm just saying in general. Should you have an opinion on an abortion?
I shouldn't have an opinion
on female circumcision.
On female circumcision.
Yes, you should. It's wrong.
No,
it's
to you
evil.
it is. To us,
evil.
I don't have an opinion on it.
Genital mutilation is wrong.
Here's the thing, Anna. Just doctor-wise and cleanliness-wise, it is. You know, my Uncle Jerry wasn't circumcised, and he got to be 84 years old, and he eventually had to go get circumcised because it started growing over.
And I mentioned that a lot of times people have to later.
Remember 25 got his
and
done
there's a
at
lot of women that need to get
hated it.
mastectomies because they get breast cancer later in life, but I wouldn't suggest lopping off a 13-year-old's breast in the event that breast cancer runs in her family.
Here's the only thing that pisses me off about you. This is the only topic that I genuinely get mad at you about. Like I genuinely get mad at you about.
We can agree to disagree.
No, because you don't have a penis.
Okay.
And so you can't.
Well, women are really the ones making the decisions about circumcision because they're the ones there at birth most of the time.
No, I don't think so. I think you're wrong.
Okay.
I think the dads.
I gotta ask though, why do guys care what other guys do with their body? Like,
what do you mean?
Well, because like you said, the kids get teased. Like, why should another guy care what another guy's penis is like?
Because when one of these dongs don't look like the others, then all of a sudden they get
what
teased.
about a kid with a small penis that he can't even have?
He gets teased too.
That's exactly my point. Everybody gets teased. I got teased because my earlobes. You get over it.
All right, hold on.
But what's your earlobes? I mean,
I got big earlobes.
What's the
dramatic?
What's the percentage? What are the percentage of American male babies that get circumcised versus non-circumcised? What's the percentage?
It's probably pretty high in the
Probably
circumcision
80+%
direction.
now.
Hey, Alexa, what percentage of American baby boys get circumcised?
At birth.
From LATimes.com. About 64% of male infants are circumcised in the United States.
That's not a lot.
2/3.
64?
That's not very much.
I thought it was more than that.
I did too.
Because
I
a lot
did too.
of Asians and Indians here
It's
that are
'cause all
born,
these
and
new
Eastern
age-
European,
all these
Eastern
new age
European
people like you.
I think it's mostly a cultural thing.
Here's the thing. The baby gets what the dad got.
Yep.
That's the rule. That's kind of the underlying rule. Now, if Blitz wasn't circumcised, then I think you would have.
Why is that the rule? You just
That's
made
just
that
the
up.
way it
I
is.
think that's the general. I think that's probably how it goes 90% of the time, Bubba. I think you're right. I think if the male circumcised the father, then he'd most likely want his son to be circumcised.
so.
And here's the thing, Bubba. I don't know. I have never met, and I don't know that anyone else in this room has ever met, a guy that regretted the fact that he had been circumcised. How many of those people exist?
Yeah. But I'll tell you one thing, 25, who was a co-host,
Yeah, he was
who
like
had
30
to,
at that
who had to
point.
get circumcised at the age of 30, was mother effing his. He loved his mama, Gail, loves her more than anything in the world, but he cussed Gail out for 3 weeks.
I was going to say, he was out for
And there's also a population of people that feel like they were robbed of part of their
Yeah,
body because
there
we
are
saw
some
a
of those.
billboard on the way to Charleston about
it's right by Bubba's track.
I don't want my.
So
but
there's
here's the
both
thing.
sides.
I don't want my penis looking like an anteater.
That's fine. But that should be your decision as an adult.
Just appealing, just the way it looks.
We talk about this all the
looks
time.
Weird.
You should have autonomy over your body, and if you want to do that when you're 18, be my guest. That's how I feel about it.
No,
much
when
like
I'm
how we
18
feel about all other things concerning
when
the body.
I'm 18, and if you're my mom, and you didn't get me circumcised when I couldn't remember it at 2 days, I'm going to be mad as hell at you because I'm going to be having gotten teased all through my high school days. What do you mean I don't know that?
Dr. Dan, isn't there a
Most of the
medical
time,
benefit?
kids aren't even walking
there's
around
two.
naked anymore.
Well, but there's a medical
There's
benefit to
three.
cut it.
There's
right?
3.
What are they?
Well, first of all, you have almost a 0 chance of getting squamous cell carcinoma of the glands if you're circumcised. Secondly, it can become like that phimosis where your penis gets trapped either inside
Uncle
or
Jerry's,
outside.
like Uncle Jerry.
Right,
Say it, Uncle
inside.
Jerry's disease.
The Uncle Jerry's disease, where you get trapped either inside or outside of the foreskin.
Right.
And the third thing is it dramatically lowers your chances of getting HIV. But again, I don't know. Like I would ask, maybe Alexa, like what percentage of men have circumcision regret? I'm sure that's in a single digits, if not like non-existent.
Hey, Alexa, what percentage of men have circumcision regret?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, 5 to 10%. Did that answer your question?
Yes, Thank you. 5 to 10.
Thanks for your feedback.
No problem. Thanks. Having a tough day today. I got banned on Twitch.
Well, it's mostly an American thing. Most people, most men around the globe are not circumcised.
Let me ask you a question. You know what this is, and you are going to be mad that I dropped the mic on your ass.
Okay.
You only have this opinion because your father's not circumcised.
My father is Jewish, and every man in my family is circumcised.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like you just dropped the mic.
She picked the mic up.
Tell me pick up
Threw
that
it back
mic
at
again. She picked the mic and she hit me right between my beady little gorilla eyes.
Not only do Jews circumcise their sons, but they have a freaking party when they do it.
Where they lick it off
In my
the whole
opinion,
night.
it's disgusting.
It's on the 8th day.
There's the $20 super chat. I did.
When I was born, my pediatrician was Jewish and would not do it because I wasn't Jewish and didn't do it during the whatever celebration, the bris and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So another doctor had to do it because he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but you got it done nonetheless.
Yes.
Every male in my family is circumcised, and I disagree with it.
Man,
actually,
you are so stupid.
The highest circumcision rate in the world is in Africa and the Middle East.
There you go. Look, they know everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Love how they conduct business.
Africans,
they do it on men and women.
They don't do it in very. Yeah, they do it on men and women.
Well,
it's disgusting.
I'm like That's the one thing I get so mad at you about.
That's fine. I'm not going to go out in the street and protest. I don't care that much. But if we're having a discussion about it, I'm going to tell you how I feel.
No,
I sent you that link.
Yeah, you sent it to me, but I don't know if I can play it. I mean, because I can't play videos over here without getting copyright Willie.
Oh,
well, right. I mean, isn't that kind of the way it goes?
Yeah, but it's a website. I mean,
yeah,
that's the billboard by your truck. I actually took a picture of it when I drove by.
Oh, send it back. What you sent me was a video.
And I sent you a website.
Well, send it back to me. Things disappear quickly over here. So Anna, like you wouldn't give this. This is a billboard.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's the website that is on the billboard.
I did not consent. Circumcisions destroys 16 plus functions.
What functions were they?
Look, I'm not saying I agree with these people, but that's a billboard by your track on 75.
Probably
right,
like sensitivity and stuff.
My penis is as sensitive as...
But you don't know because you have nothing to compare it to.
I want my foreskin back. Penis cutting is a sex crime. Circumcision, penis mutilation. Vote no on circumcision. Yeah, you bunch of weirdos.
Yeah, they are. I agree, but
well, yeah. I mean, I probably wouldn't be parading around with
Dan,
them.
Here we go, Dan. This is something that you should be able to medical advice, right? It says American doctors, in particular, are the last people you should trust with the safety of your son's penis. Well, then who the hell am I going to trust if I can't trust
doctor,
the goddamn doctor at the hospital? That is at the hospital taking care of baby boys and baby girls. Who in the hell am I going to trust?
These guys.
These dudes?
Yeah.
Yes. The Japanese flag.
Many of them are totally ignorant about functions of the foreskin. They do not want to admit that their profession has been damaging genitals for children for the last 100 years. Often there is a financial incentive. The more babies they cut, the more insurance companies will pay.
Well, that is also true.
I can't think that a circumcision really costs that much.
No, it's not a big ticket item.
When do they do it with like non-Jews? Is it like the day of birth?
A day or two after, when your mom's still in the hospital, but not that first day. It's usually like the second day.
It's the second day. They come
how much
in.
Does it cost, Bubba?
They come in. They ask you if
how
you want
much
a
it
gun.
costs.
The average cost in Florida is about $2,000.
Is that at the hospital?
And it says it says for an infant. For an adult, it's about $5,000.
Yeah, and so for that
you gotta
hospital
think
bill.
Well, if you're gonna save money, I guess
You got to think $2,000 per baby.
Yeah, but
that's a lot of money.
But the insurance companies aren't paying that.
They're not paying $2,000 for a
they're
gallbladder.
not.
You think they're paying $2,000 for a foreskin?
Dr. Mark
Come
told
on.
me. Dr. Mark told me how the insurance company goes. They call them up and say, "Hey, listen, your bill's $6,200. We're going to give you $3,100, and we're not going to drop you. And if you want to go ahead and be a dick and take the $6,200, then we're no longer going to offer you as an insurance provider."
I'm kind of surprised.
Dan, is that how it goes?
Yep.
Take it or leave it.
Yep. It's really a strong arm. It's a shakedown. It's a strong arm of the insurance industry. They just really dictate what you do.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of surprised they haven't kind of said, "Hey, look, we're not for circumcisions, or we're not going to cover it, or something," because it's not necessary.
It's not a wonder that the honest have not, pilfered or penetrated the insurance companies.
I'm surprised, actually.
And the insurance companies don't have this same type of woke mentality.
I'm woke?
Where a kid. I think not circumcising your child is woke.
Yeah.
it's organic penis. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone unless there's
Anna,
a problem.
Anna, but
my
Anna,
duct tape doesn't work.
What
'cause
you
there's
don't
schmegma.
understand is, Anna, what
Maybe
you
you
don't.
should take a shower, little Johnny, and use soap and water.
What you don't understand is it develops into potential problems that circumcision.
Every body part does.
I'll tell you one thing. I haven't had a problem with my circumcision, and I'm going to be
Okay,
57 years old.
Congratulations. That's great. Most people are circumcised are totally fine. That's not my argument.
Bubba, I am really curious as to the 16 different functions of the foreskin.
Me too.
I am entranced by this concept that it could have 16 different functions. My pinky doesn't have 16 different functions, but my foreskin.
My brain doesn't have 16 different functions.
My eyeballs
I
don't.
only function at about 12.
Yeah.
Did they list them?
I got 12 things I'm good at. That's it. Period.
I just want to know 5 of the functions.
Yeah, I think I minimized the screen. Blitz have to resend it to me. Or maybe send me an article, particularly what are the 16 functions of a foreskin. If you lap off the foreskin.
I mean, I can't think of 16 things that I do as a human.
Well, yeah.
I'm trying to find on the website where they actually list the 16 things.
Yeah, take action, donate. Oh, there. This is what it's all about, right here. Donate. Yeah.
Donate. Every organization.
Do-it-yourself activism. It's like do-it-yourself circumcision.
Sometimes they try to stretch the skin around.
They try to. Was it
about circumcision? Hold on here. Circumcision is cruel. We can't show any of this. Cruel and unharmful. Circumcision regret. Circumcision regret. Mom protests forced genital cutting of children.
Foreskin restoration is what they call it.
Oh, that's a job I can get into.
There you go, Dan.
Rebuilding foreskins.
Yes.
This chick's pretty hot.
Yeah.
She's not real happy that her kid got cut.
I like how they all wear white, including the women, and put like blood down by the crotch.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Period.
Many men are surprised to learn that the sexual dysfunction that they've grown accustomed to is actually a direct consequence of the genital tampering they underwent shortly after birth. As a child is experiencing an oddly significant amount of pain in his penis. Well, Lummy, you are the one that most recently had a boy circumcised, right?
Correct.
What did Walker tell you?
And Walker
He loves
said
his penis now. He plays with it all the time.
I mean, you said you can testify that they went and did the procedure.
Yep.
30, 40 minutes, they bring him back, and he has been fine ever since.
He was happy when he came in, and he's been happy ever since.
For the 15 minutes that he might not have been so happy, you didn't see it.
Nope.
And
he doesn't remember it.
And he doesn't remember it. I mean, what better medical, healing is that? I can't remember it. Right?
Yeah.
It's perfect. In fact, women who are suffering during birth have a hormone that's secreted right after birth that makes them forget about all the pain of birth.
Oxytocin or something.
It makes them forget. They don't remember the pain. And so, yes, amnesia of pain is the best way to treat it.
Here's some further things, Dan, that you and I and Blitz and everybody that I know that's been circumcised are potentially it could happen. These are the regrets, the 16 things, and so far one it's not. Here, I got sound effects for this. Hopefully, I'll get. Number one, as a child, I experienced an oddly significant amount of pain.
Rare.
When I was 18, I started becoming sexually active, and I didn't feel anything.
Wrong.
Not to mention that when I was 14 and discovered my penis, I went crazy on it and felt everything. Right?
Well, that's a ding-ding.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But your foreskin, lack of does not. I mean, at the end of the day, Dan, your foreskin just covers the gland of the penis, correct?
The glands, yes.
Yeah, the head is called the glands, right?
Yes, GLANS.
Right. So it's just a membrane of skin that grows over the glands, right?
Yes.
And
the glands are tracks.
The glands are more healthy in life to be exposed and not under a thin membrane of skin, creating schmegma and head cheese and all that kind of nonsense.
Well, that's what they're saying is not correct.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can
they're saying
properly.
We need to go to the phones. We actually need to 813-90 Bubba.
813-90.
Hold on, 813-90 Bubba. And here's what I need. I need guys that have not been circumcised. I need uncircumcised
organic
men.
penis.
The problem is there's no way to say, hey, this feels better or worse, because you can't compare it. Because
you can't. 25 adults that were circumcised.
25 at 30 got it, and he said it sucked.
Of course.
Yeah, but I'm saying at birth.
Right.
But at least
there's no way to compare.
I feel maimed and I feel mutilated. In my 20s, I couldn't get an erection at all, so I had a lot of heartbreak in those years. If this doesn't sound about as woke as it could be.
That's ridiculous.
But this is the company.
These are the 16 functions?
Jay Gator for $99. Super chat. Thank you. I didn't ask for this. Blades, sharp objects, can opening devices are put onto the most sacred part of my body. I'm just absolutely, I feel raped, abused, is it
I can't read it.
Filleted open as if I was some type of experiment.
Oh, please.
Bubba, these
It
are
gave
like,
me. It's your girl that believes in this, Blitz. It gave me depression,
I don't believe in these 60
anxiety.
things.
I know, it's just-
No, hold on. You.
I just think it's wrong for the principle of the fact that it's your body. You should be able to do with what you want with it.
Going through the site
All right.
that you guys referred me
my
to.
body,
Oh, no,
my choice.
I sent that
Right?
just because that's on the billboard. I don't know if we actually agree on what it
Gave
says.
me depression, anxiety, and it's something that I don't really tell anybody about. You don't tell anybody about it because you got an anteater, and it looks ridiculous. And I am the guy that made fun of the uncircumcised people in school.
Yeah, because you're dead.
But like, man, Herb Bailey, you got an anteater. Pull that sweater back, kid. That's what we used to say. Hello.
Hey, how you doing? What's up, Bubba?
Is this Buck?
Yes, sir.
Now, Buck, are you calling as an uncircumcised man?
Yes, sir.
And do you wish your parents would have circumcised you?
No, I don't. I heard Dr. Dan talking about the 16 reasons. I don't know all 16, but I got 2 of them.
Please.
No lube and sunbathing. I don't have to worry about getting sunburned.
Yeah,
Protects the penis.
most of us don't, suntan with our wieners hanging out. Buck, you happen to have a very large black one that can get suntanned. Our little white ones don't do too well in the sun, buddy.
We're in the shadow of your penis.
Your big black penis is overshadowing my little one, Buck.
You never laid out by the pool at your house?
No. Hell no.
People our size don't do that.
No, Buck. Only large.
They don't lay nice.
Only large African American men that lay 7 natural can do that. We can't do that,
Or
buddy.
Blitz and Dr. Dante.
So everything is really tan except your glands?
Oh yeah.
Hey,
nice
I
and
guess
red,
it's a way for your penis to have tan lines.
It's the way it smiles.
Right.
No, I know
One more
that.
question. One more question before I go, Bubba. If we so politically correct now, we can't have no more boobly offs.
No,
I haven't heard you do a
no,
boobly.
there ain't no booblies. There ain't no nothings. No. No way. We can't even tie. We can't even tie the garage ropes the way we want to.
Good to talk to you. I just wanted to give
All
my
right,
little
man.
Thank you for calling in.
That's
Appreciate
all
you.
I got.
Love you, Buck. Pediatrician describes botched circumcision and baby death.
Again, these are rare, so I understand that.
Circumcision and an infant child death. My son killed himself after his circumcision. This is
not my organization.
No, I know.
I'm just saying there's people, men who regret having a circumcision.
And these aren't really the 16 functions of the foreskin.
No.
I'm still trying to figure out like more than 1 or 2.
Here, hold on.
I mean,
Hold on a minute. Hey, Alexa, what are the 16 functions of the male foreskin?
As opposed to the
Sorry,
female foreskin.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, nobody knows. It's a sweater that's over your glands.
It's, sun protection. I don't know that one.
So,
just UV protection.
I'm thinking, now hold on. I'm thinking that maybe when we were cavemen, our wieners were hanging out.
The last one I sent you is more scientific.
Okay. I'm thinking when
this is the list of what this.
When we were before I read this, when we were cavemen, and like in today's society, you can pretty much protect your wiener through underwear and pants, right? Shorts,
Pubes protected him.
Well, yeah, but as a caveman, when you didn't have necessarily underwear and shorts, and your wiener was hanging out there, that little protection layer of skin, better known as foreskin, might have came in handy, when one of them Tyrannosaurus Rex was taking a hack at your deal.
Like it does with dogs and other animals.
Yeah, but we have clothes and stuff. I mean, even catchers wear cups nowadays.
Yeah. Well, part of the foreskin, it says on this site, it protects the glands from abrasion and contact with clothing.
There you go.
Because the gland is
It's supposed to be moist and wet.
Yes, it's supposed to be a mucous membrane.
Which makes it more susceptible to infection. So if you get circumcised, the skin on the glands becomes keratinized like the normal skin on the rest of your body, which also protects it against abrasion and things like that.
my foreskin keratinized.
You want to dry glands?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to go through the foreskin advantage. I know you're riveted. We'll go through that next. Okay?
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
You're in time. R.I.P. to Sam, who gave me this sweatshirt. I really like it.
Thanks, you also come. Zachary Kenny Powers. Thank you, everyone. What is there on Hype Train? Hype Train complete. Woo! We'll do the hype boat. On the hype boat. Good morning, Bout Hauser 7. Neo Montplaisir, good morning. Organic Gene, good morning. It is canceled for. It is currently canceled. Tom Lennon, good morning. Hey, hi, full hazel, Doug. Sweet J Gator 4. Berkeley for Meadow. Exactly. Let's see. Boom. Morning, Skiz Eater, Dark Knight Steve, what's up, buddy? Matthew, God. Good morning. Big E7375. Yeah, me too. Good morning, little woman aftermath.
Thank you for everybody for following us over here. I'm currently on YouTube, but I need to go over to Facebook.
It does pay you the full guy. You have to have a premium subscription, and then you can turn your phone off.
See if we broke 100.
Yeah, it's the one without spaces, Big E7375. If you look at the videos, if you click on it, there's one that has a video from 4 months ago, and there's a video from last night. Good morning, Bob Bowles for Anna, Spencer, good morning. Douglas Ruggish Nerd.
We're at 117 over there in a visual.
We're at clean 766 on YouTube. Thank you, everyone.
I'm gonna be a little slut. I'm gonna go back.
No, Big E7375, it's their fault.
We got Brad and Kevin.
It's not.
And Jeff and
that's
Todd,
why the videos are 4 months old. We
Brian
got a big one.
and Mike.
Yes, for right now. Oh, Pedro, that's unfortunately you can watch YouTube without it. Good morning, 843 operator. Elkhart Rob, good morning.
So Todd and Kenneth.
You can go
Jeff.
YouTube for that. Grapes! $300 super chat.
Who?
Grapes! Lloyd Wells, good morning. Grapes, you know grapes.
Money. Send that money!
Good morning, Mike Dixon.
Thank you, guys.
Dix. Thank you, Grapes.
Send that money, honey.
Grapes, great listener. Great listener, Grapes.
God bless America.
He's a Hall of Famer, Grapes says. Hall of Famer.
I really do like this sweatshirt. Did we all get one from Sam? Did you get one?
From who?
The guy that
Who?
Neil Mount Pleasure.
I got long.
Another 15, Lummy.
Thank you, Neil Mount Pleasure.
Lummy's hat is selling quite briskly.
Briskly? It's selling briskly!
With our circumcised penises.
With our circumcised peanuts.
I gotta tell you, man, you need one of these hats because if you wear this hat and you get pulled over, you should have this in your truck in the middle console.
You should have, yeah, on your dashboard.
As soon as you fucking get pulled over, you put this motherfucker on. Yeah. And you go, yes, officer. And he goes, you know I pulled you over? And you go, yes, I was speeding. I'm not even.
Because you saw my hat, you want to know
and
where I got
sees,
it.
Oh, thin blue line
I would have loved it, Todd.
I'm pro police.
It's so smart. Can I see the back of it? Can you do a little spin? 360?
Everyone hated on when I designed my hat. Interesting.
How the tables have turned.
Everyone was hating on it.
I can even put it on a little bit. Oh, no, I'll probably mess my hair up.
Maybe Erica could take a picture of the back of the hat and put it on the website.
That's a good point. Okay.
Just so they can see it.
A lot of people think it's...
yeah, because they don't know if it's a snapback or not, even if it says flex. But whatever.
Just tell them my name.
Suggestions.
It's like Gary Cantrell.
Trickiest of knees.
Perfect timing, especially with all the shit going on with the police.
I might mess my hair up, which I might have.
No, your hair looks good, Bubba. It still looks really good.
Just in time.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Podcast.
As you start your new year, you might want to start trying to be a little more financially responsible. That starts and stops with getting a credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream. From Lightstream.com/BTLS. Jesus, Lummy, really?
Well,
like, for what? When I go from Lightstream.com/BTLS.
I'm sorry.
A credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream can help you pay off your... That was probably my fault, not yours. I threw you a little bit of a curveball.
I'm sorry. I swung and missed.
A credit card consolidation loan from Lightstream can help you pay off your credit cards and lock in a low-interest fixed rate. The rate is good for the entire life of the loan. Rates start at 7.99% APR with auto pay and excellent credit. The rate is fixed for the entire life of the loan. It won't go up. $5,000 to $100,000, and there are no fees. You can get your money by later this afternoon. Lightstream believes people with good credit deserve a better loan experience. It's exactly what they give you. And for my listeners now, you can apply and get a special interest rate discount and save even more. The only way to get this discount is to go to Lightstream.com/BTLS. LIGHTSTREAM.com.
Subject
to credit approval. Rates range from 7.99% APR to 23.99% APR and include a 0.50% auto pay discount. Lowest rates require excellent credit. Terms and conditions apply. Offers subject to change without notice. Visit Lightstream.com/BTLS for more information.
Nikki peeled $199.99 super chat.
$200.
And Grape, other Hall of Fame Homeless Drew Garabo, $300 super chat.
Woo! Who needs Twitch?
Woo!
The hell out of here. We'll just be using you for 199s only. You oversensitive bastards.
It's a good way to win him back.
Who cares? I used to be oh, Twitch.
They can't hear us now.
I can't. Yeah. What am I going to get in trouble for something I didn't say on their airs?
Yes, it's in the rules.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Man, this is so. I feel like
reverse.
I feel like I'm in Russia.
It says all their rules apply on or off platform.
I mean, Dan, have you ever heard of a more controlling? I mean, Jesus, God.
That's worse than Jay's rules.
No, those are worse than Steve's rules. Right?
No, Jay's got more rules than Steve.
Steve, really?
Yeah.
Who's less uptight, Jay or Steve?
Does it depend on what it's about?
Yeah, it's weird. I think overall, Steven's a little less uptight.
For real?
But Jay seems less uptight.
Oh,
Jay plays it off better.
Plays it on TV that he's not uptight.
Yes, he plays it on TV. He plays a non-uptight person on TV.
Oh, so you're saying he might kind of fake the funk a little bit?
He's like, I'm a cool guy.
I'm a cool guy.
He's
Matthew
old Rules McGee over there.
Matthew Hoxie, 25, and I didn't screw up his wedding. He loves me. Today's after show will not be an after show because we're giving you 4 hours of a show here on Facebook and YouTube. Then that's the show that you get. That's it. The after show is going to be a podcast only.
Ooh.
How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, this might end up working out better for all parties involved. So we'll do a 4-hour show, our regular terrestrial, uncensored or uncensored, 4-hour show, Willie. The 6 to 10 morning show, so to speak, which is visibly being seen on Facebook and YouTube, audibly being heard on our 7 affiliates, the TuneIn app, and the Bubba Army app and BubbaArmyRadio.com audibly. And then later today, when we do an after show, it's going to be exclusive to our podcast up at noon.
Cool.
Somebody
and no
sent
Kevin's Law tonight, by the way.
Yeah, I heard Kevin
is
canceled.
Sick, so just as a reminder to other people.
Kevin might have bam, bam, bam.
Didn't call me.
It's all right. The foreskin advantage. These are the things that supposedly are good about foreskin.
Who did the study? I'm just curious.
I don't know who did this study.
A doctor.
Well, I mean, does it say if they're like conducted by?
I don't know who.
I always like to see people just have like a bias, or if it's like a religious group, or.
Well, there's a lot of if Bubba goes all the way down, it has a lot of references.
Okay.
What do you mean?
There's like 51 references from different doctors and books, and so she was asking. There's
full penis length benefits enjoyed by men who are intact, not circumcised. Now, so are they saying that when they lopped off my foreskin, they took off an extra half? Are they saying that?
They took off a good amount of skin, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not skin that
doesn't really count.
It's not usable, penetratable skin. It's not functional.
Right, because it does peel back.
I mean, it's not functional, intercourseable skin.
It's redundant skin.
Right. It's not skin.
Now I agree with you, but that's not what they say.
Full penis length and the prepuce the prepuce foreskin constitutes 50% or more of the skin system of the penis. If unfolded, a special flat. The average adult foreskin measures 60 to 90 square centimeters, approximately 10 to 14 square inches. I wish I had a 14-inch square penis, please. Or 2, about the size of an index card. So
who's got that much foreskin?
Yeah.
Come on.
Some of the largest, most well-hung men I know didn't have that.
Yeah, my foreskin hangs to my knees.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Bubba the Love Sponge is Joe the uncircumcised supermarket.
Yes, Joe. And are you?
If that's the case, I'm all for circumcision.
Are you a circumcised man that is proud to be uncircumcised, or are you a circumcised man that wished your mom would have gotten you circumcised when you were a baby and you couldn't remember it?
It all depends on if you care what other people think. I used to want to be like everybody else and want to be circumcised, but the reason why she did it, she's told me many times, she didn't want me to suffer as a baby, and she said that she knew that later on in life the sex would feel better.
She knew.
Well, I don't know that the sex feels better.
Nobody knows.
That's the problem. You can't compare.
Hold on. I can tell you that it doesn't feel better because 25 Cent, former co-host.
That doesn't count, though.
Well, yes, it does, Blitz, because he got circumcised at 30
after he'd had sex both ways,
and he had after it healed and he got back to sex. He said that there's no difference in the sex, in the feeling. It feels the same as it did before. That's a guy who had it both ways. So I would think
I'd be curious to see if it became more desensitized with time because of more abrasion.
He's got 30
time.
less years than normal.
Right.
All right, whatever. Just go ahead and keep co-signing with her, and you can have an uncircumcised baby soon.
Okay.
And know that your baby has something in common with one of your best friends, Joe the Supermark.
That's true, Blitz.
What else, Joe?
No, I'm just saying, how could you feel, I want to use this as clinical as possible, but when you have a sleeve around something and it's moving up and down, don't you think that would make it feel better in and of itself?
Maybe, but I also know that it gets dirtier that way, and there's schmegma and stuff like that.
I could definitely speak for that. For me, I never really pulled things back to really do a thorough cleaning as I was growing up, and not until I entered into the hospital situation did that happen. And now it hurts a lot. And now, even as we speak, I think I may have a UTI from using the urinals, the hand urinals in my bed, because I can't get out of bed, so I have to use that while I'm in the hospital bed. And
so proving our point that it leads to less cleanliness and more infection.
This is one guy's experience.
Well, no. Dan's a doctor, and clinically, I think it's been proven that.
I think even people that are anti-circumcision will say it's less cleanly.
Yes, I think it's been proven, Anna, that whether you're circumcised or not,
you could also cut off labia and say it's more cleanly because there's less smegma.
You completely interrupted me. I think that it's been clinically proved that if you're uncircumcised, you have to pay more attention to the cleanliness of your penis.
Sure. I'll co-sign on that.
Just because you have something additional to clean.
Right. But in my opinion, I think that the first thing that you do is not the most invasive thing. Let's first wash with water and soap and wash more aggressively before we just decide to start lopping body parts off. I don't think that that's usually, in no other realm is that the first thing you do, the most invasive thing.
And I would agree with you if you had this set equipment on your
body.
Why
does that even matter?
Dan,
I've never said to you, Bubba, you can't have an opinion on an abortion because you don't have a uterus.
Anna, unfortunately, that's the worst decision ever, because if I was to have an opinion on abortion, I had something to do with that abortion. I'm
talking about abortion in general.
No. Well, I'm talking. You're all over the road with regards to your argument. We're talking about a body-specific procedure for men only, not abortion. Because abortion, men do have.
Well, it is a women's issue. It is a women's issue because women are often the ones making the decision about circumcision for their sons.
Not always.
No.
Okay, but
not
also.
Real men.
What do you mean not real men? A lot of times, maybe a father isn't in the picture and a woman makes the call.
In that case, I have no problem with a woman making decision.
Well, then women are involved in this discussion. Okay, so
with children that are born to single mothers whose fathers choose not to participate in their life, then yes, it's the mother's decision, 100%.
Okay,
but in normal situations where a man participates in their son's birthing, I think the man makes the decision on this. Because the man is the one that carries this equipment around and has a firsthand knowledge, a absolute firsthand knowledge as to how this thing functions under all types of situations, cleanly situations, uncleanly situations, sexual situations, activity.
Sure.
I mean, the woman, you don't have any standing in it at all unless you are the only parent involved.
Okay, I would say probably in most healthy relationships, there's probably a discussion about what they're going to do. So they probably take input from both parents. What do you want to do?
Yes.
And most of the time, I'm sure, and maybe Dan can speak to this, but I think in America, it's like the default setting, right? You have to say if you don't want your kid to be circumcised.
Let me give you one argument.
It's not like that in Europe and in other countries.
Let me give you one argument that we've not talked about, but I wouldn't say necessarily is the 800-pound elephant in the room.
What, female preference?
Yes.
I think that is the worst argument you could make.
Oh, okay.
That's the worst argument you could make.
I know of several women that find uncircumcised penises.
What if I flipped it around and I said in some Islamic sects, the preference is women with no clitoris? It's a male preference. People would be up in arms. I don't think you would agree with that.
We're not living over there in Islamic land. We're right here. I'm talking about where we live.
It's the same argument.
I'm talking about where we live. There are. I could get a bank full of women right now on the phone. 813-90-BUBBA. And find out. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. That's not.
Don't you want your son to have a penis that women are most attracted to?
If no one was circumcised, there wouldn't be a preference for it. It's a cultural thing.
Unfortunately, Anna, 70% of men are circumcised.
Well, it's at 64 in America, and it's America only. Most countries
more than that in Israel.
Did you guys see that Putin suspended their involvement in the Russia or the?
No, we're not getting out of this one, Blitz.
So
no, I'm just saying, you are not considering the fact that there are a lot of you're kind of putting your little guy a little bit at a disadvantage because there are, maybe not you, but you're certainly not wired like the average woman. I think you would agree to that.
Yes.
Okay, but the average woman out there, I know a lot of women that find uncircumcised penises unattractive.
I find them more attractive on uncircumcised penises, but
Really?
yes,
Really?
yeah. But I mean, that's
Really?
what that's
you want
culturally.
you want your man to have like a wet spot in his underwear every time you see him?
Listen, that's culturally what's acceptable in America for the most part. But I don't think that my preference for something should trump a baby getting a part of their body lopped off before they're even able to say if they want that to happen or not.
It's a foreskin hotline.
I just don't understand how you don't see the logic between us.
As much as you don't understand my logic, I don't understand your logic.
May I just finish a point just really quick and then I'll shut up for the rest?
Yeah.
We just got through talking about how we think that we should all wait and not mess with the body until the person is old enough to say, I'm an adult and this is what I want to do with my body. We all co-signed on that earlier in the show when we were talking about other stuff. I'm just continuing that argument to its logical conclusion. Right. I don't want to be touching any part of the body unless that person grows up and says, you know what, I prefer this.
As
Fine.
men,
cool.
us as men.
Yeah.
Because we are a man and you're not. And every one of us, every one of us, even the guy you're dating, who sticks up for you every way, if he was to be totally honest with you, we would collectively, all of us would say, we're glad that our parents did it at 2 days so we didn't have to do it when we were 18.
Sure.
I don't think there's a man in this room right now that would disagree with me.
And I've never personally met a man that was regretting that he was circumcised. And I've witnessed other adults going through circumcision saying that it is torture.
The worst.
Oh, I would hate to have to get done as
it
an
would
adult.
suck.
Yeah,
it would
that's
suck.
a 6 weeks recovery.
Yeah, it would suck.
But
I would rather
a 6-minute recovery to a 6-week recovery.
What's the? Do we know like what the number is, or the percentage of people who don't get circumcised that then later have to?
I know that would be an interesting statistic.
Because I bet it's pretty
or
rare.
Have to or want to. I mean,
I can't imagine.
Ask that question.
I can't imagine anyone that would want to.
What percentage of men that aren't circumcised wish they were?
Hello.
What up, Bubba?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not circumcised, and it doesn't bother me. And like you said, growing up, nobody looked at my penis. And I played baseball. I was in summer camp. I did all the activities that normal kids did, and nobody see my penis at 10 or 13 years old.
Can I ask why your parents decided not to do it?
I tell you the truth, I never asked.
Okay.
And both of them are passed away, but I never asked. Me and my brother are not circumcised, so I never asked.
Organic penis, leave it alone.
We got 2 anteaters, no big deal. Appreciate it.
Organic penis, leave it alone.
Hello.
Hey, yeah, I made the full decision on my 2 sons to be circumcised. As a man that grew up not circumcised, I don't know why my parents didn't do it, but yeah, I mean, I wanted them to be circumcised because I didn't want them to go through what I went through.
All right, so that's a great point. And what did you go through?
Just when you're not circumcised, it's hard to let a woman look at it. It's hard, because you're different.
Yeah, honestly, like what you don't understand is, Anna, you don't discriminate against an uncircumcised penis, and in fact, you find it, appealing.
Probably
most women do not. Most women are not as wired like you, so you do get a little blowback or flack, if you will. You really, and here's a guy. Now, this isn't me. Here's a guy that actually, is experienced it.
Okay.
Yeah, psychologically, I mean, it sucks. So I didn't want my 2 kids to go through that. So yeah, absolutely, I made 100%. I made a decision to have them circumcised.
Yeah, and they're thanking you for it, because at 18, if they would want to do, I mean, listen, nobody wants to get a circumcision when you can remember it.
No,
you just don't.
No,
so
absolutely not.
All right, buddy, man, thank you.
Probably tastes different.
I mean, we're getting an array of answers, so it's not like just everyone just like,
No,
I regret
there
not
is no
doing
right.
it.
There is no right, and there
so,
is no wrong. It's just that here's my only beef with you is that you come across so strongly on something that you don't know anything about with regards to that part of the anatomy and how it feels on your body.
Right.
Like
but
you
you also don't know what
couldn't-
it's like to have a foreskin and what that experience is like either.
But I know what how much it would hurt as an adult.
Sure.
I mean, I know, and like this, I couldn't sit here and give you a strong opinion about a woman's period, one way or the other. I couldn't because I've never had one.
Sure.
You, meanwhile, can give me all types of different ins and outs of women's periods.
Right.
Well,
Sucks,
you
and I
don't
wish I
have a
didn't have one.
penis.
Okay.
You don't have a penis, and so you may think that it's one way or another, or it's
It
mutilation.
has nothing to do with the penis. It's just that it's part of someone's body part that's not mine, and I think that they should be able to decide what goes on down there.
And we, as men, are telling you, as a potential
You, as
mother,
an American man with a specific experience, not every man feels the way you do.
Hold on, that's part of the majority. But
American majority, possibly.
Okay,
so
which is where we live.
Which is where we live.
But let's qualify it.
Are telling you.
Understood.
That if our moms would have lopped off our penis at 2 days, we would appreciate it. Not 18 years.
Okay.
That's what we're saying.
Nick the Gun Guy, $199.99 super chat.
Jordan Brock 50 as well, and says he enjoys the U2 experience more. Is what he says. Thank you. Hello.
Hey, is this the Bubba the Love Sponge show?
Yeah, 81390 Bubba. Yes.
Hey, so I wanted to call in and actually talk to you guys about what you guys were talking about with the circumcision.
Mm-hmm.
You're live.
You're live on the air, buddy.
Gotcha. All right. So basically, when I was 13, I actually had to get a circumcision, and the reason why was because I come from a different country. So my mom is a single mom, so she wasn't there to tell me to clean it, and nobody really taught me to do that. So when I was 13, it got so bad to the point where I don't know how to say this medically, but it was harder to urinate, I would say, and it was let's just say that it was a really bad situation, and I wish I did get circumcised when I was younger.
And did you eventually ever get circumcised as an adult?
When he was 13, he did.
Oh, when he was 13, you did.
Yeah.
But don't you wish that maybe you would have had, been better educated on how to wash yourself properly before that?
No, I think his answer.
Yeah, because he said that he wasn't told how to wash properly.
What country did you come from?
Well, I don't really want to say that because then it might give away my.
All right, but listen,
Eastern European country.
Eastern European. Okay.
But nonetheless, I think that you said you would have had it all been done. You could if you could redo it, you would would have preferred that your mother had you circumcised at 3 days so you couldn't remember it.
Absolutely, because honestly, just the cleanliness part about it is a big factor. I will not lie about that,
right?
For sure. And plus, I think it just looks better.
I do too. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Cool. I have nothing against circumcision with people who want to do it as adults.
Well, maybe you can ask your baby at 3 days what he wants to do. If he's as smart as Blitz, he'll have an answer.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba. I'm rolling around uncut turtles out of the shell all the time.
Sir, can we use clinical terms, please?
Is that not clinical?
I got a doctor here, and I'd like for you to.
Dan say turtle out of the shell all the time. What are you talking about?
I'd like you to rephrase your statement,
sir,
please.
It's tortoise.
Uncircumcised, and it's out all the time. It's not hiding.
All right. So what's your point? What's your point, buddy?
Well, you're just asking for people who were and weren't.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
He's out of the shell, Bubs.
Keep it off the guardrail, buddy. Hello.
Hi. I wanted to give a female perspective on it.
Love it. I would.
You love it? I thought you were going to hang up on her because
no,
it doesn't matter.
Okay, two things. I work in a urology office,
All right, go ahead. Right now, ma'am, before you're so rudely interrupted by Anna, who's really pissing me off today.
Sorry.
I work at a urology office, and we have several men come in weekly from all over different countries wanting to get circumcised because they were not circumcised as a child. And they have to go into the emergency room, the ER, and get operated on, and it is very painful, and they wish they would have been circumcised as a child.
It's an emergency procedure that often?
I mean,
it's not emergency. I mean, it's done in the OR.
Okay.
It's an OR procedure.
Okay.
Right. I mean, it's not an office procedure nonetheless.
As an adult.
As an adult, it's a procedure done in an operating room.
Now, are they mostly coming in because there's a problem, or is it more of like an aesthetic issue?
Both ways, actually.
Okay.
We have some gentlemen who are 75 years old and have to have it done because of the cleanliness, because of the issue with the UTIs.
Right.
And now they're having to endure this because they didn't have it done, as a baby. And my first husband, he was not circumcised. He had nothing but issues. And he wished he would have had it done, as a baby as well.
How about your second husband? Was he circumcised?
He is circumcised.
And you as a woman have had both. And which do you prefer?
Circumcised.
Right. And you work at a urology place that has people come in and get this procedure done as adults, and you're saying the common denominator is they're mad. They wish they would have got it like Walker at 3 days old.
Yes, as soon as they come in, as soon as they turn 18 years old, they're coming to get circumcised.
And it sucks.
Americans, from all over, Brazil, Portuguese, from all over, because like Anna said, it is not standard practice to do it in other countries.
Right.
So when they come here, that's the first thing. One of the first things they want.
I'm coming to America to get circumcised.
And that's great. That's great. They can
remember
consent
Eddie
to
Murphy
it, no problem.
and Eddie Murphy coming to America. He should have said, "I'm coming to America to finally get circumcised."
Yeah.
Well, ma'am, thank you for your insight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The foreskin advantage, continuing that on protection. The sleeve of tissue known as the foreskin normally covers the glands and protects it from abrasion, drying, callousing, and environmental contaminants. My penis is, I'm not going around, a nuclear power plant with my penis hanging out.
But that even includes dust and dander. And so, again, it protects it until it gets stuck in it. And so, the problem is that the contaminants that it's supposedly protecting from often get trapped within the foreskin. And now they're laying against that mucosal membrane instead of the keratinized skin. So it's more easy for your body to absorb whatever is stuck underneath your foreskin, be it a virus, a bacteria, or other caustic elements.
The inner foreskin contains bands of densely inverted, sexually responsive tissue. They constitute a primary erogenous zone of the human penis and are important for realizing the fullness and intensity of sexual. Well, I have a circumcision, and I got to tell you, sex feels pretty damn good to me. I don't know how much better it can get.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
Gliding action. The foreskin is the only moving part of the penis. During any sexual activity, the foreskin and glands work in unison. Their mutual interaction creates a complete sexual response. The heterosexual intercourse, the non-abrasion gliding of the penis in and out of itself within the vagina facilitates smooth and pleasurable. I feel like I'm reading porn.
What the hell?
Erotica.
I'm starting to get a little bit. I can see Bliss Shorts is growing over there.
Some book with Fabio on the cover.
Yeah. Hello. Go ahead.
50 Shades of Grey.
Hello?
Yes. You're on the air with Bubba.
Hey, Bubba. This is the Shivering Beast from North Carolina.
How you doing, Shivering Nizero Busy Thieves?
Hey, I've got a comment about the circumcision conversation.
Yes.
Yes. My thought is if you want to go through life without having oral, then don't get circumcised. Because I'm not putting that thing in my mouth.
So you're saying no anteaters in your mouth Only helmet heads.
Amen. Helmet head only.
Appreciate
That's honestly like a disgusting comment to make.
Thank you, Shivering. Hold on. It's a woman's perspective.
It's fine.
She's like, if you expect me to perform oral on you, I will not do it under with foreskin.
Okay.
That's her. That's her. Just because you're a mark for foreskin.
A mark for cleanliness.
That's what your DJ name should be. DJ Foreskin Mark. Because you're a mark for foreskin. Before I go to words, should we even touch on this next topic, or is this going to get us in trouble again?
I wouldn't talk about it.
Science. Let me just read the headlines, and to one would think that this could potentially get me in trouble.
Absolutely.
And again, Blitz, just reading the headlines, not going to pontificate about it any other further. Science needs to stop using terms like male, female, mother, and father, researchers say. What in the hell is going on around here? And if I was to talk about this article further, I could even get more canceled than I already am. I'm already canceled 2 weeks off of Twitch. Might as well throw in Facebook and YouTube in there for a kicker if we dive deep into
this.
Thank
you. Yeah, no thank you.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Let's talk about the earthquake that happened yesterday. Talk about that a lot.
I'm just glad that our president celebrated President's Day celebrating Ukraine's president.
It's great, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Are you on YouTube?
I will watch the Oppenheimer movie eventually. I'm on YouTube.
Oh, okay, then I'll do
So, Don Dak, $100 on the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, at the Bubba Army. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Yes, foreskins will protect you from earthquakes. Poodle
That's
absolutely.
What I heard. That's what I heard.
Protects you from vinyl chloride inhalation damage.
I didn't bring up circumcision for the record. I just want to say. I didn't bring it up.
All I know is that when Greece got like this back in ancient Greece, they got taken over. When Rome got like this in ancient Rome, they got run over.
With circumcision?
No, it has nothing to do with circumcision. It's just all the society starts blending things like this and all normalization of things that have traditionally become non-normal. I'm not going to say anything specifically, but when we keep normalizing what we have vilified for the last 200 years, then it's going to be the demise of a society.
Yes.
Well, I was kind of joking about it earlier, but the Putin thing is actually a big deal.
What's the Putin thing?
He came out and said we're pulling from the nuclear treaty because we don't agree with any of that. We'll start launching nukes if we have to.
Somebody just gave me an article.
Hold on. Putin suspends nuke treaty.
Yeah.
Here you go. Bubba. Hi, Bubba. Oh, 20 minutes ago. Okay.
Yeah, no, it just came out.
It just came out?
Yeah.
He just had the speech like an hour or so ago.
Declared Tuesday that Moscow was suspending its participation in the New START Treaty, the last remaining nuclear arms control pact with the U.S., sharply upping the ante amid tensions with Washington over fighting in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm. He said, I'll start making new nukes and shoot them off. Watch me.
Yeah.
Keep arming Ukraine and see what happens.
You know, they didn't honor the deal of Ukraine.
Right.
The Western side didn't.
No.
We were supposed to do like 4 or 5 different things, and we did not do our part.
Oh, I know.
We nigged on all that, which is why there's an argument that Putin had a valid justification.
Oh, for sure.
1991. So let's see. The discussions of Soviet Union 91 led many former Warsaw Pact and post-Soviet states to initiation discussions about joining NATO. Poland, Hungary, and Czech Republic became NATO members in 99. Let's see. Look at mean, look at all these countries that said that they.
The deal was that Ukraine was not
Albania.
supposed to be in NATO, and that
Like past Germany. It was like, we're not going to go past Germany.
Right.
Guess who's part of NATO now? Albania, Bulgaria, Croatia, Greece. I don't know if that's right or left. Czech Republic, Estonia, Latvia, like Lithuania, Luxembourg is west. North Macedonia,
Baltic states.
Romania. Right. And then we're just like, this is completely unprovoked by Putin. It's like, was it? Because it wasn't.
It wasn't.
And there was a referendum in like the Donbass region about, how the people felt about being Ukraine. They're ethnically Russian, they speak Russian. 89% of them said, we don't want to be part of Ukraine.
Oh, how accurate that 89% is, but I'm sure it's the majority.
Right. I mean, like, 20% of the Ukrainian population considers themselves to be ethnically Russian. Good morning, David Tiz Figueroa.
You turned quick.
Hmm?
I thought you were going to get up and attack me.
Me? I was just looking at the time and the thingy. I was like, oh, I don't have time to go to the bathroom. What's up, Big Longer?
And if you have a first generation iPhone, you make some money.
Why?
It's worth $63,000, like unopened Generation 1 iPhone.
$63,000.
Like, it's like a collector's item. So if you hold on to a piece of shit long enough, it'll become worth
Fossil.
more. Yeah, it's like a relic
You
of the
should have
past.
a fucking warehouse. If you're a multi-zillionaire like Dan, you should have a warehouse and you should buy the first of everything.
Right.
And just pack it away.
Wait 20 years and then sell it on
Even if,
eBay.
Dan, if you would have bought like a 1984 Corvette, first year the new body style came out, and just put it in a fucking covered bubble. It just if you just,
Valuable. Yes, you're right.
Like those, the Super Mario, like the Mario Brothers from Nintendo is like super expensive and it's unboxed, but I mean.
like if you went out and bought the first Atari.
Oh God, that's.
And just left it in its cellophane and put it in a fucking storage container.
If you bought two of them.
Yeah, one to play,
and then
one just to fucking completely never open.
Woo. Let's see. Let's see. So cool.
Hey, Bama boy.
Look at his face. I can't.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show.
We'll do this program heard on our 7 affiliates terrestrially, seen live on Facebook and YouTube, both at the Bubba Army. If you're not following us on both of those platforms, please do. It costs nothing. And then today's after show, which will be like, 10:15 to 11:15, something like that, will be a podcast that you can get at noon wherever you get your podcasting. Spotify, Google Play, iHeart, Apple, and all the other great places. Just type in the Bubba Army Podcast or Bubba Army Podcast. That's it. And you can listen to our after show where we can run a little. Yesterday, we talked about Anna's, the deflowering of Anna,
Yes.
which I think might have been the first time that you've really got in depth in that publicly.
Right.
Were you okay with that? Were you cool with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And were you disappointed that Blitz is circumcised?
Yeah, I mean, are
were you
you
upset?
Let me ask you a question. Do you enjoy your boyfriend's penis?
I do, yes.
Okay,
100%.
and is your boyfriend's penis circumcised or uncircumcised?
I think Blitz has told everyone what
I'm
the
asking
status
you.
of it is. I don't like telling people's business. This is my business. But
It's circumcised.
Okay, he's circumcised. Yeah.
It's circumcised. It's long.
It's okay. I'll admit it.
It's circumcised. It's long, and you like it.
I do. Yes.
Okay. Oh, hello, mic drop. I just mic dropped Blitz's penis.
Sure did.
Yeah, Blitz got a McDonald's supersized penis.
Sure does.
I got to meet him.
He's got the big gulp.
I got the Happy Meal. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, you're on the air. 813-9. By the way, 813-90 Bubba. For anybody that'd like to call in, phones are a little brisk today. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what about the ones gone wrong?
Yeah, I think there are a percentage of circumcisions that are, I guess you would say, botched or gone wrong. I think that it happens.
It's pretty rare.
I think it happens in any procedures. I think there are root canals that go wrong.
Sure.
I think there are boob jobs that go wrong. I think there, standard stitches in the finger that go wrong. I think everything. In anything that you're dealing with medically, you have a percentage of things that potentially could go wrong for several different reasons.
Now, Anna, you say that's rare. Well, my son had it done, and the foreskin was too tight when it healed, and it messed up his flow, his stream.
Yeah,
so we had to take him back. Had to take him back and get it fixed.
Do you regret having the procedure in the first place, I imagine? Or
I'm not circumcised myself.
Oh, interesting.
It kind of wasn't my. I got voted out at birth. So
wait, hold on. You got voted out?
Yeah, you say
wife made the call.
Mama said we're getting
Mom
it done.
made the call,
and you
I
were.
wasn't there.
You didn't fight
I
for
was.
it?
I was a truck driver, and I
okay.
wasn't there. So
Interesting. But had you been there, you wouldn't have allowed it to happen.
You would have fought for that
I
foreskin.
probably wouldn't have.
Oh.
I mean,
Okay.
being I'm not circumcised. It doesn't bother me any. I've been clean my whole life.
Sure.
I mean, I've never had any issues.
Okay.
And my grandson, when his was done, which he's 2.5 now, he's got a little black speck on the end of the foreskin, which irritates the hell out of me, and we're going to try to get that fixed. I don't know what it is.
Interesting. Okay.
Lifetime risk of needing a corrective foreskin surgery is 1.7%.
Well, I appreciate the input, sir.
1.7%.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's pretty
2%.
small.
And also, if you keep the
here-
foreskin on, it could also become too tight and do the same thing.
Yep.
So the foreskin.
Understood.
Maybe being up here
Phimosis.
in Maine is
Maybe it froze up. Maybe
Your bad luck.
maybe got frostbite. Maybe got frostbite of the
Maybe the
penis.
doctor doing it just isn't that good.
I guess the
turn down
foreskin
the
would
AC.
help prevent frostbite of the penis.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
keep it
living
a little warmer.
outside, if you're
It's got
gonna
a sweater.
live outside
Naked.
and naked and afraid, then have maybe
As many
keep-
layers as
Right.
possible.
Yes,
Right.
I recommend
Layer.
keeping the foreskin if you plan on
Right.
living naked outside up north.
Hey, buddy,
Right.
appreciate
I
you.
do appreciate you calling in.
Appreciate you listening,
Thank you.
watching, seeing us, however you're getting us. Joe Gondak, 100 on the Cash App, and Randy Beard, 25.
People have been so generous today.
They have Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at the Bubba Army, and people have been like, screw Twitch.
Yeah.
We'll just, we feel your pain. We listened to the show. We don't think that anything that you said was that big a deal, but they did. So, and it's their box, and eventually, I'd like to get out of their box. I'd like to not to be so their box dependent. But that's the way it is currently right now, and so we'll play the game.
We got a great support team, though. I mean, when we're like freaking out, they're there to catch us when we fall. So,
you're right.
You know?
The Bubba Army.
Yes, they
was
will
like,
not let us fail.
Listen, if you take our Facebook numbers and you add them to our YouTube numbers, they're about what we do on Twitch. So they're like, we got you. We got you guys. And Blitz, I think you and I handled it pretty good. We're like, okay, whatever, screw it.
Yeah.
Blitz told me today, I'll find out specifically here what it was.
Hopefully.
He's already put an appeal in. And the only really moving part that really changes is that our 199,
right?
Which we had scheduled, which we will reschedule, and that just gives Anna a little bit more time to practice.
Okay.
And when we're allowed back on Twitch,
wiki,
we'll wiki it.
Headlights, $50, cash, PayPal.
Hi, who's this?
Leroy.
Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Bubba, I wanted to ask you, man, you guys used to do a little segment with Anna where you kind of like did the news, kind of like Howard does.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you guys could start doing like a little 15-minute segment of the news. I love hearing your opinion on
Hootie, $100,
political-
cash, PayPal. Sorry, super chat.
You mean Anna? I mean just a complete Anna situation?
No. I like hearing your opinion, like politically, when you talk about Joe or just things that are happening in the news. I like hearing your opinion on these main things for like 15, 20 minutes. It's just interesting to hear.
Well, that's kind of what the show is, though. I mean, the show kind of just goes story to story to story. Like we're getting ready to talk about Putin suspending. I guess he's getting ready to suspend the nuclear treaty that we have with the U.S.
New start.
And get ready to maybe blast some nukes off. So we were going to talk about that. But, I mean, on a specific news segment wouldn't be something that I would be against.
I just won't say it says here.
Your perspective is really good on hearing those kind of things, Bubba. And you got to remember, your audience, we're a bunch of degenerates, so we don't get to listen to the news that much. So we kind of go off of the things we hear from you. So that was just my opinion.
All right, buddy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it, man. Great.
Oh, and thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Hi. I just wanted to ask Anna, you know, you guys are talking about that penis stuff.
The penis stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Was your father circumcised?
Yeah, he had my dad's Jewish, so they had a bris for him.
Right, because my mother told me that, you know,
Your
what?
what?
His mother.
Oh.
No, all right,
Hello,
my
mother.
mom.
Hello, father.
My mom,
Your mom. Okay, right.
All right, and she was, they were, you know, I was born in the U.S., my brother was born in Germany, and they had to have, you know, I mean.
Are you Jewish, sir?
They couldn't be circumcised. Because the Germans used to check to see that if he was circumcised,
you were Jewish, right?
you were Jewish.
Yeah.
And my mother was in prison camp.
So your parents were Jewish, just to...
No.
Not,
My mother was German. My father was... My mother got caught on the French border with her mother and her sisters.
Okay.
I love this.
Because, you know, and then they went to prison camp.
Who did?
My mom.
Oh, your mom.
His mother. His mother.
All right, so your
yeah, that one too.
Yeah, and then what about the other parts of your family?
Oh, they're Italian.
Yeah, you think?
My father was Italian. Oh, God. You know, Dan, forget about you, man.
My father and mother.
But no, so, you know, I mean, that's why I asked if Anna's father was circumcised.
Her father.
All the boys in my family are
okay, I mean, that, okay?
Yeah.
Me.
How do you where do you live, sir?
I'm in Port Richey.
Yeah, of course. All New Yorkers.
Florida?
Yeah, this guy is Port Richey's finest.
Awesome.
I'll tell you that right now.
I'll get lunch with that.
And how do you listen?
I'm sure he knows the good pizza joints.
How do you watch or listen to the show?
On the TuneIn, you know, Bubba channel.
Oh, yeah, the TuneIn
radio channel.
Perfect. That's
Last
perfect.
question. What's the best Italian food in town?
The best, they don't got good Italian food over here in Port Richey.
Olive Garden?
You got to go to Tampa, maybe. You find good Italian food.
Okay.
Yeah, Cafe Paradiso.
Name, man.
Donatello's.
The number of roaches and rats.
Yeah.
How about Donatello's?
On Del Mayberry?
Yeah, the old school Italian.
Donatello's.
I would think I was there once. That was ages ago, but I don't remember what it was like.
Okay.
I don't remember
How old are
yesterday.
you? How old are you?
64 or 5. One
of those. Do you still not? Do you have a significant other? Do you have a wife? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you dating?
No, I had 3 wives. I ain't doing that shit no more. Sorry, man.
I mean,
what's a tree wife?
That should actually be a T-shirt. I had 3 wives. I'm not doing that shiz anymore.
I love
So,
this
like,
guy.
I mean, like, do you? Are you?
Should I get his number, Dan, for you?
Are you sexually active? I mean, do you? I mean, there's some Newport Richey
I
crickets.
try to be as much as I can, man. I ain't gonna, you know. I mean, but I'm old now, man.
I know, but like, can a 65-year-old guy from New York, you know, still score some old Newport Richey Cougars?
Man, I ain't looking for that, man.
He's going to
I
Moon
don't
Lake,
need no more headaches, man.
Moon Lake crickets.
If it happens, it happens. I don't
know,
need no more headaches.
but when it does happen, where do you seem to be able to, you know, to get them?
You know, I could meet them in a grocery store.
Right.
You talk a little bit to them, you know.
You tell them about your mother. You tell them about your father. Next thing you know,
someone in chat just said what I was thinking.
They're over there at the trailer, and you got it rocking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this guy sounds like Joey Diaz.
You know, all right, Bubba, you're having your fun, huh?
Yeah, I'm having my fun busting balls. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got it, man. Bust the balls.
All right, buddy. Good talking to you, buddy.
All right, man. Have a great day, guys.
Brian Miles, 20, from Ned Circumcised Herpes, is what is.
I hope that guy calls in more often.
Russian suspends only remaining major nuclear treaty with the U.S. Putin and Blitz just announced this, came out about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, well,
so.
he said it about an hour or so ago, maybe more. But
and basically, what's he saying here? Is he saying all bets are off?
He said that he's also warned of a global war that the West is starting.
And they are. I mean, we're getting so pissed off that China is saying that we may give a bullet or two to Russia, and we've been giving them tanks, anti-aircraft guns, heavy artillery, intelligence support, probably a lot of actual human support.
So he's blaming this on us. This is the West.
But it kind of is on us.
We've completely escalated this.
It very much is on us. Hold on. At least we got a major part of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And what Elon Musk said was, he did the whole Starlink satellite system for, internet access to Ukraine during this event. He pulled it the other day. And you know why? Because you guys are launching us into a global nuclear conflict. You guys, you ass clowns in Washington and in NATO are unnecessarily provoking, taunting, escalating this conflict. We are literally recklessly heading full speed into a brick wall known as nuclear war.
One of the heads of something in Ukraine came out the other day and said, "Oh, we want to take over the Red Square and we're gonna invade them now." And that's how to do it.
Yeah.
Austin Wolf, I'll tell you how to do it. 50
Don't get stabbed.
on Venmo, PayPal, Cash App at the Bubba Army, and we're doing really well today. Thank you for everybody for transitioning over to Facebook and YouTube to watch the show. And then audibly, you probably are listening to the show like you always do. So thank you very much.
I sent you an article.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, you have to send it to me again because it disappeared.
I sent it to Blitz. Sorry.
You're still scattered over this foreskin caper.
I really am. But I sent you a
more
list of the NATO.
No.
He basically came out and Putin came out and had a State of the Union address, basically, their version of it.
Right.
And he said, the goal of the West is to inflict strategic defeat on Russia and to end us once and for all.
Yeah. Well, judging by our actions, I don't really blame him. If you scroll down, you can see perfect right there, all the years.
And it says, we will act accordingly because we are talking about the existence of our country.
Now, but is NATO balls in? Are they straight in? Is NATO? Because look how big NATO is.
Here's the thing:
this is a picture of all. This is what NATO consists of, including us in Canada.
When George W. Number one was in power in 1991, and the USSR dissolved, we made a promise on paper and verbally saying that we would not move NATO 1 inch to the east. Now, as you can see, post-1991, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Albania, Croatia, right? Montenegro, North Macedonia.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, since he made that statement.
Since we said, we're not going to move 1 inch to the east, and it looks like we moved a lot of inches to the east.
So Spain should have been it.
Spain is west of Germany, so
no, but Spain was the last country,
correct,
to have joined since prior to that statement.
And technically, you could have had more countries to the west join NATO, whatever. But there would have been a huge buffer of land between NATO and Russia, right? I know we've talked about the USSR, but it was mainly Russia, right? So there would have been this huge buffer of land, but we've been moving more and more and more to the east, encroaching on their sphere of influence.
Now, is this Ukraine
and now Ukraine wants to be part of
Is this Ukraine
NATO.
Right here?
Yes.
That's Ukraine right there,
correct.
Right.
Yes.
And who's this right down here?
Is that one country or is that, let me see.
This big one. Can I click on it? And there we go. Okay, here we go. So is this Ukraine? Can you see a little better now? Yeah. Is this Ukraine right here?
Yeah.
All right. And then what's this country?
I feel like
it's not Ukraine. That's Ukraine, Bubba. The
Yeah,
big
the-
one that you're on now with the
That's
crystal.
Ukraine.
'Cause
Oh, I'm
that's
sorry.
Crimea, that little diamond of land underneath that big body to the right, to the right, to the right, right. The little diamond at the bottom, right? The bottom of the center of that big country you're looking at. That's
Yeah.
Crimea, right there.
here.
That's Crimea.
Yeah.
Right. Now,
You're
who,
right.
who
That's-
owns, who's that?
That was Ukraine's. Now it's Russia.
Correct. And so that big country is Ukraine. The
All
one
right.
above it is Belarus.
Belarus.
Excuse me.
So now, does Russia want Belarus too?
Belarus and Russia are like in cahoots with each other.
They have a puppet guy in charge.
They have a
All right,
dictator. They're cool.
So
Just for the
Putin's
record,
like
Moldova
Belarus.
is next to Ukraine.
What's that?
Moldova.
on the left.
That country.
To the right of Romania. That's Moldova.
Yeah, that's that
Apparently
little country's
they got hot
Moldova.
chicks, Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay.
Sorry.
So we got Moldova here. We got Crimea here. We got Ukraine here.
Yep.
And we got
See how big Ukraine is, by the way?
right there.
Ukraine is massive.
Ukraine
Huge.
is
It's
big.
It's the biggest country, I think, in
And
Europe by land.
And like,
Why are they
Ukraine
getting their ass
is
kicked?
very Russian as well, by the way.
20%. Sorry.
Go ahead.
20% of the people that live in Ukraine consider themselves to be ethnically Russian. And in 2014, there was a referendum in like the Donetsk, whatever region that on the east, they had a referendum, and the vote was about almost 90%. The people said, we don't want to be part of Ukraine. We are Russian.
Then why, if they had a public referendum and it was honest, and 90% said we would rather be with Russia, why isn't it a no-brainer?
The southern U.S. states also did the same thing, and the North said, not happening.
Well, I understand that.
So
But you have a good point here. And after World War I, and especially after World War II, we made an attempt during the sort of redrawing of countries' boundaries to respect what each local area identified as. And so when we redrew the lines of borders throughout these countries in Central and Eastern Europe, we did it trying to appease the population. And so if this population said, we feel more Polish than Slovakian, then they would move the line a little bit to encompass them into Poland instead of Slovakia. So arguably that referendum should have
meant something.
Meant something because, again, these lines that are drawn today were arbitrarily drawn. And
by governments.
By governments and by the
and
winners.
NATO.
By the winners.
And by NATO.
By NATO and by Russia. Because Russia drew these lines on the Eastern European side. And so Russia made the mistake of drawing Ukraine's line a little too far to the right. They should have drawn a little more to the left. But when it was USSR, it didn't matter.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why. When they were all lumped together as USSR,
it didn't matter.
It's like a state line. Like, who cares if Jacksonville's part of Georgia or part of Florida?
Right.
No one cares.
Who cares?
No one cares.
I mean, if Florida, cut off at Lake City, who cares?
Who
right?
cares? Right after Ocala. Stop it all.
If north of Lake City is southern Georgia, great. It practically is anyway, right?
God bless them.
And if the upper peninsula of Michigan was like, really Canada, who cares?
Who cares? Give it to them,
please.
Let it have Give Detroit.
You Youpers. I'd be on the phone right now with Trudeau saying, "What part of do you want Detroit or not?" Because we're
a lot of northern Maine is really kind of Canadian. We arguably should give them a couple 100 square miles.
So.
Please.
So Putin's like, you Western mother effers are really
he said
causing...
we turned a local conflict into a global conflict, and he wants to start building more nukes to lob off.
And you know what? It's his prerogative.
$20 cash PayPal.
Now, Blitz, why would he have to build more just to replace? Because I'm assuming
he wants to have more to be able to shoot them off.
Fresh nukes.
What I'm saying is he has them, right? He doesn't have to build them to shoot them. He's got them to shoot. He wants to build them to replenish what he shoots off.
No.
Nope.
He wants to upgrade his delivery mechanisms, and that is even being slowed down by the nuclear.
So you mean he's trying to make better technology nukes is what he's trying to do.
He's trying to upgrade them.
Well, the treaty he just pulled out of said that the number they have now is the only amount they can have.
Yeah,
he wants
you can't
to build
go
more.
over that number.
Yeah, he wants to build more.
So if he had 1,600, he wants to go to 1,700.
So they dismantled them, Bubba. They weren't completely destroyed.
But
they
hold
were just
on. At the end of
dismantled.
the day, if he's got 1,600, isn't that about
Bubba, if you had
1,400 more than he really needs?
Bubba, if you had $1 million, would you want to?
Yeah, but
I'm saying. There you go.
But if I could destroy my enemy with $1 million. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I want $6 million.
But you got to think some of them are really old, though.
Well, then blow those off first. Blow the old ones off first.
Well, that's what he wants. He wants to have more so that when he blows those off, he's got more still.
Well, then listen, he's given a number. How many is he supposed to have?
I mean, I don't know.
1,800?
Enough to take on the rest of the
world.
When
he blows off, I mean, I don't know what the treaty says, but when he blows off 100, he can make 100 more.
The problem is it takes years to do it.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, it's not like you just walk out back and turn a screw and you got another one.
I thought he had a whole bunch of boys out there out crank the bulldogs.
It still takes years and years to do.
Russia has 6,800 nuclear weapons.
Okay, so
not the most.
so Bubba,
the U.S. only has
but some of
61.
those are like nuclear warheads that really aren't.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
like they don't blow up a big
but
area.
if he really wanted to make Ukraine look like a Kiss concert, he could.
Well, yeah, but then what happens when we retaliate? He wants to be able to shoot them off at us as well.
And he also wants to like reclaim parts of Ukraine, and they have a lot of cultural significant, like Russian cultural significant sites. So he doesn't want to completely demolish the country.
Why can't we get a president over there that says, "Listen, we're going to go ahead and have a compromise here. We're going to carve out a little bit, quite a bit of Ukraine." And make it Russia, because that's what Russia wants. And you Ukraine people just need to be happy.
We'll pay you for it.
Why do
we'll
we
buy it?
Why do we have to be involved, man?
We should be encouraging
because if
negotiations.
we pull out, then let's just go ahead and pull out and let Russia have all of Ukraine.
Yeah, but didn't we
agree.
sign something in '94 with Clinton that we would protect Ukraine as long as they give up their nuclear weapons?
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
so there
the
you
US
go.
and the UK.
So Clinton went over there and said, "Listen, Ukraine, no more nukes for you, but we're going to protect you."
And at the same time, Russia said, "We won't invade unless you try to pull Ukraine into NATO."
Right.
That was all part of the same language at the same time.
That's all a problem.
We're trying to keep Ukraine sort of like a neutral country and keep it more like Switzerland, where it's not heavily militarized, it's not NATO, it's not Russia, it's a little bit of a giant buffer between the two.
Well, that ain't working out
And
so
now
good.
they're trying to pull west, and Putin's not happy about it.
It's like you got two bitches that are fighting over you.
Right.
You
Listen,
know?
we went back on our deal, on our, agreement. So I almost think it's like fair for him to do the same thing. Oh, you want to play like that? Well, I'm making more nukes, buddy. This is our fault. And also Sweden and Finland want to be part of NATO as well. So like if we fill in those countries as blue, that's like the entire continent of Europe.
I mean, can we have a window of opportunity? Now, can people join NATO at any time?
Well, they have to be voted.
Have to apply.
Has to apply and to vote.
I mean, has there been
more?
more? Has there been more applications
Yes,
of late?
yes.
Ukraine has applied. We said no.
Well, I know. It's like,
yes,
it's
Bubba.
like,
It keeps growing. It's been growing over the last 30 years, just like Anna highlighted.
When we
and showed in
promised
that
we wouldn't do
graph.
that.
We promised we wouldn't do
Right.
that.
So there's been a lot of broken promises by
Yes,
us.
it's a lot of broken
By
promises.
us.
It's just like a redneck. It's like a redneck love affair.
Right.
But
it's a white Triz. It's like a
can't
Claypool.
say it.
It's like a relationship from Claypool, Indiana.
Sure is.
Right? You
It
love her.
sure is.
You kick her out. You miss her. She comes back. You have great sex. You have a baby. Then you hate her. Now you're paying child support. Then you can take her back and have another kid. And then, oh my God, what's going on?
Right.
So I mean, like,
this is scary.
So Putin, by him saying, "Hey, this is fueled by the West," he's not really that incorrect.
He's not really that incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, there's two sides to all the stories, and the opposite narrative has been suppressed and vilified and canceled. So it's even difficult to talk about this intelligently.
We could
and
get canceled
honestly.
for this.
Theoretically.
I mean, we got canceled for saying little Johnny shouldn't be able to do
Yeah,
something. I
So,
said little Johnny shouldn't be able to do something till he's 18. That's all I
Right.
said.
Yeah, but
So the
Can't
other
get
reason,
in trouble with that.
No, you meant smoke cigarettes.
right? And so the other
I
problem,
meant vote, Blitz.
but the other reason that
Smoke cigarettes,
What's
blow,
the problem, Dan?
smoke cigarettes, vote, and join the army, Blitz, until you're 18.
There you go.
the reason that Russia, needs in their mind 6,000 nuclear warheads or 7,000 is because with the modern missile defenses, if they shoot 1,000 warheads, not all 1,000 are going to hit their targets. Some of them are going to get intercepted.
Just a few.
So I understand just a few, but you need more than 5 bullets to kill 5 targets.
Right.
And so that's the argument. You need the redundancy because some of them will fall short,
Like
will get
spermies.
intercepted. Yeah, just like you need the extra sperm. We don't need 6 million sperm
Just
to
one needs
fertilize
to get
one
through.
egg.
So what fixes this?
Well,
what would have fixed this is if Trump was still in charge, this would never have happened because the sides respected him and they would not have let this progress. However,
Rather than to
now
say
you
Trump,
have-
if we say we just had a stronger president?
if we had a stronger president,
There
this
you go.
wouldn't happen. If we had a president that didn't have weird, undefined, possibly illegal ties
with Ukraine.
with Ukraine, we probably have a clear understanding of what's going on.
And possibly China.
And possibly China.
yeah, absolutely.
Because then he wouldn't have been protecting
Yeah,
Ukraine
I
as
mean,
much.
You need to go
Trump
in there.
had zero financial interest in the Ukraine. He could have cared less about Ukraine's economy. He also did not have a significant financial interest in Russia. His one Trump Tower that he was thinking about building in Moscow, he abandoned when he decided to run for president. So he wasn't in the pocket of Vladimir Putin. He had nothing to do with Vladimir Putin. He just was a strong leader that the other strong leader, i.e., Vladimir Putin, respected. Just like Kim Jong-un respected. He didn't taunt. He did not taunt Trump. In fact, Trump taunted him.
Mm-hmm.
But Biden is like Charlie
Grandpa.
Brown,
Yeah.
and Lucy keeps pulling the football when he's trying to kick it.
Sarah Tanner, 25 on Cash App.
The Bubba Radio
Thank you,
Network will
Sarah.
return after this.
May I make your in them? I gotta go really bad.
I need to go to the bathroom this time.
Have fun, Dr. Dan.
Thank you.
Short. There it goes. Doo-doo-doo. How does he? Pikachu? Tom Beans Pikachu? Good morning, Ant. HKDD. Good morning.
Did we put Henry in a vet on podcast?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. A couple of months ago. Oh, Mr. Garabo, $200 cash. Super chat.
Hold on, we actually talked about this.
Thank you, Super Chat.
Hold on here.
Homeless Drew. Good morning, Jack Holland.
You know what I was just thinking about? I think this is really about something else. This whole, gluten-free movement, this war on wheat. Russia's the #1 exporter of wheat. So maybe they're mad that we're trying to make everything gluten-free.
Isn't Ukraine the #1?
Huh?
Isn't Ukraine?
It's #5. But Russia's #1 exporter of wheat, and we're just like, you know what, Russia? Go fuck your wheat. We're gluten-free. That's what it's about.
Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
The oil, too.
It's the gluten-free
And
movement. Because now everybody has celiac disease. Oh, fucking.
Well, it is a real disease.
No. But now everybody has it all of a sudden. Everybody's
Well, what
gluten
about the oil,
intolerant,
though?
gluten sensitive.
What about oil?
That's war on Russia.
What about oil?
That's secondary to gluten.
Is it?
Yeah.
In China?
Gluten.
Gluten. Oh, gluten.
Soy. And that's why everyone hates tofu. They're like, oh, tofu's, lame.
Because it's China?
Yes. See? It's that kind of attitude. This is why China hates us.
No Winter's Wonderland, because we hate their tofu.
Yeah.
The fuck is he saying?
I don't know.
I just hear this sounds like Charlie Brown's teacher.
I think it's really about the war on gluten, which is a derivative of wheat. And Russia's #1 export is wheat.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that that's really what this is all about. It's really not about NATO. It's about gluten. Because coincidence? I don't think so, Lom. I don't think so.
Fuck it, tofu.
Exactly. We need to start making tofu at home. Oh. Yeah, exactly, full his fishing. I'm not happy about it either, but I'm pretty sure this is all about gluten. Morning, Sal Brunetto. Nick, young guy.
I mean, it took Biden 7 days to decide to shoot down the balloon. It took him, hours to figure out what to do with the other balloons that weren't even, a threat. It takes him a minute to decide whether or not to walk left or right off the stage after a speech.
The point is that supposedly the general told him not to go to Kyiv. He said, I'm the president, I do what I want. But then when they shoot down the balloons, he said, well, the general said not to do it.
Yeah, I know.
And the last 3 balloons weren't even Chinese.
No.
But he goes into a war zone that...
Yeah, it's not a good look.
No, it's, again, taunting.
And then the next day they're like, you know what, fuck you.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba Love Show.
Don't forget the Gator Nationals. March 9, 10, 11, and 12. Gainesville. More information, go to NHRA.com. Get your tickets, your pit pass, everything. Camping. I think every ticket's a pit pass. Out of all racing sports, or all racing, I should say, NHRA offers the most fan-friendly, up-close and personal as any form of racing out there. So NHRA.com. We were supposed to maybe have Tony Stewart in today. I got a late text from him and knew probably there'd be some type of scheduling conflict because they had him scheduled so close. So I told him not to even worry about it. We'll do you we'll do you before the event. Lee Dominic, $25. And then a guy named Philip Hummel, $20 from Philip Hummel.
Dad?
Yeah.
$200 super chat. Homeless Drew Grab Hall of Famer.
Tell my stupid daughter she's wrong about circumcision.
That's not what he said.
Okay, whatever.
He agrees with me.
He loves his breasts.
He loves his Patrick Mahomes was on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. Normally I could play it, but I have limitations now that I'm over here at Facebook and YouTube. So, be interesting, Blitz. I've really done things by the book here, not really played much. It'll be interesting to see. We should breeze right on through here.
Hopefully.
That Andy Reid, I guess over the years, a couple years ago, when the Super Bowl had Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre, that some of the players, some of the, I think from the Rams or whoever was playing.
Yeah, it was the Rams.
Actually left the locker room during the halftime facility and watched a little bit of the Super Bowl performance.
I think it was the Bengals. And the Bengals lost that game. And halftime, guess what? The Chiefs were losing by 2 scores. So hey, maybe you guys need to focus
so
on
hold on.
I completely agree with this.
I'm gonna completely agree. And Andy Reid, love Andy Reid.
Yes.
Andy Reid said, if you think you have to go watch the halftime performance as you're walking down the tunnel, keep walking, because you will not play in the second half.
Literally, this is like the most important thing in your entire life, or your career, I should say, not your
absolutely.
life, your career.
This is the biggest game of your career.
Yeah.
Period.
Like, this is what you do. This is what they pay you for. This is the most important thing. And if you think you need to go watch Rihanna, then go watch Rihanna.
Right,
like 24 to 14, you're losing.
You can't go watch your 75 different other ways when you get home.
Yeah, you're a millionaire. You can probably go watch her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did he not want them to watch the game because they were losing, or just because they need to stay?
Both.
Stay focused.
At halftime, Anna, the goal at halftime is to adjust your game plan, make corrections and adjustments, and try to win the freaking game. Not to watch some washed up pregnant chick grab her crotch and sniff it.
Dan, watch out.
So now.
And by the way, the Bengals, who were winning at the time of last year's Super Bowl, 9-0, were allowed to go and watch this halftime Super Bowl. A lot of the Bengals were.
And what happened?
They lost.
Got the asses whooped.
And here's what usually the team that ends up winning the ball game usually is the team that made the better adjustments at halftime.
In every game.
It is now during that time and Dan, you've been in these locker rooms for 6 years, but in a little bit of knowledge that I have, you break up into your position coach. Am I not right?
Yes.
Your defensive line, you got your guys are together. Offensive line, you're together. Backs are together. Quarterbacks and receivers are together. And then each position coach talks to the head coach a little bit, and then the position coach goes and breaks down what different schemes they didn't think they were going to see or what they're seeing. Collectively, they're talking about what's happening in the ball game that they didn't anticipate.
Correct.
And they make adjustments.
Yep.
They're like, you know what? Hey, we weren't anticipating them to bring that middle linebacker as many times, so we're going to keep a running back to chip him. Right? I mean, they make huge adjustments. Then they got all this data and all these smart tablets, and they have every play broke down to, they have the successful plays broke down. They have the ones that were long gainers broke down. And if you feel that, and I love Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes was on Jimmy Kimmel last night, and he said, Coach Reid told us, he said, if you go out to watch the performance, just keep walking because you're not playing the rest of the game. Yeah. Love it. Mm-hmm. And you know what, Blitz? A lot of these guys, a lot of players never even have the opportunity to make it to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Mm-hmm. The majority of NFL football players never make it to a Super Bowl.
Correct.
There's a lot of guys that in their younger career, they all come out later on. They say, when I made it there, I kept thinking we were going to keep going back, but we never went back, and I never really grasped.
And I never got to be able to take it in.
Yeah, exactly, because they thought they were always.
Dan went to one as a team doctor. You went to one with Gruden, did you not?
Yeah.
You went to the Gruden one.
And, it's a fleeting moment. You think the next year we were killing it, and then all of a sudden the season fell apart,
right.
And they were, 20 years before they went back to the Super Bowl almost.
If you had to do it all over again, and you were at the Super Bowl when we played Oakland in San Diego,
yes.
I'm sure you would have just slowed everything down and taken more pictures and taken more, just documented it more so than you did.
Yep.
Because you take it for granted. You're in the moment, and you don't really get a chance to slow it all down and take it all in.
Was that the Super Bowl they had a post-game concert?
I don't know.
I was in the locker room after the game. I don't know any concerts.
Can you imagine?
We had our own concert.
Can you imagine? And by the way, can you imagine somebody asking Coach Gruden, "Hey, Coach, like this is even a new wave thing. This is a 3 or 4 years ago thing. When Gruden was the coach, you wouldn't even have asked that question.
He would have yelled at you for 5 minutes in front of everybody
and kicked you off the team.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you, it's not even a discussion that anybody that played up to 5 years ago would have had. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, two things. One thing is my friend in the 90s, his girlfriend and his sister, they were coming back from college, and his girlfriend's car broke down, so she stayed with the car, and the sister hitched a ride. Well, me and her boyfriend, we were friends, we were hanging out, and she wanted to have a three-way, and she took one look over there and said, No.
Hold on. Let me see if I can backfill. Let me see if I can backfill what a lot of people may not know what you're talking about. We were talking about uncircumcised penises. I Blitz, I did too. This caller got us back onto it. And you're saying that you and your roommate, his girlfriend wanted to have a threesome, or your girlfriend wanted to have a threesome, but once she saw the anteater, she was no longer interested.
Man, yep. She was like red light, get out of the room.
You know what, sir? There's been a lot of callers, but you just changed my mind.
Yeah, Anna
I'm
said.
team circumcision now.
Right.
Unacceptable.
Thank
She
you,
wouldn't
sir.
have a
Appreciate
threesome.
it. Did you see this, Dan? The Ferrari heir races onto the world's richest list with 400% stock boom. Has Ferrari stock been going crazy for some reason?
Yeah, and some guy with a very, very heavy New York accent from New York that was a stock guy told me to buy this stock like 4 or 5 years ago. It's called Race, R-A-C-E.
Danny, let me tell you something. You need to get on the race stock.
Yeah,
It's owned by
you're-
Ferrari.
Yep, and it exploded.
Yeah, it's
it
up
exploded.
$137 the last 5 years. So
Really?
you would have been on it, Dan.
Yeah. Missed
You
that
own
one.
you own a car.
I know,
you
but I
own
just didn't mean to buy the stock.
you own Ferrari.
You got
just-
Ford stock?
Do I got what?
Ford stock?
No.
You got a Ford F-150?
Yeah, but that's not, it's not the same.
Sort of.
Nobody 10 years ago
Stop
told
using
me.
logic, Dan.
Nobody 10 years ago with a heavy Italian accent told me to buy Ford stock, okay?
But you know who did? 8 years ago, Rob Elder, when their stock was in the hole right after the economy took a dump, like at the end of 08.
It was $2.26.
Yeah, and now it's at like 25.
It's at $12.89.
Okay,
Almost
so
$13.
it's 5
It got
times
to
higher.
$20 in 2022.
Yeah, it went up 5 to 7 times. So, any stock is great when you buy it on the low.
I put all mine in Berkshire A, so that's how I roll, my
Oh,
friend.
so you're hoping for a war?
No,
Yes.
Berkshire A is $446,000 a share.
It's going to go to 100.
No, it literally is. Berkshire A is $468,000 a share. I was trying to act like I'm big time.
It's up $77 today.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or yesterday. I should say.
0.02%.
Yeah, what is it like? What did it? I mean, at the end of the day, when they offered it, I don't know how many years ago. I mean, I'm sure at one time it was $10 or something like that. Was it not?
When it opened up in 1983, it was $830.
So it was $830 in 1983, and it's $468,000 now.
467,372.
And it was at one time how much?
$830.
$830.
Yep.
Would have bought 10, 15 shares back then in 1983. I was a senior in high school. So are you, Dan. I'm not buying any stock
for $800 a share.
You're like, man, I can do for $800.
I think it's got a dividend too, so you could have just did a stock reinvestment. Man, you would have.
I wouldn't be here right now.
Exactly.
So is the Ferrari guy die? Did he die?
No,
the heir.
The heir. It's like the grandson.
So because he has so much
Or the
stock
son.
in Ferrari, he now is on the world's richest 400 list, or I'm on the world's richest list due to the 400% stock increase on the Ferrari stock that he is an heir to.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know any heir besides yourself? Any heirs?
Tucker Carlson.
When I was in college, I knew a Hilton that was an heir to the Hilton fortune.
Really?
It wasn't Paris. It was a different girl.
Right. Was she
But
equally
was
as
at the
pretty?
Hilton. She was pretty. Yeah, tall and thin.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It
Had nothing to do with me.
Now, Blitz, is that a urban legend? Because we used to ask Tucker, "Are you the heir?"
I mean, shoot. You want another shoot answer?
Yeah.
His wife, has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's like her grandfather.
Yeah, that's a shoot.
So his wife,
which
is
means
an
him.
heiress.
Yes.
To isn't the Swanson?
Yes.
Hungry the Swanson food company. So his wife is a Swanson, nonetheless. Is that what we're saying?
I believe so.
I don't know if she's a Swan.
But she's
I'm not
in that
100%
family.
sure, but yeah, she's in the family.
What is it? I've never heard of Swanson. Is it a health
Swanson
product?
You've never heard of Swanson?
No.
Oh, it's one of
Is it like Kraft? Like, is it similar to?
Hey Alexa, what is the Swanson food company?
From Linguaza.com. Swanson is a brand of TV dinners, broths, and canned poultry made for the North American market.
That's probably why I don't know it.
Campbell's owns them now, but
Oh, do they? Hey Alexa, how much is the Swanson food company worth?
From bizvibe.com. The company is worth approximately $8 billion and operates through 5 business segments, which are grocery and snacks, refrigerated and frozen, international, food service, and commercial.
$8 billion. And you're saying Campbell's owns them now?
I'm sorry, the TV dinner business.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
But it says that under the Wikipedia, the owner is Campbell's.
It's not Tucker's wife. It's Tucker's dad's wife.
Okay.
Not obviously
Patricia
not his mom.
Swanson married Tucker Carlson's father.
Okay.
When Tucker was 10.
Gotcha.
Oh.
But they
Are
never
they still
said
alive?
how much.
I think so.
Because she was an heiress to the generated Swanson TV dinner, but they never disclosed how much she actually got.
Right.
Oh, so they probably have already sold to Campbell's or whatever, and that money is already it's already been done, right?
But it probably includes stock, and it's probably part of a big giant trust.
And still in the family.
Yeah, it's probably in a big family trust.
I don't think Tucker doesn't Tucker make like $30 million a year?
Yeah, Tucker's doing pretty good for himself.
Yeah.
Hey, Alexa, how much is Tucker Carlson worth?
Tucker Carlson is worth an estimated $30 million.
Yeah. And
His annual base salary is $6 million.
But I don't think that includes his books and things like
base.
that.
Patricia was like one of the many beneficiaries, and then I guess they had to go to court to get a settlement, but it was undisclosed how much she actually
Dan, this
got.
is exactly what you need. You're a trophy husband. You can have 3 wives. They work while you stay at home. Well, that's.
I'm moving to the Middle East. I can't wait.
Is there a picture of them?
Yeah, they're kind of.
There
Yeah.
you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Well, I mean, I gotta say though,
I want to see their butts.
I gotta tell you, old boy's pulling off a major coup here.
But what state is he in, and how is he able to get away with this?
I don't know that I don't know. A man who calls himself a trophy husband has revealed that not only does he have 3 wives, but he doesn't work.
That's awesome.
Comparing his role on the polyamorous family to that of a chessboard. Dad of 2, Nick Davis, says he doesn't have a job because the king doesn't move around much, while the queens have all the power.
I love it.
Like all that.
Oh, wow.
Is he
What
circumcised?
a lazy MFer, which is a huge penis.
And he kind of looks like Snoop's lighter-skinned brother,
He
does he
looks
not?
like Alonzo Bowden. Do you know who that is?
Man, let me tell you something. This is because the kings don't move around much, and the queens have got all the power. Now, the one in the middle, I don't know, but the other 2, I mean, I could work with that if they're bringing home a lot
we
of
need
money.
to see a full body pic.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the 3 wives, April, Danielle, and Jennifer, all have full-time jobs and professions. Nikki Davis describes himself as a trophy husband and has 3 wives. Nick met his first wife, April, at university 15 years ago. Before they welcomed Jennifer into their marriage 9 years later. While it might sound unusual, 38-year-old April says that she's happy having extra women in the relationship to meet Nick's needs, so to speak. Okay. Nick is a lot to handle. See, Dan, you're a lot. You need to talk Romina into this, Dan.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah, it'll go over well with her.
Let's just say this. In a lot of ways, Nick is a lot to handle in bed, she told this particular show. Well, Nick must be well hung, and he just wears him out.
They just need an OnlyFans.
Nick is a lot to handle in general with his personality. It's nice to be able to have helping hands. In fact, it was actually April who introduced her 39-year-old husband to 25-year-old Jennifer, who was 19 at the time, thinking that she would be a good fit for the family. This woman's a pretty nice woman.
Yeah. So was Giselle Maxwell.
It's just became
she's
evident.
Queen, she's an angel.
Yeah. It just became evident to me that she's a great person, and there's a lot of high intellect in that big brain of hers.
I'm sure there is.
And I knew Nick would find that attractive. Along with her big jugs, Nick explained that he likes to be snuggled up in the middle with his wives at night. But
would you like that, Bubba?
No.
I'm so hot.
I would have. This is what if I had 3 wives. First of all, I could probably only need 2. I don't need
Really?
3. Yeah,
Well,
three's.
hey, Putin's got 6,800 nuclear weapons. Why do you only need 2?
I don't.
6.
No.
7.
No.
One for every day, right?
Dan,
Yeah.
if you could
Every day of the
have, as many as you wanted, how many would you
What's
have?
the perfect
30.
number?
30.
One for every day.
It's a harem, not a marriage.
I think I would have 2. Maybe 3.
Wives?
They don't have to sleep in their own bedrooms, though.
And then you just rotate around. And
Well, one can sleep with me, but we have to have a pillow barrier between.
a butt pillow.
The butt pillow is what I sleep with my head.
Oh, sorry.
Then the bigger body pillows go between me and the crib.
As a barrier.
Yeah, as a brick wall barrier. And do not get on my side of the bed.
Don't penetrate the fortress.
Mm-mm. Nick explains that he likes to be snuggled in the middle of his wives at night, but that the sex always occurs in different areas of the home with each wife.
I'm sure it does.
Oh, so like this is like,
In the kitchen. And
the kitchen might be
laundry room.
April's, and then the
I think one of them hangs out in the kitchen more than the others.
I think they all hang out in the kitchen.
When the polyamorous family appeared on Seeking Sister Wife last year, they welcomed a new one, a 22-year-old Danielle, into their family. In a wedding ceremony.
Good for this guy, man.
Yeah, I mean, as much
Jesus.
as we're hating, I mean,
I'm not hating.
I mean, this
I'm
guy's
not hating.
Good
yeah.
for him.
Hell
I
yeah.
tip my hat to this guy.
And he doesn't work. They bring home the money.
The bacon.
He could just sit there. He could look like Jimmy Cleavis by the end of the year. Just body build and get high all day and just shit, right?
Yeah, I wonder what he does all day.
I don't know.
Doesn't
What would
have-
you do?
Just hangs out. He's
Having
the
3
king.
wives.
Checks his foreskin.
Having 3 wives, knowing that they all have solidified our union and brought it in together that we have, it's just unbelievable. I feel like I'm living in a dream. You are, because no other man, for the most part, is doing this. Do you think men honestly would want this?
No.
No,
They want to have sex with multiple women, but they don't want multiple wives.
I was thinking the same thing. You have a problem with one wife. Imagine 3.
I'd like to have 3, but not married to them.
3
Right.
3 girlfriends.
That's what I'm saying. Like Dan was saying, like a harem of
3
women.
live-in girlfriends. No papers. No marriage. But 3 live-in girlfriends.
Right. Live in, or how about they live in their own place and you just.
Well, no, I kind of like going. I need stuff done around the house. I need cleaning
Oh,
and
you're
cooking
right.
and
Cooking.
vacuuming and dusting and things like that.
I got 3 wives. My house better be immaculate.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're gonna have shifts of cleaning.
Yeah,
It's always going to be wine time.
Oh yeah. Can you imagine, Dan, how much
that wine bill?
Oh my God, Dan, you could buy
time.
you could buy a new Ferrari with that goddamn wine.
They're going to buy me a Ferrari.
Yeah, Dan makes a good point. They're the ones working.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true,
Yeah.
yeah.
Drink as much wine as they
Dan,
want.
first of all, there's not any 3 women that I know personally that make enough money to support your habits.
Nope. That's why I need 7 or 8 or 10 or 30.
You'd have to have, a whole factory full of bitches.
Or just marry a Kennedy or something.
Boy, you don't want to marry a
Well, I mean, yeah, because then you'll end up dead somewhere.
well,
But
no,
you
but
understand what I'm
not
saying.
Kennedy. You just don't want to marry a real rich girl because she has all the power. Then you're like a little bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if the
But
family
they
has
have
money,
to be so rich where that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be so rich that they're giving you a stipend.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Like a Britney Spears thing.
Yeah, like a Kelly Clarkson deal where like you get alimony when you get divorced.
Well, no, I need
My cousin had to pay her husband alimony.
Right.
She's a doctor. He was an engineer. She paid him a lot of money.
I knew a guy that died years ago. His name was Wesley.
Yeah.
And he used to go to meet me and my Packer friends at the varsity club over there by
Clearwater.
Yeah, in Sunset, like in 19 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I got here in 1992, and back then there was no NFL Sunday ticket or anything like that. You had to go to the bars and different bars would establish, like there'd be a Buffalo Bills bar and there'd be a
As long as they had a big satellite dish on the roof.
Right. And they had these satellite dishes that literally they looked like the size of the one they have at Nassau.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got to know this guy named Wes, older guy, Packer fan. Met him there every Sunday, and his buddy Shay, and we kind of it was a thing where we always had we always sat at the same table, and we were friends.
Mm.
And one day I come to, and at the end of the day, I didn't drink, but I ate. And so needless to say, we'd split the bill 3 ways. The bill come back like $100 or something like that, and we'd split it up 3 ways. Well, one day, the bill comes, and Wes goes, nope. From now on, and there was maybe it was game 10 of remember when I think they had a 16 game season. Remember was it 14 or 16 games they played for the longest time?
It was 14 for a lot of years, and then 16 for about 20 years.
Yeah. So it might have been a 16 game season. And there were 6 games left, and Wes makes the announcement. The bill comes. We're all getting out our wallets to make. He goes, nope, you guys aren't paying a dime for the rest of the year. And we're like, what do you mean? He goes, well, my wife and his wife was beautiful and she was hot and he talked about her a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, but he never did anything. We're like, Wes, what do you do? And he's like, I fiddle around in my shop. And Blitz, he was in wood. He would make woodworking things. He had a lathe, and he was very he could make really badass wooden beach chairs, and
nice.
He just was really handy. He was always working in his shop.
Okay.
And we never knew what his wife did. So he's like, my wife and I are going through a divorce, and she has to pay me out. And we're like, what do you mean? Come to find out, she was a vice president of Bank of America.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, vice president of Bank of America.
Jackpot.
And so he got, I think, $150,000 down, which was some kind of little condo they owned. Then he got another $450,000 in one lump sum, and then she owed him $3,700 a month for 15 years.
Score.
Does that be the coolest
That's
ever?
Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that would support your habits, though, Danny.
That would be nice. No, that would support a lot.
You couldn't live on $3,700 a month. I mean, your power bill's more than that, Dan.
Yeah, but you're talking about what was that, 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I am.
That's a Bubba.
Here's a better picture, Bubba, of the. This is when they
Are
announced.
you still jealous?
This is when they announced one of them was giving birth.
Still jealous?
Oh.
I'm not jealous.
Which one's giving birth?
I think.
Which one's pregnant?
Yes.
All 3?
I think.
Look how happy he is, though, Bubs.
I think I'm single and I'm masturbating a lot.
Yeah,
with
I'm with you on
these
that
3.
one.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Hey, Bubba, I gotta go. I got surgery today.
All right, get the hell out of here.
Jay has a hearing this morning.
All right, buddy. It's a Diaco free zone. Say it.
Diaco free zone. Hopefully you'll stay out of trouble.
Do good on your surgery. Pay attention.
Yes, sir.
Pay attention. Open your eyes.
Yeah, really concentrate. Don't be distracted.
Yeah, I'm dealing with RB, our friend, today.
All right, Dan, have a good week.
Oh, okay.
Bye, Dan. Have a good week.
Oh, I think Tony Stewart's coming in.
Right now?
I'm gonna miss it.
He's like, fuck the surgery.
20 minutes. You're not gonna be able to hear. Go.
Go.
You gotta go. Go.
Oh, come on.
Come on. He says 20 to 35 minutes.
Oh my god, that's so funny. He doesn't want to go to his job. Oh, I thought he walked back in. What you drinking on it?
He's on the phone canceling all this stuff.
Yeah, he's like, fuck you guys. I'm drinking coffee as always.
Coffee.
Hazelnut. It's my favorite. Don Francisco's brand. I feel bad that I'm here and Dan's not. That's okay. I'll ask him all the questions.
Make sure the green room door closed. It doesn't look like a fucking disaster.
I'll ask him all the
50% less
pertinent
disastrous.
racing questions. Let me see. Questions.
Can you
to
turn right
ask
and left?
NASCAR drivers. What's a good question to ask a top driver? Perfect. I got this. Is he gonna think I know what I'm talking about? Let's see.
No.
These are.
Dan's so ate up.
Yeah, he always.
Bubba couldn't have waited 2 minutes for Dan to leave first.
Yeah. These are dumb questions, so we're gonna.
I'm sure.
Out of this.
Well, that one picture looked like a kid.
Yeah. What do you think
I hope
about?
he leaves that up on the screen for Tony.
What do you think about during a long green flag run? Are you concentrating on
I
driving?
got pool.
Or do you get in the zone and not think about anything?
What happens if you got deuce?
Yeah. If someone paid you $5 million to design a new racetrack somewhere, what kind of track would you make and what elements would it have? Guys, are these good questions? When fans come up to you and mention a moment or a race from your career, which one comes up the most? I think I'm gonna fucking nail this. Ask Smoke about his house in Ohio. I thought it was in Indiana. Does he have one in Ohio too? Alright, we got this. Let's keep going. When you have a bad day on the track and you go home, who do you talk to about it? This is fucking... I'm not gonna say the word. Or do you just keep the frustration to yourself? You know what? I'll make this even more specific. Questions to ask Tony Stewart. NASCAR. Should I ask Tony Stewart about trivia about Tony Stewart? Ooh, I'm gonna just take this 12 questions with NASCARs. So I'll just recreate an interview he's already had, so it's perfect. What % of your careers in all forms of motorsports can you remember? He should say something like, well, the fact that I've forgotten some alters the answer to that. And then let's see. Okay, let's say I was a driver and I screwed you over on the track. How long would it take me to get back in your good graces and off the list? Is this a good question? No, Bear. I want to get involved. That's going to be circumcised? Yeah, all that extra skin fucking weighs him down. What are your favorite snacks? Low HP or high HP? What's HP? High pressure?
High pressure.
I don't know. I'm just looking up questions to
You a
ask Tony
Packard?
Stewart.
You a Packard?
Are you a Packard?
Hewlett Packard.
Hewlett Packard. Because in GMO we eat. I don't fucking know, Ed Kelly. Bubba, I'm looking up questions to ask Tony Stewart, so I'm ready for him.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be an interview he's already had. So I just rip and roll from that.
Why did you start to race cars?
Yeah. I looked up an interview with him, so I'll just ask all those same questions.
What
So-
made you pick the number you used?
Right. Exactly. See, write that down.
How did you feel after you won your first race?
Right, exactly. On the opposite side, is there anyone you find races Is there anyone
anybody you what?
you find races particularly hard or make it more difficult on you than others? I don't know what that question was. But I'm ready for him.
I might tell him not to answer your questions because you hate racing and you wouldn't even come to the track this weekend with your boyfriend and you're not going to the Gator Nationals.
Yeah,
Perfect.
dirt track racing.
Are we starting the show?
Oh, shit.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show.
Giant Recreation World, home of the rental. You can buy one new if you want, a brand new 2024 Class A, B, or C. You can get a pop-up, you can get a golf cart. It doesn't matter. You can do a trade-in, or you can just do a straight rental. Let's say you're going to go to the Gator Nationals like I am. And you know what, you can't buy, you want to buy. Yeah, I think, yes, Sumo. I think Smiz is coming in today. Tony Stewart. I don't know what time, though. He just said he'll see me in a minute. I gave him the gate code and give me an ETA. GiantRecreationWorld.com. 3 different locations, and call there and say, hey, I need a rental. I want to rent a badass Class A bus for the weekend. They'll set it up for you. They'll pick it up for you. They'll do everything. You show up like the goddamn rock star that you are. GiantRecreationWorld.com. I got to get a hold of Big Mike and get my golf cart.
Oh, yeah.
My Southwest Florida golf cart.
FLGolfCarts.com.
FLGolfCarts.com for that, so I can be boss hogging around, Blitz, you and I are not going to be walking around the Gator Nationals on foot, please.
Yeah.
I mean, no way. You can't be.
That's disgusting.
Well, you
left,
can't.
left, right. Ugh, that's gross.
Well, it's just also long distance.
Well, Bubba, like when we were at Nashville, I almost considered walking to get the armbands. And I was like, well, there's golf carts here. I mean, am I going to be a jobber and walk down there?
Far walk.
Yeah.
And that is a pretty long walk.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, or I can just get
and
in
the
a golf
Nash is
cart.
park in the very most furthest part of the property because of things that go on down there.
Yeah.
What kind of things?
It's just, oh, God, where do I begin?
You got to be there to see
Right.
it.
Okay.
Did you see this? The Kentucky Fried Chicken is
Kids jumping off the top of ladders onto mattresses to double bounce people off. That's what happens there.
KFC testing 2 new chicken sandwiches exclusively in Tampa.
Oh, hey, what's up?
So this is going to definitely be part of my drive-through review.
Oh, there's actually 2 new things I was going to tell you about your drive-through.
What?
The Arby's and then also Popeye's fish sandwich.
Arby's.
The Arby's.
Arby's. They have a
what
loaded
in the
mac and
hell
cheese.
are they coming up with now?
Loaded mac and cheese.
All
It's a
right.
brand new thing.
And then who has the fish?
Popeyes, and I had it the other day.
And how was it?
I think you'll really enjoy it.
Okay. And then KFC's got 2 new chickens. Kentucky Fried Chicken announced to launch 2 new sandwiches, and fans in Tampa are getting the first taste of the exclusive meal, but only for a limited time. On Tuesday, Kentucky Fried Chicken unveiled the new Ultimate BBQ and the Spicy Slaw sandwiches.
See pictures of it. Scroll down.
The Kentucky-based food chain described the new sandwiches as a build on the original chicken sandwich.
I mean, it's basically a chicken sandwich they throw coleslaw on, which is good, but like...
Now, KFC has a good chicken sandwich.
They do.
But I don't know how new this really is.
What's
This
the
is just
barbecue one? I can't really see it.
It just looks like they throw like maybe some onion straws.
And bacon.
It doesn't. They don't tell you.
Cheese. Oh, yeah, it does. You want me to read it?
Yeah, brings all. Yeah, you go ahead and read. I like that. Let somebody else do some reading.
Ultimate BB. I almost want to say BBC. BBQ. KFC.
Oh, what do you got on the mind?
BBCs.
Mm-hmm.
BBQ KFC chicken sandwich brings all the craveable flavors.
Brings all the boys to the yard.
Right.
Sorry.
Of a summer cookout together in one delicious sandwich. The Ultimate BBQ sandwich features an extra crispy white meat fillet with KFC's honey barbecue sauce, crispy fried onions, hickory smoked bacon, melted cheese, and pickles.
I like it
on
all.
A premium brioche bun.
I'm getting it all except the pics. And it said that sounds pretty good. Now the coleslaw one, not so much. I'm not a slaw guy.
I love
This
slaw.
is the new one. I saw from
Loaded
Arby's.
chicken, bacon, ranch, mac, and cheese.
Sounds.
They've had that for a while
light.
though.
Well, they just put commercials and it's on limited time.
Yeah, they've had that. It's about a month or 2.
Ranch?
Well,
It's probably good.
I need to get back to my
Ozempic deal.
Well, no, I mean I can do Ozempic and still do this.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you know.
Which one are you going to try at KFC?
The first one.
The barbecue one?
I'm not doing the slaw one.
And it's spicy. You don't
Do you
really
like coleslaw?
spicy.
No, I do not like.
Oh, okay.
I do not like coleslaw.
And you don't like spice, right? Obviously.
No, I hate him.
Oh. Sorry.
Ruined my life.
Spicy.
Ruined my life.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that, and then I'll do the Popeyes fish.
Yeah, that's good.
So tomorrow I'm gonna do, or maybe even today or tomorrow, I'm gonna go do the the KFC backyard barbecue Willie.
Okay.
And then next week I'll do the Popeyes fish, and then after that I'll do the macaroni and cheese from Arby's. Is what I'll do.
Hold on. What about our next food adventure?
Well, I mean, you plan it, and I'll.
I'm just talking about a date.
Oh, let me get my calendar.
Yeah.
Let me see. Things have slowed down, but Blitz, guess what I have?
What do you have?
A major fence repair.
Oh.
I mean, that is a major fence repair. Sumo said he might have some fence guys.
He knows a guy.
Yeah. Well, Anna, the first weekend of March, we're all busy with the St. Pete Grand Prix.
Right.
Blitz says we're fully credentialed on that.
That's
during the weekend.
No,
Friday.
That's close. That's
no, I know, but it's Friday.
No. What's Friday?
The Grand Prix. I mean, it starts Friday. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
No, but the big race is on Sunday.
Yeah.
But we can do this on a weekday.
Yeah, because last time it was in the middle of the week.
Yeah, it was
right.
like
Let me look. I'm just looking here. I'm just getting my bearings.
Yeah. No problem.
Then we got the Gator Nationals, and the week of the so Anna, maybe like the week of the 13th.
Yeah, maybe like the 13th or 14th.
Yeah,
just like after the show.
Sure.
Okay.
Now, what are you thinking?
Like what type of cuisine?
Yeah,
I was thinking Mediterranean.
All right. And we don't want to say where.
No.
But what does Mediterranean food usually consist of? Like,
Probably like gyros. Have you ever had a gyro or shawarma?
I've never had any shawarma. I don't know if I'm
or
interested.
falafels.
I think I've
hummus,
provided some
baba
shawarma
ganoush.
across a girl's gullet before.
Probably
but
more
I don't know.
tzatziki. Tahini sauce, stuff like that. There'll be like rice, pita bread. So there'll be bread for the merch crick.
Right.
Yeah. Baklava.
What's baklava? I thought it's a thing that racers put over their head.
Balaclava.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dessert pastry. You'd love it.
Is it going to cost us 127 again?
No.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
That's. I mean,
Yeah, Mediterranean's pretty expensive.
We won't. Maybe we'll have just one appetizer instead of 3.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we were just going hog wild.
Yeah.
And you were too, knowing that I was paying.
You got to get some
I
tomatoes.
sure
You're like Rodney Dangerfield at the pro shop. I'll take
Yeah.
one of these, 2 of those, 5 of those, 6 of those.
Yeah.
Get that guy a new hat. Give me one of those, and those. And let me do this and that and this. So, Lummy, can you get a hold of Big Mike? I got a feeling that Big Mike's mad at me or something.
Why?
No, I thought he came out and said he wasn't mad. He was just super busy.
Oh, okay.
Did he say I'm fine?
What all did he need to do to your golf cart?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think he had to put a few more lights on it. Because, Blitz, I like lights.
Yes.
I mean, right?
I saw the van.
White Triz likes White Triz
Smart car.
from Indiana. If I got a light and I can put it on a car, I will.
I have a question about the smart car.
What?
When are you going to do like what that one guy had with that big rack on the top?
Oh, yeah.
That was cool.
Oh, he made
What?
Blitz, if I was in the racing business and where I had somebody that was racing, like I needed to have a pit cart, I would potentially do that. That was pretty cool.
It was cool.
Blitz pointed it out. I thought it was like, wow, that's badass.
There was a smart car there that had like a big metal roof on it.
Right, instead of
a big roof rack.
most sprint car guys use 4-wheelers or crash carts as their support vehicle down in the pits. They'll bring them down to the middle, and so if a guy gets like a flat tire or even like a broken axle or something like that, he can pull in, and all these parts are like on these little 4-wheelers kind of that have like tool chests on the side, and they can quickly dismount. They got about everything they could potentially need on a small wreck right there, even an extra wing if these were winged racers.
Yeah.
But they call them crash carts, and needless to say, that's the first time that most people use 4-wheelers or even side-by-sides, but mostly 4-wheelers.
Yeah.
And configured with these tire carriers and things like that. This one dude from USAC this past weekend had a smart car configured up. And he could even get it in his little trailer, too. Did you see that?
That's why he used it, because that's like people used to use Suzuki Samurais back in the day because they used to be cheap and they'd fit in a trailer.
Right.
So they would same reason. It fits in the trailer and they're cheap now.
Oren Puckett, $20. Bubba Army for life. Thank you, my friend. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, all at the Bubba Army. Scottish lottery winner blew a record-breaking $50 million in 8 years.
Before death? Did he know he was going to die?
One of the UK's biggest lottery winners burned through a mind-blowing $50 million in 8 years. I could do that easy.
You probably should have known he didn't have very much longer left.
Well, one would think that if you won 50, did he take home 50 or did he win 50? Because, Blitz, that's a big difference. 50 to 25.
Right.
Right?
But still.
Splurging on a soccer team, race horses, and extravagant cars before his luck ran out.
You could do that.
Colin West of Scotland spent a stunning $131,000 per week after winning a record Brady. Oh, he won €257.6 million back in 2011.
Yeah, I was gonna say because you can't buy a soccer team and some racehorses for $50 million.
Bought
it was minor leagues.
Hold on. He bought 55%. He bought 55% of Glasgow's Patrick somebody. So he bought a percentage of a team.
So he won 257, but the story is that he spent 50.
That's nothing.
Well, he won 257, but what did he take home?
Is it the exchange? Like, because he won euros, are they trying to convert it to dollars for us?
Along with a $6 million home, he reportedly spent millions to renovate. He also snapped up 3 prized racing thoroughbreds, including an Irish mare named If You Say Run or something. Here's he divorced his wife. That's what happened.
Oh, there goes 50%.
It says he divorced his wife and she took most of his fortune.
Yeah, but the lottery curse reared its ugly head in 2018 when he divorced his wife, Chris, after nearly 4 decades of marriage, and she took most of his fortune. All told, Ware ended up spending an average of $131,000 per week on luxury items and investments before suffering from kidney failure that led to his death.
Good for him,
yeah,
man.
I mean, it
He
sounds
had
like he went out
fun.
like a pimp.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you want.
Hell yeah, I want to die penniless. I want to die burning through my last dollar. I really do. I mean, I don't have anybody to leave it to. For real. Who am I going to leave it to that's going to really enjoy it?
Lummy.
Hi, Daddy.
Me?
Papa.
She's got her own money.
Papa.
Me?
No, I'm not leaving it to anybody.
Oh.
I'm leaving you guys the show.
Thank you.
I might not even do that.
Thank you, Papa.
Get into these circumcision talks.
And I'm getting banned everywhere.
You're mad about my circumcision.
There's not going to be a show left.
I know.
He's going to go out on, Papa's going to go out on top.
My last day on Earth, I'm going to get us banned from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Wife attacks Thai sex worker she found having sex with her husband. I think that's appropriate.
I mean, she was like not doing the sex at the time, I think.
In a shocking moment,
It's like goes in there and just starts hitting her in the face.
a furious wife attacked a naked sex worker that she caught romping her husband. The cheated on woman reportedly found pictures of the pair on the partner's phone and then followed him to the massage parlor where she worked. He had already left, but she had discovered the petite prostitute sitting on a chair. Footage shows that she ripped a towel from the girl, exposing her body, then launched a volley of kicks and slaps for more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes of getting your ass kicked is a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily blame the sex worker if that's what she does.
Yeah, she's a
her
massage
job.
parlor.
Yeah, I mean, she's, giving guys happy endings.
Yes.
Some women would be really mad about that, but why can't some of you women look at that as in a different way by saying,
Yeah.
it's
Break it
therapy.
down.
I don't think the sex worker probably knew he had a wife.
At one point,
I'm sure they know that most of their clients have wives.
I'm just saying,
Every
like,
man that walks in there's got a wife.
Yeah.
Please.
It's not their job to check.
At one point, she doesn't say, "Oh, are you married or
No,
not?"
she's just there to make money, man.
Yeah, beat up the husband.
She's like, "Hey,
Absolutely.
you get, and you know how that goes. You get X amount for 50, and then you get up kicked.
Absolutely.
For 80. Is there any other part of your body that needs relief?
Right.
Yeah, there is. My penis.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you done that a couple of times?
Have I?
Yeah.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay. We'll save it for the podcast.
How about you?
Have I?
Yeah.
No,
Oh, you're such a liar. You
I'm
are
a
an
massage.
absolute liar.
No,
You've never gone to one of those shady massage parlors, ever.
No, no.
Do I feel like a freak by saying I'm the only one that did?
No.
Blitz will not answer either way, so I'm not even going to ask him.
I'm not even going to ask. A happy ending.
How can you have gone and gotten a happy ending at a massage?
I've never even gotten a real massage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
me and Brent went to one.
Throw Brent on the bus. Let's go.
No, me and Brent.
It was on the air.
Oh, okay.
Me and Brent went to one in Connecticut.
Was it good? Connecticut, yeah. When you went to Hartford.
It good? It was good. Jeffrey Schoonover from Idaho, 25. Schoonover. Jeffrey Schoonover, 25 on the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. That's how we pay the bills.
I feel like a sex worker on the show sometimes.
It's pretty good because if you can just relax and get into the moment, it's quite the release and relief.
Do they say
that's what they should name the place? Release and relief.
Do they say like me so horny?
No, but here's what they do. Is you go in and you pay like $80,
right?
And then they take you to this place in Connecticut. They took you to like this locker room, and they said they gave you this towel and they told you to take off, get down to the towel.
Now, when you say locker room, is it like there's many men in there with other masseuses, or is it just like a single person?
It was like a single person locker room.
Okay.
But it was adjacent to the room you're going to.
Gotcha.
And then they literally had like a shower, the shower stall that I have at my downstairs bathroom.
Yes.
Like that fiberglass. They have like one of those.
Oh, okay.
And they turn the water on until it's warm, and they got this bucket.
Yeah.
With a scrub brush, and they literally scrub up your privates. They literally do. Like they literally scrub up your privates.
Because they're dirty.
Yeah, schmegma.
Well, you know why? You know what causes schmegma?
What?
Foreskin.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
It all comes full circle here.
It comes back to foreskin.
The theme of today is foreskin.
And so
this is all before the massage too?
Well, at this particular place, now I've been to places before. I shouldn't have said that, but I'm just telling you. I have been to places before where you just go into the room,
right?
And they drape it and they tell you to get comfortable.
That's not how they say it.
Get comfortable.
Take off your clothes.
Get comfortable. And your comfortability, like I would just get down to my underwears.
You wouldn't let it all hang out?
No. And then they come in and you're in and they tell you lay face down in your underwear.
Face down, ass up.
And so they come in and they drape your towel, and then they start, massaging. And then they
like a legit massage at
first? No, like a legitimate massage.
Okay, just feeling it out. Okay.
And then they flip you over. Well, you got a bony.
Okay.
I mean, you do.
That's why you're there.
You're so happy to see me.
You're horny enough to go to this place.
Right.
You got a bony. And they can Arizona Dirt Track Hoosier $10. Thank you very much. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, all at the Bubba Army. They see the bony.
And they address it.
And they say,
let's take care of it.
They say, but they give you like a shoulder and like a foot and, like a chest and
like they're ignoring the elephant.
Is that any good at all?
Not bad.
Okay.
Not bad.
But for a while, did they ignore the elephant in the room?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Because they're ladies.
Right. And then they say, is there any other part that you need worked on?
And you say, duh.
You go,
get to work, ching chong.
You kind of, point.
Yeah.
And then she then gives you several different options using her hand. No speaking, because, you don't want anybody to hear.
Sorry.
And so she does. There's, trust me, there's some universal movements that you can do that people can understand.
Yes.
And one movement, one thing, might be 40. Another thing,
sandpapering some steel pipes maybe or something.
Sandpapering some steel pipes could be 40. doing a popsicle gimmick could be 80.
Oh, so it's an upcharge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's literally like a pamphlet that they pull out and show you?
No.
You just know, right?
Well, you were saying prices, so I didn't
They
know.
tell you.
Well, yeah, they're like,
I thought you said
if
there
I'm
was
going
no
to
speaking.
sandpaper a wooden dowel rod,
Oh, okay.
it's,
80,
it's
40.
that's 50.
Yeah.
And then if I'm going to, what was that song, Lil Wayne Lollipop? Or if I'm going to lollipop it, that's 80.
Oh, by Lil Wayne?
Yeah, Lil Wayne. If I'm going to give you a Lil Wayne lollipop, that's 80. And then if we're going to go, around the world, but they don't. None of those usually go around the world.
Huh.
That they don't usually offer around the world.
They like to stay in America.
Yeah, they like to stay in America, and unless you're Robert Kraft, and maybe you can get around the world.
Nice.
Didn't Vince McMahon get around the world over in West Palm too? Something
Supposedly,
like that.
yeah.
So that's just where you go in to the shop, and they tell you to go to room 5. That's that one. But the one in Connecticut is unlike any I've probably been to in my lifetime. In full disclosure, I mean, I talk about a lot of things.
You're pretty much like an
wrong with it.
explorer.
Yeah.
I'm exploring life. I mean, you don't think there's a lot of men that would like to have said, I've gone to a Asian massage, full release?
You're trying to learn about other cultures.
Yeah. And I've probably been to, I'd say 5 or 6 in my, Brian Payne, 10 on the super chat.
Thank you.
I've probably been to 5 or 6. Oh, no. There was this place in Pasco County, Blitz, back when I was on 98 Rock.
Okay.
And it was 4 hands.
Pardon? So
It was a 4-hand massage.
Oh.
2 girls.
Wow.
Whoa.
You sure?
Was,
hey,
oh, it
hey,
was,
you sure? Okay, sorry.
It was, and I knew the girl. And she would, oh, man, I would go there like twice a week.
In Pasco County?
Yeah.
Oh.
You've only been 5 times.
Hello. I might have been actually 50 times. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, that place you're talking about, was that on Franklin Street?
In Connecticut?
Yep.
Right by,
Yep,
kind of by a big hill, kind of.
Yep.
Yeah.
That place was real popular in the day. Everybody knew about it.
Is it still there?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, shame.
No, they got shut down. A lot of guys I knew were going in there with credit cards. Why? It's beyond me. But
yeah, Franklin.
I know the. Yep.
Catch and release. The Franklin catch and release. Yep.
I got you.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
4 hands in Pasco.
Again.
Oh yeah, you're in time.
I gotta get water. Very thirsty.
Time for her to go and make some more urine for everyone. You're in time. You're stuck with this. Good dark match, Steve. Have you been up there, buddy? What's up, Brian Payne? Brian, I'm Billy. Get this bad boy down. It's you, dark match. Except when you leave me hanging. Saying redneck, what's up? Oh, they say go regular. No, sorry. 67 Scout. What's up? How many fin 202R? Oh, did you? How far did you go, Brian Payne? Morning, Gator Trade. I don't know either. 67 Scout. I would see the guys in here that have it might be able to help you. Morning, Carla. Well, it's pretty obvious they're full-headed fishing. Gonna be like 85. Michael Trader.
Hi, Lemmy.
Hi, Bubba.
Don't forget we're going tomorrow, Lemmy.
Oh yeah, and what time? What Big Red asked meet here. And if so, what time?
Probably right at 10. Or no. We were gonna go pick it up and then have him meet us at the gym, weren't we?
I think you said about having him go down there.
Does he want to go down there with us?
I think he was saying, to make it quicker.
Okay. So then you probably need to have us we need to be
Like
here.
10:15?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we gotta go pick it up.
Yeah.
So
I think that was wrong.
let me figure that out.
Okay. It's a great intro. Sorry, Tom Beans Pikachu. It's only what's wrong? Is everything okay?
Yeah, why?
I've been in here so long, I don't know that something was.
Something good?
Oh.
That's why I grabbed this.
Gotcha.
Oh, God.
It'll do. Not bad. Oh, yeah.
No, Tom Beans.
Their version smell is too much.
Maybe we'll pop down there, dude.
I had some uncircumcised talk from 06 I was going to maybe play, but I have to listen to it all.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Tony Stewart will be in today. I don't know when. I'm assuming probably within the hour. Probably like right around 10.
Cool.
So what we're going to do is going to say goodbye, break off on the affiliates as if we're closing the show. If he's not here by 10, then fire up a complete new stream on YouTube and Facebook. If he is here by 10, then we'll just hit break 8 and say goodbye and keep going.
Nice.
It might be easier, Blitz, just to go ahead and burn commercial number 7 right now.
Probably not a bad idea.
Then have 8 in the hop. When he gets here, I can say goodbye to everybody and say, Tony, we'll be back on in 6 minutes. Give us time to, catch up and pleasantries and things like that. How about that?
I like it.
You good with that? Cool.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
This freaking thing.
This is. Don't kick her. Hello, chat. We meet again. Tom Beans speaking. What's up, North Dakota Wanda?
I'm going to wear Tony's wife's shirt to be pandering. She's a race car driver. Did you know that?
Oh, I was like, how are you going to fit in her shirt?
Not her fucking
Sorry. What's up, Neil Montplaisir? Tut? Bubba's dirt track? I don't know what a tut is. I've not met you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Wanda Spangler from North Dakota. Or as you probably call it, North Dakota. Anth Kid, what's up? Napa Mike, good morning. Not yet, Napa Mike. I think we're just kind of working with the one that he has. My backpack cooler, freaking awesome. Thank you so much. I was so excited about that. It's so functional. You just put it on, throw some claws in the back, go on a picnic. Yeah. Trickest of knees. Tricky. You like my cup? Thank you. It's like a mosaic deal. I like this cup too. Yeah, I think you left one of yours here, Brian.
What's that?
His cooler. Brian from Philly.
Yeah. Actually, I just moved it. Just now.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yes, Elkhart Rob. OC North County friend. That's what's up. That's my old stomping grounds, man. V-Town, Seabad, O-Side. That's how we do. Tri-City area, North County, San Diego. Represent. It's a weird place to rap because it's just like the fucking burbs, but it's a good place to grow up. Well, I'm Vit's fat, so she can joke on me that I've lost over 50 pounds. That's fucking awesome, Wanda. I don't shame you. That's fucking great. You're working on your shit. Exactly. You gotta be able to laugh at yourself, or else you're gonna have a miserable life. I couldn't agree more. Paying himself $750 in his massive house and car collections. We need to start our own church. I think we tried to start Clemunism or Clemonology or whatever. It didn't really take off. Booban! Wanda says hi, Booban.
Hi, Wanda.
From North Dakota. What's up, Tina May?
North Dakota, eh?
Who's Bubba Army Mom, I believe, that hottie.
From North Dakota, eh?
North Dakota. Is that for Tony Stewart?
You want some?
No. Okay. What's up, Tina?
North Dakota, eh?
North Dakota. Oh, good morning, James. It's weird seeing your real names. JBJB4, what's up? Golden Egg Layer still has his deal. Your mother loves the dirt track. Oh, it does, Dark Knight Steve? Your shirt's tight on you.
It's a little tight on me.
Oh, that's his wife's.
Leah. Pritchard.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Well, I think I got it right here. He's what?
Pulling in.
He's pulling in?
Yep.
He's up, Bubba. He's up.
I was making sure
He's up.
I didn't say anything.
Good morning, Sicilian Redneck. How are you? It was good to see you in chat. Thanks for coming over to the YouTube side of things.
He's
You want to bring him in as soon as he comes in, right?
Yeah, just bring him right on in and tell him that we got
Ding dong. Ding dong.
So the Isioko.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Tony just walked in, so they're going to escort him right to the studios, and we'll get to have him for, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, and then we'll see if he can stay around for the after show.
Nice.
They probably got him like on a big-time junket where he has to hit like another 10 pieces of media. I think he's probably already done TV. We might be the only radio he's doing, and that's just probably because it's a friend deal at the end of the day.
It's because you're Bubba.
Yeah. Anna, you've never, well, you don't know anything about racing. Like
Well, that's
nothing.
not entirely untrue or true.
You did go to the St. Pete Grand Prix.
I did.
last
yes.
year.
I'm familiar with the cars.
Did you
and
like that?
roads.
Did you like that?
I had a lot of fun.
Did you know that Tony owns one of the largest, most prestigious dirt tracks in America? Something you'd know nothing about.
I think I did know that. But
Fred, we're on the air. Come on in, buddy.
yes. Hi. Nice to meet you.
We got you ready for the Michael. We're live on the air.
It's like a ginormous billboard right there.
Yeah. I like corporate Tony. He's so much nicer. It wouldn't have been near as pleasant if we'd just seen each other at the race shop. There would have been a couple of F's and stuff, but hold on. Tony's getting into position.
You said getting in position, not getting in the position.
Only you, my friend. Boy, I got to tell you, they had you looking good as hell on the Daytona 500. They had you looking good. You looked about 35.
Hey, I'm not aging that bad.
No, you're actually, honest to God, do you think that you could get in, honest to God, if you think you could get in one of your own, you own 4 cars, do you think you could get into 41 tomorrow and be competitive in the 500?
In the 500, probably. In going to Fontana this weekend, probably not.
Or Bristol.
Definitely not Bristol. I am not race fit. That would be the biggest problem, is just not being
Talladega
race fit right
and Daytona all day.
All day.
All day. I was a little surprised. I was watching the broadcast on Sunday where you said you were with Larson one time, and Larson actually said that Bell was a better driver than he was.
Yeah, we were literally sitting in Atlanta in my motorhome, and we were watching a live stream of a USAC race out in California. And he goes, "You need to watch this kid." I said, "What's his name?" He said, "Christopher Bell." And I said, "Never heard of this kid." He goes, "Well, you're going to." He goes, "He's better than I am." That was literally Kyle Larson's words. Now, I'm not sure it's lived up to that. I think Kyle's still better than than Christopher is, but Christopher is a huge talent for sure.
Wouldn't you say, and you're recognized as one of the greatest of all time, you, AJ, wouldn't you say that Larson is there? Like I mean, I've heard you say privately that he's amazing.
He is amazing. It's been fun to watch him. Obviously, what he does on dirt is huge, and the sprint car winning the Knoxville Nationals, winning the Kings Royal. I mean, he's won the big sprint car races. Then he gets in dirt late models now, and now he runs good there. He's won a Cup championship now. What's going to be exciting is next year when we get to see him run the Indy 500. That's going to be a really cool deal.
And now you've done that, and do you and you know this guy's skill set, and I think I think maybe you kind of took a run at him a little bit. I think that's not a secret that you wanted him when he got his little scrape up, which I completely thought was the biggest bunch of bull crap ever. We're not going to get into that, but you took a run at him, I think, didn't you?
We did. It was. And we were really close. We just had one hurdle to cross at the end that, again, I won't mention. But, yeah we had one hurdle that we just could not get across.
And you wanted it so bad because, that's kind of, if you were going into protege type world, like it was AJ who did it all, and then the next guy that really kind of did it all was you. You were the next guy that kind of could do it all. He's the next guy that can do it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
going on down the line.
The thing about Kyle Larson is he's one of those kids that you literally you take him out of the box, you put him in a car, and you just tap him on the head, and you go have fun,
drive it,
and he just can drive anything, and he doesn't have to think about it. Like, I'm getting ready to run a top alcohol dragster, this
year. We're getting to that here momentarily,
and I got to think about everything that I'm doing with it. So and I'm using that for the comparison with Larson, and where. That kid, you just say, well, you got to do this and this, and he'll just get in and do it. He doesn't have to think about it.
And the other thing is he can drive an ill-handling car. He'll take an ill-handling car and make it work.
Sure.
Yeah. And that's one thing that I think a lot of people don't know how one of the reasons why you were so good is because if you had a car that was tight and you had, before they started restricting the cars on down to crate motors, you would just gas it up more in the corners and free it up on your own, on your natural ability. You could drive an ill-handled car. And when they locked the cars down toward the latter part of your careers, kind of was to your disadvantage because it made the cars so even that not ill-handling cars were not, you couldn't make them do, you didn't have the donkeys to make them do what you wanted.
That's exactly right. I mean, they basically neutered them.
They did.
And when they started taking the power away like that, that's when that took the tools that I had in my bag to go fast and figure out how to make up the difference. That took all that away.
Speaking of which, now, so you're getting ready to do top alcohol, dragster. And I think the only difference between, what Leah drives and you drive is the fuel, right? I mean, I think aren't they the same length?
It's about 6,000 horsepower difference.
Well, no. I mean, I do know. I know the huge difference in motor, but I think other than that, they're pretty much identical, aren't they?
For the most part, the car is almost identical, but the motor and the fuel, we do run nitro in the fuel as well, but a much smaller percentage with the alcohol dragster. But literally to go from Leah's car that has 11,000 horsepower to go to an alcohol dragster that's 5,000 horsepower.
You've never been with a woman that says, I have more horsepower than you, have you?
Just this time, bud.
She scoffs at your 4-cylinder mini stock.
Well, she's the one that kind of really pushed us for this year, and I'm excited about it. I mean, I ran 11 races total last year, and that wasn't enough for me. So, having the opportunity.
And you got beat by a girl by a millionth of a second just because she whole shotted you.
Thanks, buddy.
No,
appreciate that. Appreciate
Not
that.
to rub it in.
Sumo told me to bring that one up with a Gooch kicker.
Well, when I get home, I'm going to kick his ass.
Yeah.
So we'll sort that out.
And you can't kick Gooch's ass now, can you?
Not Gooch. Gooch is getting older, but he's not old enough. I mean, Gooch still weighs
See, here's the thing about Gooch. Gooch could be as
he
old.
was here a week or two ago.
Gooch came in a few weeks ago and sat in when he was when the All Stars were at East Bay. He came on in. The thing about Gooch, you'd have to hit him in the head with a pipe in order to disable him. You know what I'm saying? Seriously.
Well, you're gonna have to bring 2 pipes because you're gonna screw up the first one hitting him in the head, and then the second one might actually do the job.
So are the Gator Nationals will be your because you're gonna do the whole season here, top alcohol, are you not?
I am, and it's the awesome part about the Gators this year is I get to run the baby Gators the week before, and then I get to run the Gator Nationals. So to be here in Florida and get to kick off the season at the Gator Nationals and it was where TSR actually won their first Nitro race with Matt Hagan in the funny car last year. So, Gator Nationals has a special place in my heart, because of our team and, to get the opportunity to race 2 weekends in a row and get the regional race and get some time back in the car after the winter and then get ready for Gator Nationals.
Now,
It's,
you've driven
something I'm excited about.
everything. You've literally driven open wheel modifieds, midgets, silver crown, asphalt, pavement, motorcycles. Now, we used to talk to Selzy and Capsy, and they're like, you guys may think we only go 4 or 5 seconds or whatever and make fun of us. We only go this. He goes, but it is completely the most sketchiest thing that you could ever think about, and now you're doing it. So give us your rendition of it.
That is why I'm doing it. I mean,
it's straight. It's probably something you've never had. Tony Stewart needs sketch, and you've already sketched yourself out with every other form of racing. So you got to take sketch to the next level, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I'd never driven anything over 1,000 horsepower, and that was in '96 in Indy cars at the Indy 500. So then to get an opportunity to test with Leah's top fuel car. The more laps I made in that car, the more I realized this is the dumbest thing I've ever done. I mean, this car is way faster than I am. And what I mean by that is what people don't realize, a car that has 11,000 horsepower that runs 330 mile an hour, and in the first 60 feet of that is already running 100 mile an hour in 60 feet. The acceleration is incredible in these things. So the hardest part of driving is getting your brain to process the information as fast as it's happening. But
your brain's still back at the starting line, and you're 100 feet down, right?
So when you're 100 feet down and your brain's at the starting line, if something happens, you're probably not going to catch it. So, I mean, that's the sketchy part to it. And, talking to Selzy and Caps and, talking to our teammates with Leah and Matt, Leah can tell you how far it carries the left front tire when she gets on the gas. I can't even tell you there's a left front tire on the car until after we get by the end of the finish line at the top end.
And she actually is really, really good. I mean, she's, not only is she your wife, but she's also very competitive, and she's very good at this and drives it on the toppest of levels. Did she encourage you to do this? I mean,
Well, I think it was kind of a mixture. I mean, when we started dating and I started going to the NHRA races with her, you're standing there and you're watching what's going on, but you really don't know because everything in motorsports I had done before with NASCAR and IndyCar and dirt track racing, it all was kind of in the same bubble. But then you go to an NHRA race and you watch all this, and all of a sudden you realize this is a much, much larger deal, and there's things that you just can't even understand and comprehend. It's kind of on Fantasy Island off to its side. So the more that I got interested in it, the more, listening to her comments and debriefs with the crew chiefs, I wanted to understand what's the feeling like that she's talking about. So I went down to Bradenton, Florida, and went to Frank Hawley's driving school and really enjoyed it. So
you did quite a few passes there, didn't you?
Yeah, I actually went back. I did 2 schools with him in a row. I did a 2-day deal and then went home, and I told Lee, I said there were a lot of things that I didn't do right, and I just wanted to go and clean it up. And I had no intentions of doing anything past that. But, I'm competitive, and I'm one of those guys that if I don't do it right, I want to do it till I do it right. So went back to his school a second time, had a really good deal there, and him and Leah, before they left, said, hey, we ought to get him in a top fuel car and let him make a couple hits. So
now, Selzy always talked about the de-acceleration when you throw the chutes. He's like, that's sometimes more violent than the takeoff.
Yeah, and it's funny because, and I answer the question a little different now, but somebody asked me at the shop last year, they said, what's it like when, and Leah's crew chief was right behind me, and I had no idea he's back here, and somebody goes, what's it feel like when the chutes come out? And I, without missing a beat, said relief. Yeah. And the crew chief started laughing. He goes, I've been in drag racing 20 years. I've never heard anybody say relief for what's it feel like when the chutes come out.
Because you're like, it's done. I'm over. I'm fine.
Well, I know I'm going to stop.
Feels better than hitting the sandpit.
Yeah.
Because if you don't get stopped, you go into a big ski net.
Oh yeah,
hard.
And you've completely junked your deal. I mean, those things are, they're just tubes, are they not?
Yeah, and it's not like being at Daytona or the Indy 500 where you miss pit road and you just go back around another lap and come in. It's make it, take it, miss it, kiss it. You either get stopped and
Make
turn
it,
off the
take
track,
it, miss it, kiss it.
or you go and auger that thing in a ski net. So like when the chutes come out, I'm just excited that I'm getting stopped.
You know, one of the things, TV does not do any justice for NHRA. You cannot even fathom. By the way, the Gator Nationals, March 3rd through the 12th. Go to NHRA.com for tickets. Tony's team will be there. Hagen, his wife Leah. Tony will be competing in top alcohol. But the one, maybe you've been to the Daytona 500, and probably the most impressive thing about the Daytona 500 or something about NASCAR is, and Tony, you're obviously participated in this, but after you take the green on that very first lap, when you're finally up to speed and they come through the start-finish line as a thundering herd of buffalo, like that is an unbelievable moment, because that's the closest they're ever going to be. You got 43 of them, and TV you cannot appreciate that unless you're there. NHRA, you cannot fathom how violent it's so you're thinking, how can you put that much violence to the ground? You can't understand it.
And I tell everybody, I've been around motorsports for over 40 years. A NASCAR race is, unless you're there for the party for the weekend and you're camping for the weekend, it is 10 times better if you're going just for the race. It's 10 times better to watch it on TV than be there in person.
Yeah.
NHRA, it is 10 times better to be at the event than it is to watch it on TV. If you can't go, then watch it on TV, obviously. Watch it on Fox. But if you can be there, when you buy your ticket, this is in all forms of motorsports I've ever been a part of.
From dirt
totally
midgets to Silver Crown.
Yeah, to NASCAR and IndyCar. You buy a ticket to the race and you get your seat, you can't get down where the cars are in the pit area.
Nope.
You go to an NHRA race and you go to the Gator Nationals here in a couple weeks. When you buy your ticket, you go everywhere but on the starting line. Like, you're down there where the teams are. When they're doing the warm-up, people are smelling the nitro fumes. And I had no idea until I met Leah how passionate the fans were about being down in the pit area. And the fumes, I mean, there'll be 40 people sitting behind the car when the car starts.
Trying to get high off the nitrous.
and the nitro fumes burn your eyes so bad that by the time it's done, there's 8 people standing there, and they won't leave for nothing. They are not leaving. And I've seen people, and I've heard stories, they'll take trash bags, and they try to catch the fumes in a trash bag. And
Sell
take
it on
it.
eBay?
Some real degenerates.
Well, they just take it home, and it's like
I got Tony's fumes for $29.99.
Exactly. When they want their fix, they just open the bag a little bit and let a little out.
Until Lasowski took me to my very first NHRA in Texas when we were Selzy and Capsy, and I couldn't fathom how close the average guy who's sitting on the top row, how close that guy can get to, he can get within, you can almost touch the cars. I mean, you got little stanchions there, but I mean, I think every ticket's a pit pass, they say, isn't it? Isn't that pretty much it is?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the great thing. Every event, when you buy a ticket at an NHRA event, it gets your seat, but you also get to go, you have access all the way down to the teams. You get to watch the crew guys working on the car. And that's one of the impressive things, where NASCAR, they don't even touch the motors anymore at the track. Where every run on an NHRA car, they're taking the motors apart, putting new rods and pistons in it and bearings, doing the whole service of it. Then they do the warm-up in the pit area after they've rebuilt it, and that's where the fans go crazy. So
do you think there's something we could do to get the motors to last more than a quarter mile?
No. 11,000 horsepower, bud.
Yeah.
I got something to show you, buddy.
They got to take them apart. I mean, and they're literally like a ticking time bomb when they go down through there.
The crazy thing to look at, too, is the fuel pump. So you see how much fuel they flow?
Look at, hey, how about this guy being one of the greatest of all time right here on your top of your screen up here? This is from my track this weekend, and Brady passed Jack in all-time wins at USAC Friday night at my track, and so Jack came on down. Jack Hewitt. Tony, did you ever race with Jack back in the day?
I raced with him a lot back in the day, and it was like racing with Dale Earnhardt.
Oh, really? Would he get you dirty? Would he get you?
Yeah, he didn't drive you dirty, but he was one of those guys that you knew that if you drove him dirty at all or did something wrong, he was going to, at the bare minimum, you were going to have a conversation. And I got along great. Jack and I are great friends. I
love Jack. He lives down in Florida now.
Does he really?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, we parked side by side at Eldora Speedway the year that he won all 4 divisions at the 4 Crown Nationals.
Only guy ever to win to do that.
So it was pretty cool to be parked next to him that weekend. We had a lot of fun with him and his wife.
Now, aren't you there's a handful of guys that won what 2 or 3 forms of USAC in 1 year? Are you one of them? You're one of them, but what are they? Silver Crown, Midget, and Sprints?
Yeah, the Crown Jewels are the National Midget Series, the National Sprint Car Series, and the Silver Crown Division. And we were the second driver to win all 3 of those divisions, but the first driver to win them all in one season. So
I got to tell you, we had them there. We had them there this past weekend, and they still, dirt racing wise, are some of my the funnest cars to watch. I mean, those guys drive.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're not they're not driving it off the front tires. They're doing everything with the back tires. So if they want the car to turn more, they just use a little more throttle and get the back end to swing out more. If they want it to go the opposite direction, they just.
How good were you in non-wing 410? How good were you? I mean, you were good in everything. Of the 3, what were you the best in?
Probably the midget. I feel like. I mean, I liked them because they had about 330, 340 horsepower, and they weighed 900 pounds.
Right.
So the power-to-weight ratio was really good. And a lightweight car like that, like you mentioned earlier, if the car wasn't right, I could manipulate it with my feet and hands and make it do, what it didn't want to do.
What's your Mount Rushmore of racing?
Well, which division?
No, all of racing of all time.
Man.
I have a Mount Rushmore.
I think you would have to. I think the first 2 that are no-brainers, you'd have to put AJ Foyt and Mario Andretti, and you have to say AJ Foyt first because if you say Mario Andretti and then you put AJ behind it, he doesn't even want to be on the list.
And if AJ hears it, he'll try to beat you up.
Exactly. So you got to go AJ first, then Mario Andretti.
Right.
I would say John Force has to be on that list from NHRA because just nobody's done it as well for as long as he has. And then this is where it gets really hard, probably on the last one.
Yeah,
you gotta have
because you gotta maybe think about yourself a little bit.
No, you gotta think about the King, Richard Petty, or Dale Earnhardt Sr. or Jimmy Johnson. One of those.
Or how
three
about one
has
of the
to be on
F1
it.
guys? How about
Lewis Hamilton. If you're
Yeah.
gonna pick anybody from Formula One, it's got to be Lewis Hamilton, in my opinion.
You're building a house in Arizona, I heard.
Dude, I'm dragging my feet like
How in
my
the hell?
legs broke. That's how much I'm dragging my feet to build a house.
I don't even understand how you do it. I know some of the things and investments that you're in, and I don't even understand how you do it, bud. And now you're on Fox, and now you're running. Now you're racing again, and you got World of Outlaw teams, and you got Xfinity. Like, how do you do it, bud? I mean, and you look good too. You look pretty damn good.
Like I mentioned earlier, I ran 11 races total last year, and it was the busiest year I've ever had in my career. And you and I've known each other forever.
Yep.
And you've known when I've had busy seasons.
I've
that
used
were
to
crazy.
see where Eddie would give you your sheet, and it was literally a sheet, and sometimes you were triple booked the day.
Yeah. I mean, you were lucky. I know one of those months I had 2 days off for the entire month.
Now add Leah in there, who has sponsor obligations, and NHRA is very much even more pro sponsor in hospitality than what you're used to as far as NASCAR. And I mean, it's got to be overwhelming.
It is a little bit, but that's something that's a part of it this year of running the alcohol car with NHRA that I'm really excited about because. When the nitro cars are up there, I get to watch Leah run. I get to watch Matt run. When that's over, then I go back and then I go change and I get to put my uniform on and then I get to go run. So it's where before when I had Donnie Schatz and Steve Kinzer driving for me with the Wing Sprint cars,
right?
We all ran at the same time. So this is a really cool deal with NHRA this year where I get to get in the car and I get to make my runs, but we're kind of like the support division to the nitro teams and the pro teams. So I get to do all of it on the same weekend, and that's something that it's fun. It makes the day fun for me. It's a little more challenging because I've got to watch the schedule and make sure that, if I'm up watching nitro, if alcohol's right behind that, I've got to change before I go up there and have my uniform on to watch. So it's going to be a lot of fun this year. I'm super excited about starting the season at the Gator Nationals here. Like I mentioned, we get to run the Baby Gators the week before, so that'll be a good tune-up race for us to get ready for the Nationals the 10th through the 12th.
Has there been any form of racing that you have not done that you want to?
Barstool, probably, or hard.
I got to drive a Barstool, bud.
Did you?
Yes. In
Did
Arizona.
you win it?
No, I crashed.
You crashed?
My fat ass on top of that thing, I was top heavy.
I bet.
So...
Tony Stewart told me one time he was driving me around Lakeland, son of a bitch, put me in his car.
Oh, that was so much fun.
And just told me they were just going to cut in the brakes. They weren't going to do anything. Next thing I know, he's going up to, they're doing the full deal, and we're getting close to the wall, and I'm dying. I'm literally dying. And please pull in, please pull in.
That's not what you were saying.
Yeah, well,
you were screaming and you were like, "Please stop."
Yeah, and I'm like, and you turn around and said, "Say you're a bitch," and I go, "I'm the biggest bitch ever. I'm the biggest fattest bitch
I did make him say that. I wasn't going to say that. You told on yourself.
It's okay. I go, "I'm the biggest fattest bitch ever. I'm a girl. I have a vagina. Whatever. Let me in, please." And he goes, and so we get out of the car and I go, "What if we would have crashed?" And he goes, "Tony Stewart doesn't crash on his own. People crash me sometimes, but I don't crash on my own."
Well, and the other thing was I was in a full fire suit with a helmet on and a seat with seat belts. Yeah. He was in shorts, a T-shirt, and was sitting on a packing blanket,
with a roll cage
no helmet,
with the fuel line running between my legs.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't going to be your biggest issue, trust me.
Yeah, trust me.
But I can promise you, with him on the right side of the car, it didn't drive the same.
No, you pretty much floored it through the.
So what you're saying is that had you hit the wall, it would have been his fault.
No,
absolutely. Yeah, no doubt.
He had a big push. Is Fox wearing you out to continue to, because I thought you did a great job. It's just a different feel with you and Clint in there. And so are they wearing you out to do more?
Well, the sad part is, Kevin Harvick let the cat out of the bag at the LA Coliseum. Kevin's going to be in the booth full time next year for Fox, so I'm actually getting fired. I've got 5 more events this year with Fox, and I love doing it. But the great thing is, I'm also getting the opportunity to do the broadcast for the NHRA side as well. So I'm going to do a couple races with Fox again at the NHRA. I know we're doing Chicago, the Chicago event. Alcohol doesn't run, so I'm going to do the full broadcast for the Chicago event, which is cool because NHRA hasn't been at Joliet for years. So it's bringing the series back there is going to be awesome. So I'm excited about it. I like doing the TV stuff. You and I have had a lot of conversations about it. You've done all this stuff forever, and I called and relied a lot on you for
I'm the one,
advice.
and a lot of people don't realize that I'm the one that got his XM radio deal. I'm the one that put that one together. Nice. I went into the bosses before they started hating me, and I said, "Hey, you guys got to get Tony Stewart in here to do it. Him and Matty Yoakum, and you guys did that for a couple of years, I think."
We learned by the second show that literally when I would get, if I was in Charlotte, we would do it from Matt's house, and we had the ability to be split up. If I was in Indiana, I had a studio set up in the house. But I had to drink a shot of Jack before the show because I couldn't relax. Yeah, I was super nervous doing it. So now, all these years later, now they've got me doing TV broadcasts.
Now you're doing TV, man, looking like like $1 million bucks. How about you? Where are you spending most of your time? Indiana?
Honestly, with our schedule the way it is, and with all the things that we're doing, it's kind of back and forth. I mean, I've literally by the end of the day today, I'll have been in Florida for 2 weeks already. And I don't leave Florida till March 17th, with the exception of Friday flying out to Fontana to do the Fox broadcast for the NASCAR race. And then I literally come back and get ready for the Baby Gator Nationals the next weekend, and then the Gator Nationals the following weekend.
What kind of plane you got nowadays? Remember when you used to have that badass one? Oh, man.
Well, it's still pretty badass, but it's more
economical.
Plane. Well, it's a better plane for us to get into smaller airfields, which a lot of times are closer to the dirt tracks and stuff we go to. We've got a Citation CJ4 now.
Nice. You had a CJ2 when we were hanging out with you? Was it a 2?
Well, I think for a while we had the Falcon 50, which that was badass.
I don't think I ever got to be on the Falcon 50.
Oh, man, that was the one you wanted to be on.
No, I know that was engine. That was badass. That could almost make it across the pond, could it not?
Yeah. But that thing, when you fired it up, it was like shooting dollar bills out the back.
Exactly.
That was the worst part of that deal.
Just sitting on the tarmac, you were probably burning, 5 Gs, weren't you, just on the tarmac?
You would go to races with us, and after the race is over, I mean, think about this. Every week, every Sunday, these NASCAR drivers, they run during the day, and as soon as it's over, they all haul ass to the airport.
Right. That was the best race. That was the best race.
Yeah, and you sit there and watch all these guys ripping out of the bus lot to try to get to the airport, to sit in line and burn fuel. And I'm like, and I understood it. A lot of these guys have young children that had school the next day, so they try to get home to put their kids to bed and see their family and stuff after a long weekend. So you and I, we'd sit in the bus and just screw around and hang out and
get in trouble.
Wait till the pilot called and say, there's 3 of them in line now, and we'd go jump in, fire up, take off right away.
Wait for Mike Arney to give me dirty looks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were talking on the way over here. I said, it took 2 years for Arney to finally have.
He still hates me.
No, he loves you now.
Okay.
He loves you. But it took us 2 full years of absolutely no. We are not doing this show. This guy's nuts, which you are nuts, but we love you anyway.
But I've really muffled it down.
And that's with Eddie trying to help too.
You're somewhat neutered a little bit.
I'm very neutered. I'm very neutered. I'm neutered and I'm old.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, us old guys, we just have more knowledge.
How's old Godfather doing?
It's terrible. He doesn't feel good. He's been sick.
No.
He had COVID.
Shame.
And I retired. When I retired, it was really hard on him. So, I'm trying to find a way to get him back
newsflash,
involved.
You're not retired, buddy.
No, not at all. Not even close.
You're not retired at all.
I just keep shifting around like the Grateful Dead. I keep moving around here and there and trying different things.
How do you think your NASCAR program's going to do this year?
I'm excited about it. I mean, at L.A. at the Coliseum, Ryan Preece in his first race
I like
for us
that kid.
at SHR.
I really like that guy. I do.
If we didn't have the fuel pump issue, he's probably going to win the race.
Yeah.
So, we should have won there. Eric Amarola was probably the strongest SHR car at Daytona this week, but all of them, by the time they got to Saturday after the last practice, they all were happy with their car. They all showed strength. Preece ran up front. Eric ran up front. Harvick ran up front. Briscoe ran up front and led. They all led or ran in the top two at some point during the race. So, we had strength, we had speed, but it's just Daytona. It's a wreck fest. And
it is.
You take really nice cars there, and then you take them back in a basket when you leave here. So
and don't forget, you own it, so that's dollars to you. You're thinking, oh my God, there's $400,000 right there, just wadded up, right?
400. It was worse than that. We had 3 cars in one wreck, and I'm like, oh my God.
What's a car cost all in, Tony? I know you can't R&D and wind tunnel but just roll like a car. Is it 150, 200? You think?
Oh, it's way more than that. You're probably spending $500,000 on a car.
On a car,
yeah, easily, and it might be more than that, honestly, with all the technology.
And how about NHRA? What's is it as expensive?
It's expensive. I tell everybody, I'm like, NHRA is not expensive until you start it. When you start the motor, then it gets real expensive.
That's when the dollars start. It might as well be dollars coming out of those tailpipes, right?
Yeah, but man, it's so cool to watch. But honestly, where NASCAR on the NASCAR side, in our prime when I was driving, we would have 17 cars for each driver. The NHRA side, we got a primary and a backup car, and they just don't crash cars a lot.
17 cars when you were in NASCAR
per driver and team.
Whoa!
Because you'd have super speedway cars, short track cars, road course cars, intermediate cars, concrete cars. You had cars, you had backup cars, and cars and cars and cars.
Wow! What? Do you still got your remote control business?
Yeah, RC Car Company with CustomWorks RC. Yeah.
How's it? You still doing pretty good?
Yeah, and the cool thing, and this was just kind of dumb luck, but the industry kind of shifts. People in the industry, they'll get into carpet oval racing, and then they'll get on to dirt oval racing. Now the hot thing is RC drag racing.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
So Lee and I, 2 years ago, we were at my house in Indiana at the ranch, and our team guys were coming from Charlotte. They were driving to Milwaukee and said, hey, can we come stay the night? Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, they got there late. Lee is already in bed. Come in, he shows me the car, and we used to just build dirt oval cars. Now we're building drag cars. So our guys come in and they show me the car, and they were driving to Milwaukee to a race that paid $15,000 to win.
Jeez.
So I take the car in, and at that time, this is all during COVID, and the prize money was way down. To win a nitro division was $15,000. So I literally went in there and woke Lee up. I said, hey, check this car out. And she's like, oh, it's really cool. I said, guess what? It's racing for the same amount of money to win this weekend as you are.
As you are.
That's how big
now are they all
RC
electric?
drag racing is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's 200 feet is the length of the track, and they do it in like 1.7 seconds now.
Dang.
It's crazy.
But
it doesn't hurt. You crash, it doesn't hurt at all.
No, it doesn't. And it's really not even that expensive, really. You new bodies. What's a new body costing today?
Body. If those guys crash, it's way more than a body. They're wadding crap.
Replacing everything.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Tony Stewart's worst investment and Tony Stewart's best investment. Not necessarily on gains and returns, but on pain in the assness and likeness.
Well, the category for pain in the ass part would be huge. The best thing I ever did was marry my wife Leah.
Well, yeah,
that's a no-brainer.
Yes, obviously. I got her shirt on, by the way, because my boy Gooch stole me a couple of shirts.
Dang, she's out of the room right now.
Don't let Misha find out. So anyway, but like what is like, and like a lot of people don't know. I think you're involved in Flow Racing. You obviously own Eldora. You got a drag race team. You got an NHRA team. You got You got an Xfinity team. You got a NASCAR team. You got,
part owner in SRX series, the All Stars.
Yeah, we've
got a lot of stuff.
You got a lot of stuff.
A lot.
What's your favorite? And you know what? Rather than see what's your least favorite, because that could piss some people off. What's your favorite, Eldora?
I would say Eldora and my NHRA teams. I absolutely love the atmosphere at an NHRA race. It's so different. Where NASCAR, it was hard to get in the pit area for people, and it was chaotic. It's chaotic in a different way, but the fans in the NHRA races are unbelievable, and they're respectful of your time. If you're there working on the car and they're standing 5 feet away, they're not sitting there trying to get you to stop working on the car to come take a picture. They love watching the teams and the drivers work on the car, and they love being close to the action. But
it's a smaller niche, but it's a very loyal niche. You know
Absolutely, but the numbers. I'm blown away by how many people are in the pit area to come to an NHRA race. It's awesome. The atmosphere's everybody's excited. They're happy to be there, and that's something that you don't see at a lot of motorsports these days. So I love it. It's not because I'm doing it, but that's part of the reason why I'm participating in NHRA this year,
because you like it.
I like how they do things. I like how they take care of the race fans and
Sumo told me, I'll tell you one thing, goddamn, you wouldn't believe the hospitality game. It's a whole nother level. That's what Sumo said.
Well, and part of that is, you think about it, a qualifying day on Saturday, the cars are going to make 2 runs. Well, that's, if you look at that on time, from the time they hit the gas till the end, it's less than 8 seconds for 2 runs. So what do you do the rest of the time? Well, that's why being in the pits is so important for the fans to come down, get to watch the teams and drivers work on the car, disassemble the motors, rebuild the motors.
Completely disassemble.
And the atmosphere is unreal. And what we do with hospitality, at a NASCAR race, you want people in hospitality for 3.5, 4 hours watching the race. Well, instead, now we take these people, and now for 3.5, 4 hours, they're in the pit area watching these guys work on cars. And the great thing is our partners are able to come do B2B business with each other, which is really good for us.
Yeah, I'm so excited for you, my friend, and you're doing so well. And you're going to be racing again, which I think is just something that you always have to be doing. Until you're in a wheelchair, I think you're going to have to be. He'll race wheelchairs. He will.
I got to be racing something.
The world's fastest wheelchair.
I know you had some bad subject. Don't get mad at me. I know you had some bad luck at the Rumble this year. I was looking.
Oh yeah. We were fast. We had a good car. It was just I had motor problems the second day, and.
Is the Munchkin okay? Is it okay body-wise?
Yeah.
Okay, it was just motor problems.
Yeah, we just had it was just little things. It was we were really fast up there. We just had bad luck.
Do you have enough time to tell the $50 bill story?
Oh man, I hate $50 bills.
No, I know, and I got ribbed and was told one time to give you a $50 bill, and I almost got punched in the face. Of course, Sumo told, go up here and give him a 50, see how it works out.
Yeah, I would have clubbed you down like a baby seal.
I know you did, and there's a story behind it, and it's Dale Sr. involved, is it not?
Yeah, Dale Sr. was real superstitious about $50 bills, and we had Ronnie Crooks was my shot guy, and we were at Martinsville, and they lined the cars up on the racetrack, and he goes, after the national anthem, he goes, take this $50 bill down to Dale. He said, wait till he gets in the car, though. Don't do it when he's outside the car. So I watched.
It's like an offering, right?
Yeah, just hey, good luck today. And so I went to hand that thing inside there, and Richard Childress clotheslined me. And Dale Sr. couldn't suck back in the seat any further than he already was. Like he had a panic look on his face. And that is the same day that Kenny Irwin and I had our big scrap, and that changed everything for me as well. Not in a great way. So, I'm superstitious as all get out. I do not want to touch a $50 bill.
No, you will not.
And I literally almost got a lady fired from Joe Gibbs Racing for putting $50 bills in my per diem.
Really?
Yep, absolutely. I threw a fit because they were terrible luck.
And you also won't stay in a room that ends in one that equals 13 or is 13. Am I not right
it's
on
got
that?
13 in the room number. I won't stay on the 13th floor.
Didn't NASCAR give you like a hard card one year with 13 in it, and you had to change it?
The hard card was 13. I'm like, you idiots!
Oh my god!
And I sent it back, and then they sent another one back, and the numbers added up to 13. I said, let's try this one more time. Listen, but all of us drivers are superstitious that way.
But you're the exception. You're super superstitious.
Yeah, very much so. But
so 13, no $50 bills. Anything else?
I didn't like green. I didn't want anything to do with green race cars. And some of the cars that I drove when I started at Joe Gibbs Racing hand-me-downs from Bobby Labonte.
And you had some green in them.
And sometimes you'd see a hint of green, so I'd take a
right.
black Sharpie and I'd cover the green with a Sharpie.
Even no
or
teals,
you just wreck
nothing?
it. You just
No,
wreck it so you get a
definitely
new
no
body.
teals for me.
No teals.
Right.
What's that, Bub?
Or you just wreck if a car had like one of Bobby's hand me down some green, you just wall it and so you can get a new body.
No, I never did that. I mean, back then, those guys, I mean, when guys built cars in NASCAR in that day and age, they were craftsmen. I mean, they were hand making the body panels. Now we buy the pieces from NASCAR, and you hope they fit when you get them, and it doesn't. The craftsmanship isn't there anymore. They don't have to do it. The cars look awesome. The new bodies are awesome.
They are.
The new car is an appealing car to look at, obviously. But it's taken a lot of the craftsmanship
Your
out of
one lap took one race at all, and I knew you guys were skirting around the issue a little bit. You talked about it on Fox this past Sunday, but I think Kyle Busch did a segment on the one that he wants to win. Is the Daytona 500. You are the winningest. You and Dale Sr. I think are tied or 1 and 2 with regards to the amount of victories at Daytona. But never Dale had one 500.
Yeah.
The 1 500 is the one thing on your bucket list that got away from you that will probably forever not haunt you but just disturb you. If there's one to go and you're leading the Daytona 500, who do you want on your back bumper?
A teammate.
Yeah,
somebody that you know is not going to dump you.
Out of all the guys you've raced over the years, who could push you the best? Kevin?
Dale Earnhardt Jr., actually.
Really?
Yeah, Dale and I, we were never teammates, never drove for the same team, and I did drive his Xfinity car some.
Right.
But we got to be really good buddies at restrictor plate tracks at Daytona, Talladega. We would get hooked up together, and it got to the point where we did such a good job of drafting together that the rest of the field would do everything they could the entire race
to break
keep
you
us
two up.
Broke apart and split up in different lines in different areas. So
now, are there guys, Tony, that just can't hook on good and are just back there beating you up, and there's other guys that are just so good at it?
Yeah, there are. I mean, Brad Keselowski he's a good pusher, but it's sketchy. I mean, he hits you hard. So when he hits you, if you watch the race and you watch the qualifying race on Thursday, anybody that was in front of Keselowski, their cars looked terrible. They were all over the place. Well, it's because Brad's pushing them all over the place. So some guys are have a little more finesse when it comes to the pushing.
You gonna attempt the 500 again?
No, I'm too old for that.
You're not
gonna Morgan Shepherd it?
No, definitely not.
Morgan Shepherd.
Here's the thing. I mean, to go back to the Daytona 500 part, the two biggest races that I never won were the Indy 500 and the Daytona 500.
God.
But man, you look at the races now, and the great thing was Ricky Stenhouse didn't wreck somebody to win the 500 this year. He drove his way to the lead, and then the caution came out behind him. And that I respect. But man, when Austin Dillon dumped Eric Amarola and I can't remember the 34 card.
I forget the guy's name.
Michael McDowell.
Michael McDowell.
When McDowell won the race, the two leaders took each other out. I mean, that's not how you want to win the biggest stock car race of the year. And it's like it's the first race of the year for NASCAR. It's their biggest race of the year, and it ends in a crash fest all the time. And I keep looking, going, how do we call this a success? So I'm glad to get that weekend behind us now. Go from 500 horsepower cars to a 5,000 horsepower car that I get to drive and go back to real racing again.
Did you see the big wreck I had at Saturday night at my track?
No. Did you have a big yard sale?
Oh my God, I gotta find it. And wait till you see this, buddy. And as a track owner, this is the worst thing that you can see for a track owner. Here it is. This is the B main. This is the B.
This is where you expect to see some cars in the B main.
This guy here, the guy is from West Terre Haute, Indiana, that causes the carnage.
What's his name?
I don't know, but he drives for Honest Abe. Kevin. Kevin somebody. I think he's a rookie. Really nice guy. And in his post interview, he said I was his favorite radio personality because he remembered me from Terre Haute. But wait till you see how much money he cost me. You ready, bud?
Let it rip.
Him the sixth on the field. That'll shuffle Maddox back into the bump spot. Swanson continues to pester for P2, and it's bad.
Oh, yeah. Look at those dollars. I will tell you this. Watch.
Right in front of the crowd, too.
Now, Tony, I'm going to say something that you will 100% back me up. Watch the boys from MedStar, the best ever.
They're there before the car stops.
Before the car stops, MedStar is there.
All right,
turning the fuel off and save the guy.
Two things we're going to watch here that when we replay this. We're going to watch this idiot try to.
His name's Kevin Newton.
Kevin Newton.
Oh, I know Kevin Newton. I knew that's who it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not
driving
a rookie.
Newton.
He's not a rookie
Well,
by any means. He just drives like a rookie.
My God. I could have put Lummy out there.
But he's a cool guy. Super cool guy.
Super cool guy.
The things we're going to see is we're going to watch all the fencing that Bubba has to pay for and replace now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But before this thing even finishes, the guy in the flag stand there, watch his reaction because this car is flipping and ripping the fence out
Towards him.
right in front of him and coming straight at him.
And they'll show. Now look. Now watch
Yep.
MedStar. And so MedStar, because they're the best, he goes underneath the car, Tony, and turns the fuel off. Most people don't know to do that.
Well, not only that, and what
Red
most
flag
people
out,
don't know, the guy
MedStar.
right there, that guy saved my life.
Saved your life.
That was the
in
guy
Missouri, wasn't it?
No, in Oskaloosa, Iowa. When it blew my leg out, and I was
already
bleeding
on the
so bad.
scene.
Yeah, that's right.
That guy right there, Doug Tony Al.
Yep.
All right, look at my Bubba Army obnoxious clownmobile.
You stay
Dude,
back
what
away
is
from-
that?
That's his van.
What are you getting ready to do?
The rape
Shoot Back
van?
to the Future 4?
Dark Match 18.
Ghostbusters 6.
Sometimes you're going to have to do a little bit of fence
If you're
racing
Bubba,
so
you got to be
funny.
over the top. Look at this.
here, but if you
That
guys
thing would take
stay
about
back
6
away
miles
from
to get
the
to
fence.
88 miles an hour.
Up and out of the car he comes.
Hold
Kevin
on.
Newton
We're gonna
is
show it
okay. He was
again.
the one that rode the wall earlier on.
Yeah. So hold on, he rode the wall earlier in the heat, and almost did the same thing.
Maybe he
Trying to
thought it
take
was
that
going to work the
high
second
I
time.
don't know.
Little
You
too
know, man, up in turn 4, you get up in no man's land up at my place, man. That flattens out over there, and you better have a handle on
high.
it.
Yeah, it does. But that's the thing. That's what's fun about your racetrack is that it
Kevin
has
Newton
character and it's a very technical track. It's not like you're running Mach 12 around there.
Didn't
But
you
that's
say
what's
one
fun
time
about
my
it.
track is one of the most technical tracks you've ever driven?
Yes, absolutely.
Here we go.
For those of you in the stands who follow along with Flow Racing, but Newton got way wide coming out turn number 4, clipped the wall, and
Look at Flagman. He's trying to figure out if he needs to jump head first off of the stand right there.
Exactly.
at that point in time, she was all
He's like, all right, we're good now.
but over.
Yeah. Yeah. So they interview Kevin here at
Scott and all the guys got the car running really well. And it's what
Here we go.
another DJ of all time.
Here we go.
It's a little rough as well, but I'm sorry, Bubba, for taking your fence down. Bubba the Love Sponge is my favorite DJ of all time.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
Yeah,
He's
sorry,
saying
Bubba.
that because he
Sorry.
doesn't want you to send him the bill for the fence.
Yeah.
Right.
Sumo's already been on the phone. I bet you Setzer can send us 9 poles, and I can send the Brown brothers down there, and we could have that thing fixed up by the weekend, Bubba.
By the weekend, Sumo would have it fixed in a day and a half, and it would take a full day just to get the people down there. He'll have it knocked out in half a day.
I get the Brown brothers down there. They could stay in the RV. Setzer make the poles. We'll have those things done. I've already had that conversation.
And they had it good enough where they could finish the race.
Yeah. I actually had to get on we had to zip tie. We had to zip tie and bring in temporary.
Please don't tell me you zip tied stuff.
Yes, Tony, we zip tied, and then we moved everybody out of that section. You know, but we weren't going to look at fence repair delay. Look right there on Flow. Is it true you got a little something to do with Flow?
I don't.
Oh,
I don't. Other than they're a partner with ours with Eldora Speedway and the All-Star Circuit of Champions.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe I was like, God, how much richer can Tony get if he owns Flow?
Richard, Bud, you ought to see the bills I pay on these race teams.
Yeah, but I also know.
I went from comfortable to not as comfortable. I mean, I'm not ramen noodles. I'm not there yet, but
hold on. You're not as broke as when you drove. I forget some car from Columbus with your girlfriend and you to Milwaukee, and it paid like $7,500 to win, and you fed the entire crew afterwards, and you put the money in the trunk because you'd never had that much money before.
Listen, we were so broke back then. I bought like a cheap $10 briefcase to just try to look like a professional driver, which nobody was carrying briefcases around.
All drivers
so I looked
have
like an
briefcases.
idiot.
Briefcases.
So I bought this briefcase, and we literally go from Rushville, Indiana, to Milwaukee, and I was going to run the USAC race at the Milwaukee Mile.
Big track too.
Dirt race the night before. I think it paid $6,000 total, and when we drove there, we had to stop and get gas one time, and then we went to McDonald's and we got a child-sized Coke, a small fry, and a cheeseburger and split it.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have enough money. And then we didn't have enough money to get in the pits. We had to borrow money to get in the pits to get our pit passes. Luckily, win the race. They paid me in 5s and 10s.
Oh.
So this new $10 briefcase I bought, I looked like a gangster.
You did.
With all the cash.
Like you opened the lid up and it was absolutely slap full. So two things I did. I took the guys to dinner.
The crew
took the shoes off. I had my street shoes that stunk so bad because I couldn't afford a new pair of shoes. Threw them over the fence. I wore my driver's shoes to the hotel, and my girlfriend went and bought me a new pair of tennis shoes the next day, and then we went to Milwaukee and raced.
And you thought you were loaded, did you not?
Dude, I was loaded. I mean, for me, that's the most money I'd ever had in one time.
What's the biggest paying race you've ever won?
My very first win with SHR, the All-Star race, it was paid $1 million.
That's right. I remember that. Yeah. That was in the Office Depot.
We're working on NHRA now. We're trying to get NHRA to do $1 million to win race. So
why don't they?
I don't know. We're working on it.
Tell them you're a promoter, Eldora. You know how to do all that kind of stuff.
I'm all for it, but I think it should pay $1 million to win the alcohol class. Not the nitro class.
Not the funny cars or anything like that.
Yeah, no. I'm so excited. I wish people could understand. I haven't been this excited about racing in a long time, and I love everything we do with NASCAR. I love what we do with our Sprint Car Series, Eldora, the All Stars, our
This
TQs.
is your new baby. This is your new shiny object.
But it's not just that it's a shiny toy. I mean, this is probably one of the most challenging things I've done in motorsports. It is that different, and I think that's why I like it so much. It is a huge challenge to do things right, and like I said, I'm driving a car with 5,000 horsepower,
and
it's like you got to be on top of it.
Anything you could ever, you've lived your life, unbelievably in all types of ways, but you've never been married and raced against the person. Well, you've never been married, and congratulations on that. But now you could potentially end up competing against your wife. How's that going to work, Smoke?
It's not. It's not. It's a terrible idea.
Leah Pritchard and Tony Stewart are lined up here. This is for the finals for the Wally. Do you red line on purpose, kid?
If you want to sleep in your own bed, you do. I mean, the best thing you can do is just sit there and go after you, because if you beat her, you may not even be able to sleep in the same house that night.
Yeah, you may be in Columbus. She might be in Lake Havasu.
Because she's every bit as uber competitive as I am. So
I have not met her. I hope that she's not doesn't have Bubba pre-hate, because anybody that you've ever hooked up with always has Bubba pre-hate because they Googled me or something like that, and nobody that you've ever dated has pre-liked me. Have they? No. So hopefully she hasn't been.
Yeah, I got nothing for that. He's right on this one.
Yeah, Tony can't.
But it was for different reasons. Everybody had a different reason.
When's the last time Tony Stewart was locked up with a non-rebuttal? Never.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. But you were so right on that. It was like I had nowhere to even go with it.
No, I mean, the Mexican hated me, and
she hated everything.
That's true. She
just started with hate, and
that was her
exit strategy.
That was her hate.
Yeah.
But I have been told by the mayor of Columbus, and by the way, Lummy, do you have your most famous people from Columbus, Indiana?
Yes, I do.
Do you have your list? Do you know we have a category specifically for Columbus, Indiana?
Listen, this could go really good for you or bad for you, depending on where I land on this list.
Well, I think it's going to go.
It's going to. That's true.
I'm going to have to take my lumps nonetheless. These are.
Let's see how you do, bud.
Let me go ahead and you got to read the. You got to.
Number one should be obvious.
The most popular people born, lived, or resided in Columbus, Indiana are as followed. Number 1, Sumo. Number 2,
that's true.
Tony Stewart.
That's true.
Number 3, Jeff the Gooch Patterson.
Not true.
Number 4.
Number 4, Keith Kuntz.
Keith Kuntz.
Yeah, that's true.
Number 5, you have Felicia Fay, who replaced Mike Pence.
Felicia Fay is an OnlyFans girl that's the stepdaughter to the judge.
That's right.
Okay.
Number 6, Shane Sheldon Brown.
Yep.
Number 7, Pork Chop. Number 8 is Shane Ross, and number 9 is Blaine Keel,
R.I.P.
Blair Keel, R.I.P.
Yeah, that's
pretty close.
Who are we missing?
We are missing 2 main people, I would say, that should be mentioned. Mike Pence, obviously.
Well, we had him in there and we pulled him out.
Well, you just missed the top 10. I mean, it was a close. Probably it was probably
he
close
used to be
11th.
4th or 5th when he was vice president. But we went down to Mike Pence Park, and it's where all the people shoot heroin, and I had to take him off the list.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to clean it up. If we can clean it up, he might be back at 9th or 10th.
I actually did a thing on my YouTube channel. I said, let's go to Mike Pence Park and play, and then we went to Tony Stewart's park and played, and I played on all your equipment, and it was beautiful and well kept and nice, and then all of his had heroin heroin addicts, and I'm sorry.
Who's the other person?
Chuck Taylor. Chuck Taylor All-Stars.
The Chuck Taylor?
The Chuck Taylor.
I might put him ahead of Pork Chop. I don't know.
I'd say it's pretty close. I mean, how do you not like Chuck Taylor All-Stars?
I think you got to probably put him, I don't know.
And I don't know anything about this band, but I remember when I was a kid that this band was on the signs, the Four Freshmen.
I don't remember.
Was a musical group.
Nelson PK might know those. Your
it
dad.
definitely is more his era.
Yeah, exactly. Tony, I can't thank you. I know I probably kept you longer than I was supposed to.
Don't worry about our schedule we're on today, bud. I mean, we're just strictly here for you. All these TV outlets and all this other stuff can wait.
Yeah,
obviously.
and I was probably in good with the NHRA guy. Now he hates my guts like Mike Arney.
Oh no, I rode with him here. He hated you before we got here.
But I've been trying to give good advertising and Tony, I think they're going to let me attend the NHRA and get me on my bus. I told him to put
that is the one thing that he actually did talk about on the way here is how excited he was to have you come to the Gator Nationals.
And we're going to just promote the hell out of it, and hopefully they'll let me park by you.
I haven't been to the Gator Nationals in years. I can't wait.
And hopefully let us, give us some credentials and we get some free hot dogs. I'm just going to go to your. Sumo says, listen, once you get there, just go to Tony's place. You'll be taken care of, okay?
Yeah, we'll bring a pizza maker.
We'll bring our Presto pizza maker.
Yeah, we don't even need the pizza maker. We have good food.
But would you at least admit that I'm the one that turned you on to the Presto pizza maker?
Dude, if those people need to sponsor me, I need to have a PSA with them because I have gifted probably a dozen of those.
I know,
people.
but you didn't answer the question.
But yes, you absolutely did. Not only did you do that, we did something that was unprecedented when we won my second championship in 2005. The day that we're up at Bristol, Connecticut at ESPN's campus and have all the interviews after winning the championship, the lady on the way to the airport, one of the people from NASCAR, she goes, "What do you want in your room?" And we'll leave out one of the objects that we put in the room, but they took out 100-year-old 14-person antique table out of the president's suite at the Waldorf Astoria. We had that taken out.
Put a poker table in there.
We put a poker table in there, had one hell of a poker game in there.
We had an exercise pole.
Yes.
What would you say?
Yes.
You're
Yes.
big on exercising.
Yes, we are.
And
it's
like
even better when I get to watch somebody else exercise, so I'll be honest.
Right. And me and Sumo, while installing this pole,
broke the ceiling.
Broke the 100-year plaster. That was
literally broke the ceiling in the president's suite at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City.
Yeah, and I will tell you, Tony
and we didn't care at all about it.
It was worth it.
We gave zero F's about
Tony
it.
Stewart was probably the last champion to really party like a champion as far as NASCAR champions, because I think the final time you won it, I don't think you partied near like that.
No, I was fearful that I was going to get banned from NASCAR like we almost did after 2005.
The funny
but we
thing
did
is,
have the Pizzazz pizza maker,
right?
A mini freezer in there that was loaded with Tombstone pizzas.
The first one you ever got, I took your Chevy SSR they let you borrow to a Walmart far away at like 2 a.m. to find this thing and brought it back for you to take the next morning.
You were a god, though, when you did that.
I remember
it was amazing.
when we were at the store with the Waldorf, whatever the hell, and me and Sumo, we had basketball shorts and T-shirts on, and they wouldn't let us up to the main floor. Like, we're supposed to be staying with Tony Stewart. We got keys to get in.
You show up to the Waldorf Astoria in gym shorts, T-shirts, and high tops that the laces weren't tied on, and
Tony,
their keys. The people giving our keys, which they stayed in the suite with us. They hand the keys and they look at these guys and they're like, "These idiots are staying in the presidential suite here."
So then Mike Arney comes. He goes, "You and Sumo need to go to the big guys shop and get tuxedos immediately." So Sumo goes, "Well, goddamn, we got to go down and get some tuxedos now, And so if we're gonna go to this fancy ass dinner, we got to. And so they sit us behind. They put us way in the back behind this pole
in the dark.
In the dark.
Not an exercise pole, by the way, either. But I will say. That's the best I've ever seen Bubba look and Sumo. I mean, they were high and tight.
Oh yeah, we were high and tight until JD Gibbs and we tried to take a picture with JD and Joe, and they're like they reluctantly took it. I do got a picture of JD.
All right, I got to go to work today.
I know you got to go. Hey,
right, thanks, Tony.
We're going to say goodbye to everybody. And
see you in a couple weeks.
See you in a couple weeks.
Thanks for letting me finish. listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
operations manager and co-host Blitz K,
co-host and show historian Lummox,
co-host Anna Hummel,
co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council,
co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council,
the BRN agent Thomas Buttoned Up B,
and for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.